All right, what is up, everybody? Welcome to the 2025 MLB Draft Destination the Show Day 1 live stream. Should have thought of a smoother, better cold open. Had a whole year to plan it and mess it up. My name is Jamie Cameron, joined as always by small town Jeremy Nygaard.
That's right.
It was outside the delivery area for all takeout food. Dude, we are finally here. How are you doing? How are you feeling?
Good. The draft is always kind of weird at this time because it's like there's late, sometimes smoke screens. But the whole lead up to this draft felt a little different. So I'm curious to see. I think we have a decent idea, a decent feeling on how these first handful of picks go, and then after that, I think it might just be utter chaos.
Yeah, dude, honestly, I don't even know if I agree with feeling like we have a decent idea of what's going to happen in the first few picks. And that's a great position to be in for the majority of the teams that I feel like we talk about and focus on who are picking in the teens, right? Because if you get an unpredictable mess at the top, you're likely, or it's possible that you end up with someone who is maybe higher on your board falling into your lap if you're picking 16, 17, 20, or some of the teams that we like to are picking today. So excited to have folks along. Want to get folks excited about this. We've got about 30 minutes till day one kicks off. I want to encourage folks to use the comments section. So here's what we'll do to get us jump started here. Your preferred team and who your dream pick is to come away from round one or day one. We'll put some of these up on the screen as we're getting into our build up here, but we'll love to know where people's heads are at. I don't know about you, Jeremy, but I've seen a lot of extremely similar looking mock drafts today. How much do you pay attention to those on the day of the draft?
Sometimes there's good information with the teams that draft towards the top, right?
Yep.
As it gets later, it all becomes a crapshoot. And we kind of talked about this before we went live, like, and this is very obvious, but it's like so much is dependent on the 15, the 16, the 17, the 18 picks before yours, right?
Yep.
And so I think that if there's late changes in mock drafts, and I think one of the biggest ones is there was a lot of Ethan Holiday first, right? And as we've gotten closer, Ethan Holiday is not going first. Ethan Holiday is going fourth.
Yep.
And I think that there's probably a lot of with that smoke, there's a fire that I think is probably pretty safe to say, yep, we know where that is. Colorado, they're willing to throw more money at Ethan Holiday. He'll drop to 4. But does that mean that it's Cade Anderson first? Right? I mean,
there's been another hot rumor, right, that it's Eli Willet's first on a super underslot deal
right.
this morning, but I also feel like I don't know.
Well, and so let's talk about that. If the Nationals go significantly under slot, like what does that impact? Because they don't pick again until it's got to be what, late 30s?
40, I think, 40 something.
So could they
49.
get somebody? So that's a long way to float a guy.
Yep.
And obviously, if you can give someone top 10 money, you just got to get them out of the top 10. But Willett's under slot. That's been a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Ike Irish going top 5 under slot. That's been a thing, right? Seth Hernandez name at 3. That's been a new thing. And so when I see things like that later in the draft cycle, early in the draft, those are things that I sometimes can wrap my brain around. If all of a sudden it's a different name at 15 or 16 or 17, it's like, wait a second, who really thinks that? If that person hasn't been there, why are they there all of a sudden? So yeah, the late stuff I think sometimes does make sense. Sometimes it's a coin flip as to whether someone's trying to throw you off the scent or someone's actually on the scent.
All right, so we've got comments starting to pile up, which I love. Here's one for you, Jeremy. What do we think of this? Jace Laviolette is the best in the draft. Jokes aside, we've talked about him quite a bit in this cycle. Obviously, had a down year as a junior compared to his sophomore season. Struggled, raised questions about kind of the hit tool, some stiffness in his swing. What are your thoughts today, now that we're like 20 minutes out from day one starting, on him as kind of a lottery ticket pick for a team picking in the teens? We've seen him at least mocked earlier in the cycle to the Twins, to the Brewers at 20. What are your thoughts on Jace?
I think he's gonna settle somewhere in the last third of the draft if he doesn't go to the Orioles at 19. I think they're probably the first uh, reasonable spot for him to go. I do like him as a lottery ticket, right? If the Twins drafted him at 16, I don't think I personally wouldn't hate that. You would, um, but there is, and you've said it for a long time. There is this big deal with in zone swing and miss, low batting average, stuff that first round picks typically don't have. I think he does have a lot enough tools where it makes sense if he goes to the Orioles at 19. It makes sense if he goes to the Brewers at 20. I think there's some other teams in that range, but I think that's kind of where he settled. And I would it surprise me if he went higher? Not necessarily, because nothing's going to surprise me tonight because
There
it's
you
so
go.
much has to do with signing bonuses. But
There you go.
uh, I think the bottom third of the first round makes the most sense.
Okay, how about this from Kale? My pick for the Twins at 16, Wahiva Aloy, shortstop out of Arkansas, Golden Spikes winner, prodigious power, great athlete, really solid defensive shortstop that all took a step forwards this year. Definitely some chase issues, a free swinger. Your thoughts on Aloy as a fit for the Twins in at 16, and in just him fitting in this range in general?
I think him fitting in that range makes a lot of sense, right? Well, the biggest rumor has been him to the Cubs at 17.
Yep.
So if that's real, going 16 is not crazy. He is a good hitter, and that always lines up with what the Twins are trying to do. How good is he defensively? I think there's question marks there, right? And that also lines up with what the Twins sometimes try to do. So if he's the guy, I wouldn't hate it. Not my first choice, but again, my first, second, third, and fourth choices might all be gone. So at that point, I'd be okay with it.
All right, I got another one for you. I'm a Twins fan and would love Kyson Witherspoon. Not sure how realistic that is, but one can dream, right? This is a really interesting hypothetical just because I think, I don't know about you, Jeremy, but today while I was reading through all the mocks, as I was anxiously awaiting 4:30 for us to get going here, everything starts to merge and look more similar on draft day. Like, I think I saw the Twins taking Brendan Summerhill in 8 different mocks today. I saw a lot of Caden Bodine to the Brewers. I saw a lot of Wahiva Aloy to the Cubs. Everything just starts to look more similar. And the reality is, as you've kind of alluded to already, we are going to have surprises. And, you've already said it. We shouldn't be surprised by anything, but there will be what you might call upset picks, potentially several of them prior to when these teams are picking in the teens before we get there. So Kyson Witherspoon is a super interesting candidate in that he represents potentially one of those kind of opportunities if he slides a little bit, and it only needs to take a couple of teams in front of where you're picking, doing something slightly unexpected for that to happen. But what are your thoughts on that possibility? The Twins have not really leaned into college right-handers, especially with their day one picks and with their first pick in particular. But Kyson Witherspoon would be extremely enticing at 16, I'd say.
Yeah, I think Witherspoon or Bremner, if they're still on the board, are guys that you'd have to think are possibilities,
Yep.
right? And really any other college pitcher that we see typically going in front of them. But I agree. I don't know that that's the demographic that they would want to hit. But I do think if they stack it up, they will take the guy that's top on their board at the right price. And that could be Witherspoon. It could be Bremner. It could be Aloy. It could be all sorts of guys. And I think we talked about it the other night, maybe after we hung up on Wednesday or went to weren't live anymore. That it's just going through all these combinations of things.
Mm-hmm.
And when they say we ran through all these things and we didn't see Brooks Lee fall to us at 8. I think that there might be some of that. And we had Witherspoon drop in our mock. There was a mock I saw the next morning that Witherspoon dropped in that mock.
Yep.
There was another mock that had Hernandez drop to 10 or 11. Somebody's going to start to tumble, and it may be just a preference thing with the baseball draft. It may be a money thing.
Yep.
And with the NIL being more prevalent, and that's one thing that I was told this week, like that is going to cause things to happen today and tomorrow that hasn't really been a thing in the past. So yeah, will guys go back for their next year? Will college juniors take a return trip to college? I don't know that we've reached that point yet, but money can talk pretty loudly if schools are offering big time money.
Speaking of guys going back to school, we'll run through the updated list of notable prospects who have either withdrawn their names for consideration or declared that they're returning to school. So I'm taking a peek at the back-end consensus board, which is a little bit shorter than last year, but still has about 250 names on it. The highest ranked player who's withdrawn from the draft is ranked 80, and that is shortstop Lucas Franco. He's a prepster out of Texas, committed to TCU. If we scroll a little bit further down the board, Omar Cerna, a prep catcher out of Texas, committed to LSU. Also withdrew his name from consideration. And then this morning, Georgia outfielder Trey Phelps announced, who was a draft eligible soph, I believe, announced that he was returning to school for his junior year. So that's a big get for the Georgia Bulldogs. He was 120th by consensus. Now returning to school. There's a few others a little bit further down board, but those are the most notable three. Scooting back to comments here. Joseph Czar, just wanted to put this up, sharing your excitement, Joseph. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for coming, checking in early and often for Brewer Fanatic. Excited to see who the crew add for my viewing pleasure and minor league link reports for the next year. Plus, the Brewers, dude. I think you and I share this, Jeremy, like a kind of affection for the Brewers, even though we're both Twins fans, and absolutely just in love with their level of creativity in the draft in the past 2 years. 2023, of course, going under slot with Brock Wilken, and then paying major over slot for Cooper Pratt and Eric Batanti. And then last year, just taking a gazillion preps all throughout the draft after I'm taking Braylon Payne as a little bit of a surprising first round pick. What are your expectations for the Brewers tonight?
I hope they do something that is off the wall, because that's what makes this entertaining. Beyond that, Braylon Payne we didn't see coming last year.
Definitely not. I think he was ranked 54th by consensus when he was taken by the Brewers at like 18-ish.
And we didn't see a lot of what happened afterwards coming, and we were like, holy smokes, how are they going to pay them all? Well, spoiler alert, they didn't. And
yeah, they did not.
They get a pick out of the deal this year. But we do know the traits they like, and they take the younger guys, and I think that's the prep draft picks are by and large more exciting than the college draft picks, unless you're drafting Paul Skeens, who Trevor Larnach beat all by himself on Friday night. But Trevor Larnach as a college pick that year, not overly exciting, right?
Yep.
And I think that's kind of where we've both kind of fallen into this trap where at 16 we're like, man, just let's go the prep route. But are you going to pull up that next question, because that's something that we can certainly talk about?
Greg is already here trolling in the comments. Shout out to Greg, because he confirmed that our test comment did in fact work, and I'm still marveling at how you managed to see that, Greg. Will the Twins draft a first baseman? They need one in August. They don't need one in August though, because Aaron Sabato is down there in St. Paul absolutely mashing Jeremy. So what do you think on the Twins drafting a first base type? Andrew Fisher, perhaps? Can I interest you in an Andrew Fisher?
Well, so on your top 100 board, there's only one guy that's even listed as a first baseman, and he's a first baseman outfielder, and he's number 62. So unless they do something crazy, I don't foresee their their first baseman in the stretch run coming from tonight's draft. But I do think 4 of the top 8 picks drafted last year are
This
in
is
the
true.
majors right now, or
This is
have
true.
already debuted. So yeah, you could see teams that are getting help. Typically, it's a relief pitcher. But yeah, you could see a team, and I could see the Tigers doing something like that, drafting. Probably not today, maybe later tonight for something that could help in August, September. But I don't foresee the Twins drafting someone that's going to play first base for them in August.
You made the mistake of taking a great question seriously. Okay, back to KO. I'm curious how Riley Quick rises. Quick is an interesting one just because there's so much you see in the traits he has in his frame, like physical, imposing starting pitcher, but he's also a sinker baller guy. And he has just not kind of generated the type of swing and miss or the type of dominant strikeout type stuff that you want to see. And so kind of the traits and the production hasn't necessarily matched up. I like him as a fit for the Braves. Maybe back of the first round, the Braves always seem to take a pitcher, someone in comp A or the beginning of the second round at the latest. But I like Riley Quick quite a bit. And I think an organization with some pitching smarts will do really well with that set of physical tools.
He's 32 on the board right now in kind of a group of college pitchers in that range. So
second wave.
Yeah, I think late first round comp, early second is where we're going to see a lot of those guys go.
Yep. Brandon, welcome, Brandon. Thanks for the comment. Jamie Arnold, I believe, is the best pitcher in this year's draft. # go Knowles. Arnold is such an interesting case because we talked about this quite a bit, Jeremy. He seems to be a guy who's just suffered a little bit from prospect fatigue. If you stack up Arnold's numbers, 2024 and 2025, there's a very, very marginal step back in his numbers this year, but it was still a really dominant go of things in the ACC, which is the, second best conference in the country. And yet Arnold seems to have some volatility attached to his draft profile right now, such that we've seen him on mocks today fall even as low as 8 to the Blue Jays, which I think would represent pretty good value with that pick. What are your thoughts on Arnold? Do you feel like the industry is just tired of talking about him because he was also a dude last year who was kind of the third best pitcher in college baseball behind Chase Burns and Hagen Smith? Or is there legitimate cause for concern from his 2025 numbers?
I think it's probably a little bit of both, but right, there's some concerns about that delivery and how it all works out. He's kind of funky. But at the end of the day, he's still in that conversation. Anderson probably goes 1, and then you've got Doyle and Arnold and Witherspoon kind of in that next group, right? And so I think the Angels don't go with Arnold, but if they did, we could very clearly see Jamie Arnold pitching in the major leagues this year. So, yeah, it's kind of whatever flavor they're going for, but he's still going to be a top 10 pick for sure. His floor is probably 8 or 9, and if he goes 9 to the Reds, just because the Reds are like, well, this is what we do. We take the guy that falls to us, and he's a good prospect. So, yeah, I think it's probably a little bit of both, but still going to be a good prospect for any system to take on.
All right, we got comments coming in thick and fast here. Let's see. Hi, N. Hopefully my Braves pick up Hammond. Also love the show. We appreciate it. Cody, I'll get back to you in a second. I love Josh Hammond is a really, really interesting prepster. He was originally a two-way guy and really took strides forward with the bat this year, such that it seems like that's where he's going to stick as a pro. Chance to be a really interesting power speed threat. That range where the Braves are picking is around where I think he's maybe going to go. I would also watch out for some of the teams that have really bloated bonus pools for Hammond. Teams like the Royals have been rumored to be heavy in on him. The Orioles are another team. The Orioles, in terms of money, I think, what is it, Jeremy? Their bonus pool is up to 19 million-ish, which is, they can do what they want.
Ever.
The highest ever.
Right?
Don't let that distract you from the fact that their major league team is a disaster and they've done a horrible job, absolutely butchering putting together their pitching staff. Though I find the Orioles very frustrating.
Yeah, especially considering they had like 8 top 100 prospects 2 years ago. Like,
yep.
What happened there?
What happened there is they didn't trade any of them away, and some of those guys are now post prospect hype, and they've lost value, and they didn't do the smart thing, which was clearly to flip some of them for pitching. So, boo on them.
Well, I mean, in fairness, they did trade for one of the best pitchers in baseball.
Yeah, but unless you're gonna make that kind of move repetitively or do whatever it takes to get him to sign an extension, which they clearly did not. Yeah, I don't know. Okay.
We got 9 minutes until this show's on the road, but then they probably take 5 minutes to introduce the fact that we're still waiting for the Nationals to make their first pick.
Emperor Palpatine has to get his. Yeah.
Have we heard, like, a lot of times we get to this point and it's not a secret anymore? I guess sometimes it still is, but aside from everybody kind of being like unanimously the Nationals are taking Kate Anderson, have we heard anything more definitive recently?
Nope. The last I heard was around lunchtime, around the Nationals pick at number 1, that they were down to 3 names for consideration. Those 3 being Jamie Arnold, Ethan Holiday, and an underslot for Eli Willits. That was
Not
the
Jamie
latest.
Arnold.
Sorry, Kate Anderson, Ethan Holiday, and an underslot for Eli Willits. So that was the last I heard. Back to Joseph here on the Brewers. Baseball America had the crew taking catcher Caden Bodine in their latest mock. I know he's rising, but that seems unrealistic given the clear needs elsewhere. Outfield talent, primary starting arms. We've talked about this quite a bit, Jeremy, and I'll get your thoughts. I'm not like a huge Bodine fan. The consensus seems to be, and I say the consensus because I think it's widely acknowledged that evaluating catcher defense is really hard, but that Bodine is the best defensive catcher in this class, kind of a 1A and 1B between him and Luke Stevenson. And it's a great hit tool, like undeniably a plus hit tool in a draft class, which doesn't have that many, but there's very little pop there. And so I get why that pick would put people off as like a little bit safe, maybe a little bit boring. And I think, yeah, I'm curious for your thoughts on Bodine, but the thing I would just say in reaction to the mock drafts is I found myself getting annoyed with the mock drafts this morning. And then I reminded myself that nobody knows anything of what is about to happen in the next few hours. And really what mock drafts are good for is entertaining you and passing some time between when you wake up and when the draft starts. But what do you think about Bodine as a fit for the Brewers at 20?
Yeah, well, for one, I wouldn't say taking a catcher is unrealistic given that they have other needs, because we're not going to see many teams or any teams drafting for needs. You might see like minor league depth needs, right? Where it's like, oh, we have a clear need to add some left-handed pitchers to our stable.
Mm-hmm.
But in the first round, nobody's saying, hey, our major league team is hurting for a shortstop, so let's draft one, right?
Yep.
And so I could see them doing it if they firmly believe that he's the best prospect available and he's signable, and this is kind of the range that he's meant to go, 29th by consensus, and the top catcher. So, well, second catcher if you believe like Irish is a catcher. So
I don't think anybody does though at this point.
No,
and like
right.
I know we should be open-minded about that, but I do think, and like maybe that's a bit weird, but the industry seems to really like close the book on the idea of Ike Irish as a catcher. He is being sold as an outfield bat at this point already, which I think is maybe a little premature.
Yeah. So I mean, could it happen? It certainly could. I'm just trying to catch up on my timeline, so I'm going to jump in here. Keith Law reported about an hour ago about a wild rumor of the Orioles trying to float someone to 19. Do we know who that player is?
I don't. And people can investigate that and then book comments in the chat while we talk about Gage Wood for just a minute.
Okay.
In fact, Jeremy, if you want to investigate that, because we are approaching the portion of the show where I'm realizing that we have to multitask and both talk and manage our phones at the same time, which is surprisingly challenging for me. But I do want to touch.
It's not hard for me. Let's just roll.
I do want to talk about Wood real quick. This question here from Kale. Wood is a really, I mean, it's a very like Cade Horton-like ascent from a couple of years ago. No-hitter in the College World Series, 19 strikeout performance. His fastball is legitimately a freakish plus pitch. And I think if Liam Doyle wasn't in this draft, we would have talked about it more. That's averaging 96 miles an hour, 18 inches of induced vertical break, 9.5 inches of arm side, 6.5 feet of extension, a 5.5 foot release, and a 42% whiff rate. That's like outlier shape and outlier traits there on that fastball. And he has a really good breaking ball to go with it. I think if you are a team drafting in the teens, you're at least considering Wood with one of those picks when Bremner goes. And the rumor seems to be that Bremner is maybe going to go a little bit earlier than anticipated, potentially as high as, well, he was mentioned at 3 today as an underslot with the Mariners, but potentially as high as 11 with the A's. But I think if you're in the teens, you're considering Wood. My cautionary tale would be the track record is not of putting up a lot of innings. He has a history of shoulder stuff throughout his amateur career. And so I think that pick is going to be at the mercy of how organizations view and consider his medicals. But talent-wise, amazing arm, amazing end of the season performance, and someone by all accounts who should move pretty quickly through a minor league system, particularly if he gets lined up with someone that does a good job of their pitching development. So fan of Gage Wood, hope he does well, hope he can stay healthy and stay on the field, because that's been a little bit of a challenge in his collegiate career. Jeremy, what's the answer?
So
who are the Orioles floating down?
I don't know, but what I do find kind of a parallel to Gage Wood is a couple years ago, Connor Prelip coming off an elbow deal, or the year before, it's like Connor Prelip has the stuff to go first overall. He didn't pitch enough, and he ended up falling down to the comp round or whatever, 40, whatever, where he gets drafted. And so I feel like with Gage Wood, it's going to be similar. He's just not going to be on boards because of his shoulder. And if the ceiling's high, but the floor is not, right? The shoulder is a real thing. And if teams red flag him medically, that he's coming off boards. And we see that, we hear of that, and a really good player.
There you go. What do you think? What do you think about that, dude? Orioles rumor is Eli Willett at, where are they picking? 19?
19. So, well, this is why it would be surprising to me, because if he's rumored to go take underslot money to go number 1, how is he now the overslot guy to go 19?
It all depends on what the demand is, right? What the bonus demand is, but that is the kind of juicy telenovela drama that you can only get on MLB Draft Day. That would just be extremely fun. Love that. With a massive signing bonus, Joseph says, to lure of up to 10 million. I don't know if the math makes sense there. And I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm just saying I can't confirm that. I can't multitask like that, but someone can do that math and let me know if you think that's actually feasible, because that sounds wild.
That would be crazy.
That would be crazy, dude. Let's get a couple more of these in before we start getting picks here. Thoughts on Cruz Schoolcraft for the Twins at 16. Schoolcraft, 6'8" lefty, not the only one in the draft, who is out. He's a prep left-hander out of Oregon. I don't think he's a likely fit for the Twins at 16 personally. I think he is I think there's 2 possibilities for him, and that's going to be obvious, right? But he's going to have significant NIL dollars behind him, trying to push him to get him to campus at Tennessee. Same with Cam Appenzeller, if anyone's interested in him. But Schoolcraft has long been rumored to be, it's kind of a battle between the White Sox and the Royals to see who can get Cruz Schoolcraft to agree to a deal. I don't necessarily think he's kind of the Twins prototype either. I do think the other 6'8" left-handed pitcher in this draft, whose name is Joseph Jerwa out of Michigan State, is a name to keep an eye on for the Twins if he's still there with a third pick at 54. Not as hard throwing, track record of throwing, strikes super consistently. Some work to do on his pitch mix and all that good stuff. Here's Cody, who says, Eric Longenhagen just said Washington is trying to cut a deal with Holiday, Anderson, or Willits and believes Willits will take the cheapest deal. He subsequently mocked Willits to Washington.
And then Baltimore, and they're in like the same market. They're fighting over Eli Willits. Remember when I told you I love Eli Willits for the Twins, and you were like, nah. And now Eli Willits is the
hot commodity
everyone's talking about. Yeah, he'll take underslot at 1, and he'll take $10 million at 19. This doesn't make any sense.
I like that rumor. I'm ready to get the show on the road, dude. Let's see.
Are you multitasking right now?
I'm multitasking. I'm looking through additional comments to share. I'm ready to get this show on the road. Ready for my tweet alerts to blow up.
Yeah, I just keep hitting refresh, and there's nothing new on where I'm at. I don't know. Did you hear that sound? Was that me that made that sound? Did you hear that? No?
Okay, here's Matt. Matt's coming on. Matt's going to hop on with us later to talk Cubs. He says, wait, Willis will take the biggest deal, not the cheapest, right?
That's the thing, right? That's why it doesn't make sense. If they're offering $10 million at 19, they're offering them $6 million at 1. Wouldn't you rather go 19?
I would. I personally would enjoy the $4 million additional dollars. Yes, that is what I would go for.
But if he falls, if he doesn't go, if Eli Willis doesn't go in the top 5, something's definitely up, right?
Yes, 100%. You would have to think so, because the lowest he's been mocked is St. Louis. Yeah, Cardinals at 5 has been probably the most connected name to them, and now it sounds like the Cardinals might be sweating that out. Hey, if anyone in the comments is handily by their Fangraphs mock draft, would love to know. I was very frustratedly waiting for updated rankings for Fangraphs today that dropped like ridiculously close to the beginning of the draft. Picks for the Brewers, Twins.
Twins are Andrew Fisher.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
What about Brewers?
Who
you got?
I may have closed it. But yeah, I got it. Cubs, Josh Hammond. Ooh. Brewers, Bodine. Gage Wood to the Braves. And Eli Willits, number 1 overall, right? Willits, Holiday to the Mariners.
How about Padres? 25. And the Red Sox, please.
Padres, Marcus Phillips, 25. And Red Sox, Gavin Keelan.
Let's talk about this for a second, because I feel like this is becoming more and more of a thing, right? So Matt says, if you're the White Sox and Willits is there, do you just take him and play chicken? Because I'd take him and play chicken. Like, meaning, are you going to take Willits and just say, okay, go to school then. We'll get a pick 1 slot behind where we picked right now in the 2026 draft, which in this case is probably going to be quite a bit stronger. How often is a prospect actually not going to sign or agree to terms if you've fallen all the way to 10? What do you think, Jeremy? You're shaking your head.
They're going to sign, but then it becomes a thing where the agent and the club are now at odds, right? And that could cost you later when you're one of 30. And so I do think it happens. It certainly happens. We saw it happen in the NBA draft 2 weeks ago, right? Ace
Mhm.
Bailey did not want to play in Utah. Austin Ainge said, "Dude, you're going to play for Utah," and he's playing for Utah. But I do think there's agents have a little bit more leverage when it comes to baseball, just because of how all the rules work. So um, that's interesting to me, but I don't know. I do not know.
Cody says I'd give up $4 million to be mentioned alongside Steven Strasburg and Bryce Harper.
We don't all have that Cody money apparently, because $4 million is an absurd amount of money.
Oh man. Yeah, I love it. Joseph, hard for the White Sox to envision replacing the production of Vinny Capra. They're likely reeling. Okay, I see Manfred on stage. So this is such a weird. Wait, you're definitely gonna go fuzzy now. This is perfect timing as we're about to start picks.
Yeah.
Dude,
Fuzzy or purple?
This is such a weird event because the TV product for this is atrocious. It really is bad, and yet we're sitting here talking about it for 7 hours. And so, I'm excited for the picks to start flowing in. I have 35 Twitter DMs right now that I haven't read. Oh Lord.
Boy, maybe you should start. Maybe you're getting good information. Maybe you're the new Woj.
Yeah, right. That would be so great.
So just please promise me that we're not going to use the term that Mayo uses all the time when he's trying to find information on someone he doesn't have any information on. Can we just not use that word?
What is that word?
Well, if you don't know the word, you're not going to use
Oh,
the word.
okay. Great.
So what are we? We're the Nationals.
Nats are on the clock. We are live in their war room. Here's the other funny thing that I love so much about some of the war rooms. They get like in some of them, they get like every single member of the like amateur scouting department there. So you have 75 dudes, mostly dudes, 75 people sitting around a room, and most of them are like, what could you possibly be doing? Like,
Well,
what is your current role, 75th person in the war room right now, just to like sit there in your Nationals quarter zip and look official?
spectating because you're not saying anything. Yeah, your job was done days ago.
Okay, while we're waiting on this, Joe R., if the Brewers don't take one of DeBrun, Devlin, or Kepley, I will be personally offended. I've been radicalized by Short King baseball. Joe R., sounds like maybe you also might be a Cleveland Guardians fan, because those are also super. I know, I totally get it. Those are also super Guardians type profiles to me, especially Kepley, who never strikes out and only hits singles and is fast and plays great defense. But no, those are some interesting guys. DeBrun's going to be an interesting one to track. There's not a great many interesting prep outfielders in this draft class. Like the vast majority of the names are infield guys. DeBrun is like the kind of regeneration of Slade Caldwell this year.
Yeah.
So we're going to see where he goes. I'm guessing he's kind of a comp round fit for someone. He's been heavily linked to the Tigers too. Davilan, I'm guessing somewhere in the early second round, and Kepley, I think, is around 100th by consensus. So we'll see where he ends up going.
So now that we're like almost there, but not quite there,
Almost.
and we're going to be there in a second. Are you convinced that it's anybody but Kate Anderson at number one?
If it's true that the Nats were shopping around deals as recently as the last 30 minutes, I feel like the most likely outcome is they stick with Anderson, who feels like a little bit of a safer pick, if that makes sense. Anderson is who I would put as like, if we have to put odds on it, which is going to look silly in 15 minutes time or so, I would say 60% Anderson, 30% Holiday. What does that leave us with? 10 more percent? 10% Willits on underslot. That's
I would say higher on Willits than Holiday, because Holiday's not taking a deal to go on. So
Hyatt agrees with you.
So if it's a we're taking the guy that we like most, it's going to be Anderson. If someone's taking who did Law update to have?
Ryan, can you add on to your comment here for who is taking Case and Cunningham in the Athletics updated mock? Dude, how long do they get on the clock now?
As long as they want.
I need us to cut it
So-
to 2.5 minutes. Like we need to make it
this-
like a fantasy baseball draft.
My understanding is, and this shouldn't surprise me, but it does. The actual draft happens way faster than the presentation of the draft.
Yep.
So it's all about the production, but the teams are operating ahead, and so the first pick has probably already happened, and now we're just waiting for the production to catch up with.
Here we go. We got it. It's gone. Eli Willits is number 1 overall, dude.
So there's that tasty rumor of him dropping down to 19.
So that's so funny though, right? Because Eli Willits is number 1 overall. Let's quickly use this to crush everyone's job of mock drafting, which is the hardest thing in the world. But every single mock draft had either Holiday or Cade Anderson going number 1 overall, right? And if it wasn't Holiday, he was going forward to the Rockies. So already, I'm not going to call this a surprise because Willits was always someone who was in play for the number 1 overall pick. But that is certainly interesting. And Willis was one of your favorite players in this class, right, Jeremy? I mean, someone who is super young for the class. He's a reclass, so it's going to appeal to model-heavy teams. He can do a little bit of everything well. I think there are some questions about like what kind of grade power is he going to get to long term? Maybe fringe average, maybe average, best case scenario. But this is someone who's going to accrue value defensively, accrue value with his legs, accrue value with his hit tool. What do you make of this pick for the Nationals?
I think Willits is going to be a good baseball prospect. I don't love when teams obviously go under slot at number 1. Like that just Ethan Holiday to me is a better player. Would make more sense. And again, the Nationals with this money that they've saved, how long do they have to wait to do something with it? Didn't you tell me they didn't draft again until the 40s?
49.
So they're going to have a couple extra million, and they better be able to float someone down. And if they were negotiating this for the last half hour, how likely is it that they were able to do that?
And here's Matt's comment on Willits. Will he get $9 million? And if so, do we read that as a win for his agent leaking just the right rumor?
What's the slot here at number 1?
11 something, I want to say.
Man, I don't know if he gets that much. If I knew what 9 million, like what pick is that?
Hold on.
I should have that in front of me. You're getting all these DMs now.
Let's grab thoughts here while we're waiting for the second overall pick. That first pick is worth $11,075,900. $9 million would be just under the third overall pick. So the Mariners pick at 3. That number 3 overall pick is worth $9.5 million. So if you're getting 9, you're getting between 3rd and 4th overall, which is a little bit more than he would have made if he had gone to the Cardinals at 5, which was the kind of most popular Eli Willits rumor. So
yeah, I mean, but jeepers. But I just feel like that's a really risky deal. But by consensus, he was 3rd, right? So maybe it's not as crazy. I like Willits as a prospect. I don't love it as a strategy for the Nationals at 1 overall. But they've been kind of a cluster, you know what? So who knows? Who made the call, I guess. They
That
have a
is a
scouting director that's still in place. It's probably a lame duck and going to get fired as soon as the draft is over.
I mean, doesn't that feel like a more scouting department type of a call than Holiday or Cade Anderson, perhaps?
Right, but who?
Like, he's a scouty type pick. Great question. I don't know the answer.
This answer is yes, but I feel like we already knew this before. Like Anderson to 1 confirms Holiday to the Rockies. That if he doesn't go to the Rockies, that to me is the biggest surprise of the draft.
I agree. Well, that's a foolish thing to agree on until we've seen how the rest of day 1 plays out.
No, because that was one that I'm like, I would take him first, but if he wants to go to Colorado, where nobody wants to go play baseball,
I want to go there if I'm a hitter.
No, I want to go there because it's a beautiful city.
Okay, I've got a number 2 pick to drop on you, and it's a bomb.
Okay.
Unconfirmed. Tyler Bremner going number 2 to the Angels. Come on, let's go, dude. Where can you get drama like this anywhere else?
Hey, he's gonna be pitching. He's gonna be pitching for the actual Major League team by the end of the month.
That's disappointing for Tyler Bremner.
They say home state, and
come on,
Bremner at 2. That's hilarious because by consensus he was 11.
By consensus, he was 11. Let's walk through some Tyler Bremner stuff real quick. Let's get in the flow of going through some of these scouting reports while we're working through these prospects. Young for the college class right-hander with a ton of starter traits, 6'2", 190. There's still some projectability there. He's a really good mover. Fastball's 94 to 96. Really good shape, up to 19 inches of induced vertical break. His changeup super elite. Like, that's an MLB-ready pitch already. It's about like 19, 20 inches of horizontal break on that pitch on average, which is crazy. And then the slider, I think, is like a kind of a little bit of a work in progress, but there's good spin traits there. What I would have said about Bremner is if Bremner goes to an organization that has some savvy in pitching development, he could be a monster. Without being super disrespectful, the Los Angeles Angels are not an organization that has some savvy in pitching development, in my uneducated opinion. And so I don't love that as a fit for him. I love that as a payday for him. But here it is. Here it is. I truly thought the Twins had a good shot at him at 16, and Seth follows up with Mox destroyed. It's over, dude. It's us. This is absolutely wild.
Okay, so let's reset here. The Mariners now.
They got to take Cade Anderson. Surely.
Right?
Surely. That was a rumor all along, right?
And that pushes Arquette and Hernandez down.
Mm-hmm.
The Rockies take Holiday. The Cardinals now, I mean, they could take Parker. They could take Arnold. They could take. It's going to be interesting. But at the end of the day,
Ryan.
There we go. Now
Hell yeah, Ryan. 100%. Dude, literally we've worked on this draft class for a full year, and it's already a mess after 2 picks.
Make True Bloods. Put True Bloods comment on there.
No. Conspiracy theories. I can't.
But this is a real thing. Like, somebody can very easily fall, or some buddies could very easily fall to the Orioles because they have all of the money. They have $19 million.
Dude.
Right? And so there was one year back when I was more nerdy or maybe just less busy, where I ordered the draft by signing bonus. And so essentially it's how you trade draft picks. It's how you trade draft picks without actually trading draft picks, right? So you can the Orioles with their money could say, we're going to pay someone more money than anybody else and take them 19th, where we're really paying them first overall. And so it's an interesting thing to look at. Let me read this one.
Greg and Cody are going at it in the comments. We love it.
Yep.
There we go. Here's the solution. Here's what we all didn't know. The Angels are going to put Bremner at first base. Dude.
Well, yeah, you could sub him in and out with a different handed pitcher, and then you can just do it every at bat.
I mean, okay, Seattle Mariners are selecting Cade Anderson with the 3rd overall pick. I mean, you tell me if you feel differently, Jeremy. But for in my opinion, thinking about what the Mariners do well as an organization, thinking about their excellent farm system, which is super hitter heavy, this has to be pretty much a best case scenario if you're a Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't you agree?
Yep. Yeah, it's great. I mean, the Hernandez stuff I didn't necessarily believe, but it made sense if they're going for a high upside arm. But I don't think that in many iterations of their of their of their draft of their drafts was it like, hey, we'll have the opportunity to draft any pitcher we want except for Tyler Bremner.
Wow. Wow, dude, couldn't agree more. Okay, let's talk about Cade Anderson a little bit. We need to keep on walking through our reports on some of these players. So Anderson probably like the best pitcher in the draft, if we can put it that way. And by that, I mean like combination of kind of stuff, pitchability, sequencing, without maybe some of the crazy high ceiling of some of those other guys like Seth Hernandez. It's a fastball that sits 92, 94, up to 96. Another really good fastball shape, albeit from like a more upright release. Good delivery. He's like really slender, like wiry type of dude. So I wonder if a team's going to try and, add a little bit more good weight there. Really good affinity for spin, a couple of breaking balls in the 2,900 RPM range. Sweeper with around 17 inches of horizontal break. This is kind of like a high floored profile, but also someone who I think, if it all clicks, you could see him starting a playoff game one day, finish the season with a 2.93 FIP in the SEC, 37.4% K rate, and a 7.3% walk rate. That feels like a profile that could be in the majors in a couple of years. Jeremy, what say you?
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I think the timeline on him is probably late next year. Seeing what we've seen so far this year, if he stays healthy, him pitching in the majors in 2026 is not crazy. So,
okay, Jeremy, the number one player by consensus is finally off the board at 4, meaning that you got at least one prediction correct today. Ethan Holiday is being taken by the Colorado Rockies at number 4. We did not get that piece of history, which was the possibility of 2 brothers being selected at number 1 overall. But Ethan Holiday to the Rockies, probably the worst kept secret in the first round of the draft. Any surprises? Your reaction to the Holiday to the Rockies news?
Love that for the Rockies, and it's super cool for the Holiday family, right? I mean,
Sure.
that's where Dad played, and I think the Rockies have a whole lot to figure out because they're awful, but this is a good place to start. So curious to see if there's some bonus, like where what he ends up getting versus Anderson
Sure.
or Willits or Bremner. Obviously, I think Bremner is going to get significantly less than Slot, but good for the Rockies, good for Ethan Holiday.
Cannot believe Bremner went to the Angels at 2. I'm still struggling with that one. Okay, next up we have number 5. Picking number 5 is the St. Louis Cardinals. So they were, all of the mock drafts, all of the connection has been to Eli Willits prior to the draft. I wonder if they would be in on someone like Jamie Arnold. I wonder if they would be in on another of the prep shortstops, maybe a JoJo Parker fit for the Cardinals at 5. Jeremy, you want to speculate at all here before? Do you want to speculate before they pick?
So you took Parker at 5 for the Cardinals when we did this.
I did.
And I had Arnold listed as my most likely, and then I also had Ike Irish if there was any willingness to go under Slot. So I would feel pretty confident it's coming from that group of 3. However, Tyler Bremner went second. So
dude, let's go. I need us to see, like you're absolutely spot on with your comment about like the TV coverage, because I'm guessing I'm on a very marginal delay because I'm like sitting in my basement. But we're just getting reaction from Cade Anderson getting picked at number 3 overall now. We're already
Yeah.
Trending
I
towards
don't know.
number 5 here.
I think it was the basketball draft maybe that they were talking about how much further ahead the basketball draft was in real time versus the production, and that's why people are able to tweet out the picks because it's already happening, and we're going to the next team, and that's what teams are working on making deals. And that's why sometimes trades can happen so fast in those leagues because they're working on things way ahead of the production. So, um, would it hurt anybody if you just took a minute off each of these picks and we didn't have to stay here till 11 o'clock tonight?
Yeah. Speaking of, dude, we're through what?
An hour.
4 picks, and we're an hour in, and we're going how many picks deep tonight?
100 and is it 100?
104.
Yeah, we got 100 left. At this rate, we'll be done by Tuesday.
And then we have to write.
Harold Reynolds say Holiday reminds him of Brad Cruz.
So okay, we got another one, dude, that I think is like not in our trio of possibilities. The St. Louis Cardinals is selecting Tennessee left-handed pitcher Liam Doyle with the number 5 overall.
I mean, the difference between Doyle and Arnold, right? I mean, the similar-ish. So I don't know. Right, Doyle was most popularly mocked to the Angels.
This is true.
That's
real quick.
Consensus was number 7.
Yeah, real quick before we get into some Doyle scouting report stuff. This is good news if you are interested in prep shortstops. Because what we're seeing from the jump here is college pitchers, and this is something we need to break down maybe at a later date, talking more about and digging into organizations' risk tolerance with pitching, because who hasn't heard their name called yet? Seth Hernandez, who is number 3 by consensus. But let's talk a little bit about Doyle before we get another pick here. Probably the sharpest riser in the cycle if you go from beginning of the year to now. Pitched at 3 different schools, Tennessee this year. People have dinged his delivery a little bit for being kind of effortful. But it's like a legit freak fastball, 20 inches of ride that sat at 97. Also kind of a slider and a cutter. Earlier in the season, he had some challenges sustaining velo later in starts, but he posted in the SEC 245 FIP, 42.6% K rate. That was absolutely dominant, and an 8.1% walk rate and 95 innings of work. That's not quite to that level, but that's kind of like Chase Burns, Hagen Smith levels of dominance. So a really interesting pick for the Cardinals there at 5, which puts on the clock the Pittsburgh Pirates at 6. Jeremy, what are you thinking here?
I mean, they got to take Jamie Arnold, right? Like
am I behind? Or because I only see 4 picks.
Yeah, dude, you're way behind. You're live with the production, but you're not live with
you're not live with us.
Yeah, Jamie Shams over here.
Yeah.
So Liam Doyle is going to go 5 to the Cardinals. Holiday went 4, and Tyler Bremner went 2. Did you see that one, Theo?
Yep. Yeah. Okay, so, I'm catching up.
So by consensus, the 3rd, 4th, or the 4th, 5th, and 6th players are all still available, and the rumors all along were like, and maybe it's obviously people don't know what's going on. Mm-hmm. So the what makes the most sense to the casuals like us is that
I've been missing for a year now. Oh my God! Thank you, Joseph. I love this.
The casuals would suggest that Paul Skeens needs some help, and the Pirates should take a pitcher. And Jamie Arnold, in my opinion, would make the most sense here. But Hernandez.
What about Hernandez? Dude, the Pirates, if they've done a good job with anything, it's been pitching development. I don't think you can count Skeens there. But guys like Bubba Chandler, they've done well with some preps before. Who, by the way, still hasn't made a Major League debut.
That's insane.
He got kind of knocked around here recently, right?
Yeah, for like 2-3 starts, but he's
still got an ERA under like 3.50, and he's been striking
done
out a lot of guys. Yeah,
he's done at AAA. Okay,
Hey,
we're waiting.
Before we leave the Paul Skeens topic, Theo, were you able to pick out Livy Dunn in the stands on
no,
Friday?
I wasn't looking for her.
It's a lie.
No, I wasn't. I'm sure she's probably here, and they'll put her on, and they did. So, since I'm getting caught up, and we're only 5 picks into this thing, and now I remember how to stay on top of this and get caught up to speed. Out of the top 5 that we have, who's been the most surprising pick so far?
Well, Bremner.
100% Bremner. He was consensus, what, 11? No. 13. That's ridiculous. Yeah, Bremner is definitely the surprise so far of the draft. Yeah, back to the Pirates real quick here before they pick. I mean, they're in a great situation now, surely. Like, you have a kind of 3, you could literally pick from any demographic. You could take the top college hitter on the board in Iva Arquette. You could go pitcher, either prep or college, and be really happy with your choice in Jamie Arnold or Seth Hernandez, or you could take whoever your top ranked prep infielder is, whether that's Billy Carlson, JoJo Parker. There's a ton of interesting options here. So this is going to be interesting for the Pirates because they've really kind of lucked out just in terms of how things have broken in front of them. They really have a choice of a guy from any demographic that they want. And I think we could line them up and say, oh yeah, sure, that makes sense. So I'm going to be fascinated to see what they do. Ryan says MLB Network showing Cal Ripken highlights. Yeah, what are we doing?
That sounds correct.
Sounds like Harold Reynolds is on one already.
Yeah,
Harold Reynolds, guys.
I'm not engaging in that. I'm waiting for this Pittsburgh pick. I'm looking for more chaos.
You mentioned all 4 demographics and taking the top guy, but also what's very popular in this draft is taking something different.
Evidently.
There's 4 demographics. We have the best guy in each demographic, but let's take somebody entirely different.
So we've got Hernandez, who's consensus 4, Jamie Arnold, who's consensus 5, Arquette, who's consensus 6.
And Fangraphs has the Pirates taking Ike Irish. So, and that's kind of like that's like the Henry Davis thing, right?
I think if you are taking Ike Irish at 6 underslot, I have some questions. Unless you're absolutely convinced that he can stick a catcher, which certainly nobody in the industry seems to be. But you're taking, if you're not convinced of that, a kind of lock corner bat who has really good adjustability in his swing, but also quite a bit of in-zone swing and miss at 6. I personally would not be a fan of that pick. If I was
okay, but here's the part that we don't know enough about. Like, there's not a ton of time in between. So if you're working on pre-draft deals with who you believe is going to be available at 6, that's turned upside down right now. And do you have enough time to work a different angle? Like, how much pre-work is being done on this? Where if you're like, well, geez, Hernandez or Arnold or whoever's going to be gone. And I think at this point, Bremner's really the only guy that's gone in the top 5 that maybe we didn't see going in the top 5. But if they had someone that they were convinced was gonna be an underslot guy at 6, and they've already worked that out, how much changes because Jamie Arnold's still available? You didn't think that, or Arquette's available? You didn't think that. That's where this becomes kind of it's hard to speculate. And I would think if they were confident that they were taking a guy at 6 that they really liked and get him under slot, that nothing's changed at this point with the board going the way it's gone. With that being said, Jamie, who are you taking at number 6 for the Pirates? I would take Arnold.
We already know it's Seth Hernandez. They're taking Seth Hernandez at 6.
So mocks have had that.
Look, I think if you are the Pirates, your organization is in such a bad spot that you can lean into that type of prep.
All right. Yep. Seth Hernandez is official to the Pirates per Joy Doyle.
you can lean into that prep righty risk tolerance when your organization is so poor more comfortably than other teams. Pirates are also the benefiters of usually having good capital in terms of both picks and money. So I guess my question for the Pirates is, and this isn't something that you answer from the draft, but just in general, in terms of running their org, where are they getting offense from? Like, where are you getting bats from ever? Because they do a good job of developing arms. We just saw them for 3 games at Target Field against a Twins team that isn't really that good, and their offense is just terrible, and they don't have a ton of help.
Yeah, their offense came from like retread free agents, Tommy Pham.
This is what I'm trying to say about the Pirates. I agree.
Sure.
What do you think of the Hernandez fit, though, Jeremy? Do you think is that make sense in terms of things they do well? Do you think there should be more urgency in terms of putting guys around Skeens that look at Ben Charrington looking smug? Guys around Skeens that can help him win, because you have I don't like to use the word generational. You have an outstanding ace caliber pitcher who's up in the majors and has, I know it's a ridiculous stat, but has like a 4-10 record this year with like a 1.96 ERA. I just I have to feel like that's incredibly frustrating for him, but I guess they don't care. But there seems to be very little effort to kind of build a meaningful competitive team around him.
Yeah, and that's, I guess, if the Pirates are operating under the assumption that they don't have to do anything with Paul Skeens for 5 more years, Seth Hernandez might be able to help, right? And that's the thing, like ARB eligible, and then free agent eligible 6 years. So they can operate with no sense of urgency. But when you're Paul Skeens, do you want to stick around for 6 years?
Right. Let's do the Seth Hernandez scouting report real quick. Top prep pitcher in the class, and this is not a strong prep pitching demographic in my opinion. There's several guys in the 30 to 50 range who are interesting, but Hernandez is kind of on an island in terms of guys at the top of this class. 6'4", 190, right-handed, fastball will sit mid-90s, has been up to 100. Ridiculous changeup. I think his changeup is like the 1A to Tyler Bremner's 1B in terms of best in the class. Just a ton of fade. Really good separation from his fastball. Also has a curveball here. Good affinity for spin. Some people have made comments about the fastball shape, but I do recall people saying that about Paul Skeens once upon a time. But I mean, he is just like a classic prep power pitcher with a ton of projectability there in an albeit super risky demographic in prep righties that have a pretty high flame out rate.
So now we get to the Marlins at 7.
Yep.
The rumors said that they'll go the prep route.
Gotta be now.
So they have options with I would think that both Parker and Carlson are right for the picking, right?
Yep. You've got, just to run down where we have our board right now, you've got Jamie Arnold, consensus 5, Iva Arquette, consensus 6, Billy Carlson's the next prep shortstop up. He's at 8. Kyson Witherspoon, who's the highest ranked prep righty in this class, at 9. JoJo Parker at 10. Ike Irish at 11. So any of those guys in play for the Marlins. We speculated on some of our mocks about how they've done a good job typically developing prep pitching, but that was a different administration that took Thomas White, Noblemeyer, and those guys. We've got Peter Bendix running the show now. So fascinated to see what the Marlins do. If they're in on prep bats and that rumor is true, this could not have broken better for them because there are a number of really good options. And we are trickling down towards picks in the teens for teams who we care more about. And the Blue Jays, Jeremy, who are coming up here at 8. And I would imagine have to be pleased with how this draft has gone too, given that the hot rumor for the Blue Jays is that they're considering either college pitchers or prep bats also.
Right. Yeah, and there's I mean 3 really good names, 3+ really good names for them at 9.
Yep.
Excuse me, at 8, and then the Reds, who've just been known to take the guy that falls, and they're I mean,
They're
Arquette
well
to the
positioned
Reds
to
today.
do so. Dude, can you
Yeah.
imagine a left side of the infield of Iva Arquette and Ellie De La Cruz? That has to be like the tallest left side of the infield ever. I'd love someone to tell me what is the tallest cumulative height of a left hand side of the infield. Because how tall is Ellie? 6'5"?
I think he's 6'5", and Arquette is listed at 6'5".
Love it.
That's almost 13 feet of
A
infielders.
13 feet of power hitting infielders. Let's go. I'll be really interested to see what Seth Hernandez's bonus looks like and what the Pirates are able to do later. I'm guessing they're going to get some strong reviews from this draft for some strong reviews in this draft for kind of how things fell in their lap with the Hernandez pick. But Marlins, this is really a little bit of a lottery in terms of new administration or a new front office making this pick. So we're going to learn a little bit about how they approach this process for the first time. Get antsy.
And everything slows down to a stop here at pick 7.
Let's speculate. What would it take for a Skeens trade before Hernandez is ready?
What would it take?
Yep.
Get taller, Theo. It would take a ton.
Well, yeah.
Chat, I want your best Paul Skeens trade packages for 2
It
years
won't happen
from
this
now.
year. Yeah, maybe next year. I'd say next year, honestly.
Jose Miranda
Cody.
plus. Let's go. Jose Miranda plus. Steep.
That's great. I mean, let's because there hasn't been a pick here for the Twins to get this done, right? It starts with
Good call, Josiah. Thanks. That's a note on the Marlins. Sorry, it's got across you, Jeremy.
it starts with Pavel's got to be involved, right? Another starting pitcher has to be involved. Top prospect, Walker Jenkins has to be involved.
100%.
So, and that's just scratching the surface here. So if you're talking Pablo, Olber, Jenkins, probably more pitching. It's going to take 6 major league ready players, right? I mean, it has to.
I can't even. This is why I admire people who write content or create content that's like feasible about putting together trade proposals, because I just can't. I cannot do it in a credible way. I think it's so challenging. Like I can't even wrap my head around any organization putting together a Paul Skeens trade package. I just see them on.
So Joe Ryan instead of Pablo. I mean, you're talking Ryan, Olber, Jenkins, Keishel.
Yeah.
And then
a lot.
Another and probably, well, I was going to say one of their pitching prospects, but they're kind of dinged up right now, and probably lottery tickets. That's maybe what the Pirates need. They need a Herschel Walker trade to get better.
All right, dude. So we've got the Miami Marlins pick. The pick is in. It is not a prep bet. The Miami Marlins are selecting Oregon State shortstop Iva Arquette at number 7 overall. Iva Arquette was number 6 by consensus. 21-year-old, 6'5", 220-pound shortstop out of Oregon State, right-handed hitting and throwing, who transferred over from Washington prior to the 2025 season. Quick scouting report on Arquette before we get your reaction here, Jeremy. Tremendous athlete. Quality of contact is kind of the driving force of this profile. 90th percentile exit velocity of 107 miles per hour. That's kind of 90th percentile plus in D1 baseball, max of 113. Decent bat to ball skills, 80% contact rate in 2024, with some good adjustability in that swing too. I think some questions about some swing and miss in zone and chase, and the hit tool in general. Let's see. Sometimes gets a little passive and gets leveraged a little bit in counts, but had a really, really strong 2025 season. And one of the few college bats who kind of stuck in his position on the consensus board throughout the cycle. What's your reaction to the Marlins take in Iva Arquette at number 7?
They're at 7 and they get the best college hitter, right? I mean it would be hard to call that a loss. I think they passed on some upside, obviously, but I don't necessarily love it for the Marlins. I would have went with I probably would have went with Carlson, and I think that's.
Let's go. Thanks, Joseph. Jeremy, we've got another pick to discuss.
Okay.
The Toronto Blue Jays are taking Florida State left-handed pitcher Jamie Arnold at number 8 overall. They were rumored to be in on prep bats and college pitching. Sounds like they are taking Arnold, who held the number 1 consensus spot during the cycle for ever so long a time. He was slightly down on the final board, down to 4th overall. This is a unique look, lower release height, flat approach angle type guy. Really good mover, really good extension. Fastball will sit 93 to 95, touches 97. There's a couple of different variations of his sweeper, which is really nasty and just death to lefties, whiff rate on that pitch is over 40%. He added a split change in the preseason prior to this college season at Driveline. Good delivery, good strike thrower, kind of a polished college starting pitching profile, who you can see being a kind of, I'm going to say like an upper mid rotation guy. I guess the ceiling maybe is a guy who can start a playoff game for you. 84.2 innings in 2025 with a 2.95 FIP, a 33.9 strikeout rate, and a 7.7% walk rate. What are your thoughts on Arnold to the Blue Jays?
Well, great pick as far as the board sets up, right? But now we've gone Blue Jays back-to-back college lefties, and Blue Jays now will have 2 top 100 left-handed pitching prospects. And who seems to be after Joe Ryan?
Hold up. We are getting a Joe Doyle tweet right now saying, hold that thought on the Blue Jays. It might not be Jamie Arnold.
That would be great. I need a U-turn. After I just rattled off his season stats. We need to actually drag this out more.
It's going to be JoJo Parker.
What?
Oh, how about that?
Okay, so either way, we were corrected, prognosticating that they were going after a college arm or a prep bat. Okay, save all the Jamie Arnold thoughts for a couple of picks from now.
Reds have to take it.
Let's talk.
If he gets there.
The Reds are out now.
Let's talk about JoJo Parker. Hold up. JoJo Parker, 9th overall by consensus, 18-year-old out of Mississippi, 6'2", 195 left-handed hitter. Just one of the more well-rounded offensive bats from any prepster in this class. Really, really good adjustable hit tool. Chance to stick at shortstop. I'm going to guess he does not. That's tough to evaluate that infield defense on the prep bats, but that's just my kind of best guess. One of the better hit power combos in this class, and I think one of the prep bats with whom you might feel the greatest degree of certainty. So Jeremy, your thoughts on JoJo Parker, not Jamie Arnold, to the Blue Jays at 8?
Yeah, I think whether it's Parker that you like or Carlson that you like, or if it was one of the prep guys that you liked, it's weird to me because I feel like the college pitching route seemed safer and more like what the Blue Jays needed. And like I said, we don't necessarily draft for need if you're anybody, but you can get a left-handed pitcher up into the majors significantly quicker than you're going to get a prep corner guy. I mean, he's going to have to adjust. But where's the ceiling higher? It's with Parker. I actually didn't have him on my list for the Blue Jays. But yeah, it's a crazy draft at this point.
It is
Uh,
crazy. I
even
need to
though-
know. I need to know what happened there. I need to know what happened with the Blue Jays of taking Jamie Arnold. Hold up, they're taking JoJo Parker.
Yeah. Well, you get one wrong tip, and that's what works. But right now, by consensus, the 5th overall player is still available. The 5th, 8th, and the 9th as we get to the 9th pick.
Okay, 5th, 8th, and 9th. So let's take stock of the board. Never mind. Cincinnati have picked this. I think this counts as a little bit of a surprise, Jeremy. Cincinnati are taking Hewitt Trustville shortstop Steele Hall at number 9. Okay. Let's talk about Steele Hall. We're going down the board a little bit. He is number 19 by consensus.
I think he's 16 here, at least on your board.
Oh, I'm looking at an even more updated version that didn't get published. That's what the discrepancy is.
Fair enough.
Fangraphs published their draft rankings too late, wagging finger. Steele Hall is a reclass, so he's 17, 5'11", 175. This is an interesting profile. I think more likely than JoJo Parker to stick it short. This is like 80 grade wheels, good defense, and some questions about how the offensive profile is going to shake out. I think, Jeremy, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, the Reds have done a lot of kind of opportunism picks, right? So maybe Arnold made sense here. Maybe Irish made sense here. However, they have also stocked up on prep shortstops, most commonly with their comp picks the last couple of seasons. I'm trying to remember the names of their last two guys. Sammy Stafora in 2023. And then another prep shortstop whose name escapes me from 2024. I want to say Tyson Lewis. So it's not necessarily an out of character pick, more so out of order from what they normally do. What are your thoughts on Hall? And you can wax lyrical for a couple of minutes while I quick get up to adjust.
Yeah,
here.
And I like Steele Hall. Didn't necessarily see him going at number 9. I think we all agreed that the fit for him and the Rays made a ton of sense. But as the prep bats start to come off the board, it's not a huge surprise. I guess the biggest surprise for me is that that Steele went over Carlson, and so I can't add this. Maybe I can. So Ryan Top says, at what point do we start assuming that Arnold is going to the Orioles for a big bonus at 19? I guess for me, this is at what point do we think that Billy Carlson is going to the Orioles at 19? Yeah. And so I think they both kind of fit into that category right now. It's a little bit harder to peg who's going to be interested in a college lefty. I think that could literally be anybody. But if Carlson doesn't go by 12, I mean, I would think there's a decent chance he goes to the White Sox here at 10.
I mean, it'd be hard to see him slip any further than he already has. I mean, if you have Jamie Arnold right there, you got to take him. He's top talent left.
Right. So we're talking about this question here. At what point do we assume that Arnold is going to be the guy that's slipping? I'm wondering if it's Arnold or if it's Carlson. I feel like we'll know soon if it's Carlson, because if he doesn't go to the White Sox at 10, the A's at 11, or the Rangers at 12, he's got to be the Orioles guy.
So word on the street on Carlson, thank you. My unselfish team levels of hydration are now coming back to bite me in the draft. Word on Carlson is the White Sox did work him out privately multiple times prior to the draft, which is interesting. I think he is one of the most explicit connections that team has had with a prep bat. So I'm going to say Carlson is the odds-on favorite at 10 for the White Sox. Cue them to pick someone completely different, because I think there has been some speculation linking them to Jamie Arnold too, who was also available.
But isn't that always the rumor that the White Sox are going to take the funky delivery lefty?
Well, but they have a history of doing that though, right? Like Hagen Smith, Noah Schultz.
Yeah, Garrett Crochet, Chris Sale. I mean, all of them. I don't know.
I agree, Gregory. This is like the best name in the class. Steel. That's one of your favorites too, Jeremy. No, Steel Hall.
Yeah, Steel Hall and Crew Schoolcraft.
Great baseball name.
There are some less great names, which I hope they don't go tonight, so we don't have to talk about.
Oh, they're gonna go tonight, buddy, and I know exactly who you're talking about. People are gonna say that you don't like the state of Iowa if you're not careful.
Yeah, we talked about Ankeny. It's a beautiful city.
Thanks, Greg. I feel seen by you.
I don't understand that reference.
Real quick, how did you two? No, you and Greg used to butt heads so much, and like seeing you two get along, it baffles me sometimes.
Maturity. Theo.
Who said we're getting along? Who's or was the butting heads all fake? Or are we the same person?
Well, I know you're not the same.
Greg's never been seen. So
I've seen Greg. You are not Greg.
Okay.
Oh, stop.
White Sox are on the clock here at 10, and then just to preview ahead to where we're going next, the A's, who are all set to select Tyler Bremner at 11, Texas Rangers at 12, Giants at 13, and we'll pause there for right now until we get another pick. We absolutely have entered chaos in round one, though. I think it's fair to say, Jeremy, I'm excited about this and what that might mean for teams that we're really paying close attention to later in the draft.
Yeah.
You're correct on that one, True Blood. He may not be Greg.
I'm ready for more picks. I don't know what the inconsistency is here. What kind of production are we running, Major League Baseball? Let's go. We had two we had like two back to back, and now we're waiting on the White Sox to figure out what they're doing.
Theo popping in and out, it's making me dizzy.
Yeah.
So you feel like the Carlson here is a good bet.
I think Carlson
Arnold?
I'm gonna say Carlson because Arnold is boring, because you're right. That tendency of college lefties with weird slots, or let's put it this way. The White Sox lean into outlier release traits, right? We talked a lot about that with Cade Anderson and Jamie Arnold when we had that debate while we were prepping for the draft. Like, what do you prefer? Do you want outlier release traits, or do you want really polished arsenal and pitch shapes? And that's going to dictate your choice. Arnold, absolutely. Here comes Jeremy's plate of food.
That's a beautiful plate of food.
Honestly, that's a good dinner. Good draft dinner.
That's a great dinner. Oh man, that's sweet corn off the cob too.
Ooh, always good this time of year.
I'm too curious about what's going to happen at 10 though. Did my eyes get real big? Did you see that?
I can't.
They did.
A hand just appeared and handed you a plate from the side. What kind of service is this you're getting? Only 1 hour, 27 minutes in. You might be eating too early, to be honest, though, dude. We're like 10% of the way through the night.
Hey, you know what?
You're gonna need 2 more meals before the night is over.
It's gonna take me a while to eat this too.
Okay. I'm gonna say Billy Carlson at 10 for the White Sox, just because the Jamie Arnold connection is boring. However, that would not surprise. I think that's a logical fit too. Other options, if you're going a little further down the board, the next prep bat available is Kason Cunningham. That's probably, pardon me, the best hit tool on the prep side. And then after that, you're getting into the range of kind of the next tier, I think, of prep bats. Guys like Gavin Feen, Daniel Pierce, and the like, who I don't think are necessarily likely. Other guys you might consider if you're the White Sox here. Kyson Witherspoon is the top-ranked college righty on the board, 9th by consensus. Ike Irish, catcher, outfielder out of Auburn. And then you're getting, I think you're after Irish, you're getting into that second tier of college bats that starts with Gavin Keelan, Wahiva Aloy, Merrick Houston, and a bunch of guys that have been much more concretely linked to teams that are picking in the teens, like the Red Sox, the Cubs, the Twins, and that cluster. Don't let us stop you, Jeremy, from eating your dinner, please.
Yeah, we can
enjoy yourself in this lull.
I don't want to be caught mid-bite when you start asking questions.
as soon as you like pick up a rib, the White Sox are going to pick, and then I'm going to throw you under the bus and say immediately we're going to Jeremy for his reaction to the White Sox.
So the menu is
I can add them.
Yeah, let's hear what you're
maybe call Sloppy Joes. I call them barbecues.
Excuse me.
Barbecues.
Say that again.
You might call them Sloppy Joes. I call them barbecues.
After we talk about the White Sox indeed picking Billy Carlson at Destination Jeremy's dinner.
New show title.
But it sounds like Billy Carlson to the White Sox is the pick. We need to re-cue you calling Sloppy Joe's barbecues. First of all, Sloppy Joe's is a child's meal. You're eating kids' food.
Is it?
Do you have some dinosaur chicken nuggets over there too?
Nope,
and
but I do have
some potato smileys.
Sweet corn off the cob, and baked potato with cheese and sour cream on top.
Not bad.
Okay, I got 2 picks for you back to back, buddy. Billy Carlson is going number 10 overall to the White Sox. Wait, how do I not have a pick at 11 though?
Yeah, why are we getting ahead of ourselves?
It's Arnold 11.
Arnold is going 11 to the Athletics.
It's a typo.
And guess what? Straight to the majors. straight to a minor league park.
Yeah, I was about to say. Unless they're on the road.
Okay. Carlson is locked in. Let's talk about him real quick before we talk about Arnold. So Carlson this is actually great. This is draft history that we're witnessing. This is the first time in the history of the draft that 2 high school teammates have been selected in the top 10 of the first round. This is awesome. So Billy Carlson is the best defensive shortstop in this draft class by quite a wide margin for my money. Can make all the throws. It's a plus arm. He's been up to like 95, 97 on the mound. He can do it all on the diamond. He is a lock to stick at short. Wiry frame, kind of projectable prep hitter. There's questions about just like any prep hitter, right? Like, what is the offensive profile going to look like? It's really good bat speed. There's absolutely some pop there. The kind of popular consensus seems to be that there's going to be some swing work ahead for Carlson. But if you're the White Sox, this is like let's make a comp, Jeremy. This might be like a Dansby Swanson type outcome that you're hoping for from someone like Billy Carlson, right? Who at his best is like a good defensive shortstop in the majors, 20 home run pop, et cetera, et cetera. So Carlson to the White Sox. What do you make of that pick before we talk about Arnold quick?
Yeah, I like that pick for the White Sox.
Yeah.
The top note I had for Chicago was prep shortstop. So it checks out, and it'll be interesting to see how well the White Sox do with this development.
Yep.
How quickly they get him there, and then turn the page to the A's.
Yep. I like that pick for the White Sox, just that it does buck that tendency of the college release traits left-handed pitcher, which they've done really well with, like historically. But the White Sox need hitters and hitting prospects in order to get less terrible. So this makes a ton of sense. Okay, we're getting picks thick and fast. We're gonna go past. We're gonna skip past the A's selecting Jamie Arnold because we already talked about Jamie Arnold and his profile. And I think what we can do is just say, hey, the A's didn't get Bremner, but they did get a college pitcher. So Arnold makes sense. That's a great value pick. The Rangers at number 12 are taking one of my favorite bats and options for the Twins and or Brewers later in the draft. They are taking Great Oak High School shortstop / third baseman Gavin Feen. I liked Feen a ton. 6'3", 200, super physical. A chance for above average hit and above average power. Is a little bit of a weird swing, but if you rewind to summer 2024, he was the best prep hitter in the country against all the best prep pitching in the entire country. So the Rangers leaning into prep bats here. This was rumored to be the case. They were potentially in on Casey Cunningham. They were potentially in on Steele Hall, not available in this iteration. And now suddenly, if you're a team in the middle of the first round like the Red Sox, like the Twins, like the Cubs, who are kind of model driven with their draft process, and you're interested in prep bats, your list is getting much, much thinner. And I think we're going to see a little bit of a run on college hitters in the next few picks. Jeremy, what do you make of that pick by the Texas Rangers taking Fiend a little bit ahead of consensus there?
Yeah, but I think the idea was that the Rangers were going to take one of these prep hitters, right?
Mhm.
And so the list that I had for the Rangers was Parker, Hall. I mean, Pierce was on that list, and Fiend. Pierce is still available, but I think they were really all about Parker, and he wasn't available. So the thing that's interesting is, like you said, run on college hitters. Ike Irish still being available at 13 is the biggest upset of what's yet to come.
I'm going to bet you right now that he's going to the Giants at 13. That's been a steamy connection. A steamy connection. I need to choose my words more carefully.
You read too many of the books my wife reads. Because I think she just read that book.
Steamy connection. That's been a long rumored connection. How about that? Better. Let's walk through the next couple of picks because we're speeding up a little bit now, right? I need to clear my notifications. Jesus. So the Giants are up at 13, then Tampa Bay Rays at 14, Red Sox at 15, Twins at 16. So we're getting into the teens now. If you're a Cubs fan, after the Cubs have picked, we're gonna get Matt Trueblood on here to talk and give his reaction to the selection the Cubs made. That one's been kind of long rumored to be Wahiva Aloy, but we're gonna see how things shake out a little bit ahead of him.
And that's probably about the time that I'll enjoy my barbecues.
Must be nice.
And, you mean Sloppy Joe's?
Hey, you call them whatever you want.
Yeah.
But I will say, I've been reading the chat over here. I live in Wisconsin. I go often to Minnesota. There are far more Minnesota license plates driving through Wisconsin than there are Wisconsin people driving through Minnesota.
That is
so
true.
You take that for what you want.
So that just means you guys think you're better than everybody?
No, it means that the land of 10,000 lakes, those lakes aren't good enough for the Minnesota people. They got to come to those Wisconsin lakes.
I see.
And hang out. So I think you just did that, didn't you, Jamie?
Did I do what? Go to Wisconsin?
You did some camping in
No, you're
Wisconsin?
mistaken. That was last year, dude.
Around draft time?
It was around draft time. That was fun. I want to go back. But that was on the far north. You told me where it was. You were like, you're in the middle of nowhere. That was like the northeastern part of the state, I want to say. I forget the name.
With lakes? There was lakes?
There was lakes. It was fun.
Yeah. So people do. They come to Wisconsin to vacation.
That's true.
Okay. So we got San Francisco Giants up at 13 on the clock here. Jeremy, any deviation from my Ike Irish makes a ton of sense here. Pick for the Giants. Buster Posey running the show now in the Giants organization. Any other names you would consider a possibility here? Obviously, there's a ton they could take. Anyone else you feel inclined?
Well, I mean, I always was making the connection with Schoolcraft just because they've done that. Irish, I think, does make a ton of sense. You in our last mock, you did you took Pierce here for the Giants.
Yep,
I believe. And Witherspoon, best. That's right. The best player available by consensus.
Yep.
Number 9 also makes some sense. So I think
did Witherspoon not drop in our mock draft last week a little bit?
He did. He dropped significantly. In fact, he went 21st to the Astros.
There you go. There you go.
So yeah, we are getting to that part of the draft where we're going to see some tumbling, and it's we talked about like what are the Orioles going to do with all that money? And so the two names that we had kind of mentioned, Arnold and Carlson, have now gone off the board.
So much for the Orioles. Paying people down is a myth.
Is it though? I mean, the Astros did it pretty well when they took Bregman and Tucker and Cameron, who were all like projected to go top 6. Cameron didn't turn out to be great, but do you have a pick for us?
Nope.
Still sitting here waiting for the Giants.
The TV is making the Rangers pick right now.
We got one of our viewers who may or may not have been here when you were talking about JoJo Parker. It's a way to phrase it, so
harsh.
Indulge them, if you will.
We are fans of JoJo Parker in this parish. I think it's fair to say. I think like, okay, so with prep bets, right? What you're talking about. Okay, we got to pick. So we're gonna have to pause on that question. The Giants are not taking Ike Irish. They're taking Tennessee shortstop Gavin Keelan. I say shortstop generously. They're taking Tennessee infielder Gavin Keelan, who is originally a Wisconsin boy. Jeremy will tell you exactly where he's from. Let's talk about Keelan a little bit, though. A very twinsy profile here, in my opinion. 21 years old, 5'11", 190 left-handed hitting. Middle infielder, almost certainly think he's going to be a second baseman. Did play some shortstop this year for Tennessee, but I don't think he's particularly suited to it as a pro. Really good hit tool. End zone contact rate north of 90%. He traded some of that in 2025 for a little bit more pop. His power is kind of fringy. It was a 104 mile per hour EV90 and a 108 max, which is improved from 2024, but certainly kind of fringe average as a pro. But he's just an excellent hitter. He ended 2025 with a 357, 441, 671 line, 15 home runs, 139 WRC plus, walked 12% of the time, and struck out just 11% of the time. I wrote a high-floored, versatile middle infield profile as a pro. Jeremy, what are your thoughts on Keelan to the San Francisco Giants at 13?
I mean, that's probably the high range that we ever had on him.
I agree.
So, because of that, I would consider that a little bit of a surprise. But as like Irish falls, right, and as Witherspoon falls, we always knew there was going to be a guy that fell, right, just for whatever reason. Having the Orioles have what they have money wise adds a little bit more of a variable to that. I don't dislike the pick at all for them. I think he's going to be a good hitter. But yeah, he's not going to stay a shortstop.
Let's put it this way, though, on Keelan. If I'm a team picking in the teens, which I guess this is technically, Keelan is the college bat from this supposed run of college bats we're expecting that I think is probably the safest choice. One of the ones I would be most comfortable with. I think you can make a strong argument that Wahiva Aloy is maybe the highest ceiling of the college bats in this run, but Keelan is one that you can probably feel comfortable is going to be a contributing major leaguer sooner than later, someone who should move relatively quickly. So let's take stock of where we're at. And this is an interesting comment, Jeremy, for you to speculate on for just a second. Twins may have a shot at a top college arm at 16 if Witherspoon is still available. That is an interesting thought. Picks coming up here. We've got the Rays at 14, the Red Sox at 15, and then the Twins at 16 and the Cubs at 17. Top names still available on the board. Let's see. Kyson Witherspoon, number 9 by consensus, still available. Ike Irish, 11th by consensus. Kason Cunningham, 12th by consensus. And then Wahiva Aloy, 15th. And then you're getting into Gage Wood, Merrick Houston territory. Jeremy, any guesses from you about what the Rays would do? They were super connected to prep bats in the build-up to the draft. Steele Hall was the buzzy name that everyone expected to go to the Rays. Not so. What's your best guess here?
Well, Witherspoon was a name that I had down.
Okay.
Bremner, Witherspoon, Hall, 2 of those 3 are gone. We stopped Hernandez's slide at 14 in our mock. That is an excellent question if the Orioles are buying down Irish.
I'm so interested to see what the Orioles are doing.
I think if Irish, I could see Irish going here or Boston, really any of the next 4 picks. But if he doesn't, it makes a ton of sense that he could last until 19. There's that guys that if you would have told me that this was the way the top 13 was going to shake out in any order, like these are the 13 guys that were going to be gone, I would have really thought Ike Irish would have gone in the top 13. Beyond that, though, I mean, that to me is the biggest surprise. Witherspoon still being available is not super surprising in my opinion.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
well,
Here's another conspiracy theory for you while we wait for the race. Ike Irish is one of the only top prospects in this draft class to not submit his medicals.
we got the pick.
Who was the race taking? A prep infielder, I bet.
Yep, the one that I was hoping was going to fall to the Twins.
Pierce?
Daniel Pierce.
Okay, let's talk about Daniel Pierce and why he doesn't make sense for the Twins as a 19-year-old prep infielder. I'm just kidding. We like Daniel Pierce a lot. 19 years old, 6'1", 180, right-handed hitting, shortstop out of Mill Creek High School in Georgia, committed to the University of Georgia, played for his dad, who was a coach, his high school coach, I believe. If you want to simplify the prep infield profiles, Pierce is like maybe the best all-rounder, right? So I think behind Billy Carlson, the best defender of the group, really strong chance to stick it short, smooth actions, good lateral movement, plus arm. The bat isn't as loud, solid bat to ball and pure hitting skills, a good eye, a good approach. The question is going to be, what does the power look like? He's also a plus runner, right? So if we go through the tools and is like maybe like less exciting or appealing as some of the supplementary tools might be to folks, if you're looking at ways that orgs accrue value from a player, Pierce is going to check the following categories: defense for sure, run for sure, hitting for sure. The one question is power. And so again, kind of using that rationale, Pierce is maybe one of the more high floored prep infield prospects in this class. And so that's interesting. That's interesting that he went to the Rays at 14. What are your thoughts there, Jeremy?
I mean, I like Daniel Pierce as a prospect. So him going at 14, I think Steele Hall was obviously the name that you were always connecting to the Rays. He was gone. And that was kind of the end of, well, I guess Case and Cunningham, but we've kind of run out of prep infielders, right?
Yep.
And that was
sorry.
What do you got?
Red Sox are taking Oklahoma right-handed pitcher Kyson Witherspoon with the 15th pick, which puts the Minnesota Twins on the clock. We'll come back to Witherspoon in a minute, but I want to preview some Twins options because they're one of the teams we're obviously most focused on. Ike Irish is on the board, Jeremy, for the Twins, as is Case Cunningham. That's 11th and 12th by consensus. You've got Wahiva Aloy at 15th. Gage Wood at 17, Merrick Houston 18, Xavier Nyans at 21. Any favorites for the Twins? They're in a interesting position and they could go a bunch of different routes here, demographics wise.
With the board set the way that the board is, my top preference would be Ike Irish, which I didn't think I would ever say, but that would be my preference. Even though they've drafted the least amount of left-handed hitters out of any team in like the last 10 years. That's a real thing. Aloy would be a Twinsy type pick with the bat. Merrick Houston's been connected. I don't love that. And if they're going to go the prep route, I do like Xavier Nyans. But I guess we'll see.
Theo, you want to throw True Blood up here if he's in the studio? Oh, there you are.
Yeah,
hi, man.
He's right here.
Hey.
How you doing, buddy?
Not too bad.
Welcome.
Spent the morning scouting the class of 2031. It's looking good.
There you go. You're here just in time. So Twins and Cubs pick back to back, man. So thanks for taking time to join us. We appreciate it.
I really have nothing to add, but I'm happy to be here. You guys,
you'll have something to add when we have picks to talk about.
I thought maybe you'd want to talk about meat and barbecues during the draft.
Oh my God.
That's for the comment section, Jeremy. I'm a professional here on the actual video screen.
Okay. My bad.
Yeah.
Alrighty. I gotta think Ike Irish is a really strong possibility here for the Twins at 16. Casey Cunningham is interesting. He's older for the class, but it's a plus hit tool. It's a very hitterish profile. Eloy's been linked more explicitly to the Cubs. Some of the other college options available for the Twins, Merrick Houston, Brendan Summerhill, Jace Laviolette, I don't like as much. Josh Hammond and Xavier Nyans are the two highest ranked preps on the board. I think Nyans is the one that we've heard steam to the Twins on massive power, good approach at the plate, some swing and miss and some hit tool questions, and probably a third base profile. So that feels like a little bit more of a risky pick. If you're Twins inclined, go ahead and put your preference for a Twins pick in the chat so we can see who and what it is that people are advocating for before we get confirmation here in the next few minutes of who they're going to take. Josiah says Casey Cunningham. I like this. For the confusion, it will cause with Kalen Culpepper for the next 10 years. Love that.
They did draft a high school out of the state of North Carolina. So does that, like 2 years ago, and they've taken first round picks out of North Carolina twice, like in the last 10 years. With Hammond being another.
Oh, I love Hammond. Hammond's also been a steamy pick to the Cubs as of earlier this morning. If you are of the inclination that the Cubs lean into the kind of like heavy athletic traits, Hammond is a really good kind of power speed option of the remaining.
Hammond, son of a coach. Like these are things that they've done.
Greg says Irish or Jace, do it.
Those are two very different things.
Those are two very different things.
Mm-hmm. Irish feels very like that's what the Twins like to do in this range of the first round, right? Just let most of the questions lie on the defensive side, and you feel pretty good about the bat, both in terms of hit and power. I mean,
yep. I don't think we could have expected Irish to be here in all likelihood. Like we had rumors of underslot deals as high as like 2 to the Angels. There was a strong connection with Cincinnati as a like if he falls type of guy. And so I think if they take Irish here, you have to both feel good about the profile, as you said, Matt, but also you have to feel really good about the value there, in my opinion, of just this is the number 10, 11 player by consensus. This is, like you said, it's a really solid college hit power blend in which there are not many college bats that look like this in this class. It really was Iva Arquette, kind of 1A, Ike Irish 1B, and then a decent step down before all of these guys that were kind of purportedly going to be available in the middle of the teens here. So
do you guys feel like you can play the outfield, or is he,
he's a good athlete. He's definitely a good athlete. He's above average legs for a catcher or someone who's played the catcher position. He absolutely has enough arm to play right field. Like he's got a bazooka, not like Matt Wallner level, but like a really good arm. And so I think if they do take him, I think the approach, right, might be you do what they do with the rest of their lower level catching prospects, which is he catches 3 times a week. He plays outfield and DH to rest the legs, all that good stuff. Cody Showman says, I'm guessing Eloy. That'd be another interesting fit. A lot of chase in that profile, and I think some questions around the hit tool, but maybe the highest upside possibility for a college bat pick. Lou Hennessy says Levi Michael. Let's go.
That's a deep cut, that's for sure.
What is the year on Levi Michael, Jeremy?
I think he was 2011.
Yeah.
Seriously, it's been that long?
Yeah.
That was the famous draft class where like everybody got a major leaguer, and most of them a good one. And the Twins got Levi Michael.
Nothing.
Someone should do a deep dive on my Twitter and find me up to the pick saying anybody but Levi Michael, like minutes before.
Is that what you said? 2012, Greg says. We're a year off.
Yeah,
sure
I was like
2011.
Anybody but Levi Michael was my
2012. They picked a guy named Byron Buxton and then Jose Maria. So I don't think that was the Levi Michael year. Yeah.
Yeah. Greg. Presumably Greg.
Wimmers, yeah, we'll go Big 10.
What was he? Ohio State, Wimmers?
Yeah, he was a good dude.
Wow, the longest break before the
Yep.
Twins pick. Let's go.
They just would.
No,
They were
'cause no one
busy in the
cares?
draft bunker all week at Target Field, as they like to call it.
That they were. We got the classic Doogie Wolfson and Sean Johnson interview at the beginning of the
Yep.
week, which I really enjoy.
Yeah.
So it was 20 minutes of Doogie trying to press for an answer and not getting one. Because Sean would be a good politician. He's very good at sidestepping questions.
What if they take Irish and then they do turn him into a catcher? It's like a Jeffers situation.
No. Wow.
He'll never
Okay.
catch.
It is
Anyway.
not Irish. The Twins are selecting Wake Forest shortstop Merrick Houston at 16.
Wow.
Your thoughts, Jeremy? Live reaction. I can see disappointment in your face. Not a fan.
Well, we talked about this today. I wasn't a big fan of when the Twins were tied to Jacob Wilson, and then the A's took him, and he turned out to be okay. Merrick Houston was not my favorite prospect in this draft, and I think we've said it enough that we've given the Twins the benefit of the doubt because they've done such a good job.
Mhm.
Would I have gone that way? I would need significantly more information to suggest reasons to go that way. So why don't you tell us all about it? I'm gonna turn my camera off here because I'm gonna get this article posted and I'm gonna eat my food and listen to it.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about Merrick Houston. So 21 years old, 6'3", 190, righty shortstop. Out of Wake Forest. He was kind of an unheralded recruit who started right away for Wake Forest as a freshman. Good defense, certainly a good mover at shortstop. Soft hands, good internal clock, all of the things that you look for. Maybe one of the better defensive shortstop profiles in this class, certainly on the college side. I don't think he's Billy Carlson level. This is a hit over power profile, absolutely. Like last year, when we were talking about Case and Cunningham, I did it already. When we're talking about Kalen Culpepper, we talked a lot about like we're not sure what the power is going to look like. I do not think there is. It's like 40 grade power with Houston, maybe. It's really outstanding bat to ball skills, and it's a really good approach. Let's see. Exit velocities in terms of the impact, you're looking at like 104 mile per hour kind of max, and that's really light, even though he added some weight and added some impact. He played really well this year. Finished with 354, 458, 597 line. That's an OPS over 1,000, 15 home runs, and identical strikeout and walk rates. 15.4% strikeout rate, 15.4% walk rate. So if you think it's above average hit tool, above average run, above average defense, and a plus arm, you're really looking at one below average tool. And so this feels like a very safe, I don't really like that word, but it feels like a very safe pick based on where the Twins are kind of picking. Matt, what are your thoughts on Houston and the fit here for the Twins?
Yeah, probably I should have weighed this possibility more heavily. I was surprised by it, but it makes, there are some echoes of Culpepper or even of Brooks Lee or Luke Keeschel here. It's that kind of blend of athleticism, balanced skill set. It's not crazy upside, but if you fish for crazy upside in the middle of the first round, you accept a lot of flaws. And this way you don't really have to accept those flaws. You set a higher floor. Mm-hmm. It's interesting. I think they're collecting a certain profile that, we always say you can't have too many shortstops, and you can't. But also, if you say that because everybody's a shortstop at the high school level or, in college even, and really shortstop can mean a lot of different things. They're starting to collect a bunch of guys for whom shortstop, in that being what they played at the amateur level, meant kind of the same thing. It all kind of meant a guy who can play a good solid shortstop, who's not crazy tools. He doesn't have a clear move to second, move to third, and morph into a different kind of player down the road thing. So
yep.
Yeah, it's interesting. It risks redundancy, but it also gives you more chances to get that right in the big way. You know, the upside in this kind of profile is just one of them plays way to the right end of their spectrum of possibilities, and the rest are still useful little players.
Yep. We will come back to Merrick Houston and do some more digging, but we also have a Cubs pick to discuss. It's already been made. It is not Wahiva Aloy at 17 to the Cubs. It is a teammate of Merrick Houston, and that is Wake Forest outfielder Ethan Conrad.
Yeah.
Which is a fascinating pick for the Cubs. So let's talk a little bit about Conrad, and then True Blood, we're going to get your reaction to this pick too. Here, I got to scroll here for a second. Pardon me. Conrad, here's the kind of, I'm going to give you the ding on the profile prior to discussing all of the merits. And the ding was that he missed a good majority of the season through injury, unfortunately. So he had a labrum injury and subsequent surgery, which put him out for the majority of the season right as conference play was kicking off. So Conrad is a 21-year-old outfielder, 6'4", 215, left-handed hitting and throwing, major league frame, and like athleticism is off the charts. It's a good looking swing, at least from this seat. He only played 21 games, but he had already hit 7 home runs in those 21 games. Some of the better tools and athleticism, I think, in the entire college class. He also had a strong Cape track record and production. And that's relevant because his first 2 collegiate seasons he played at D2 at Marist, and then only had the 21 game sample at Wake Forest. But True Blood, your thoughts on the Ethan Conrad pick for the Cubs?
You and I talked about him a couple of weeks ago. I had heard his name connected to the Cubs, and it does not surprise me at all. So first of all, the Cubs love a guy who plays well on the Cape. We know that. It doesn't surprise you in that way. It also, I don't want to overplay this. It's not a comp of the player, but a comp of how you seek out value. I mean, they traded for a guy 4 years ago this month who wouldn't have been available to them except he had suffered a major shoulder injury that had his stock down. And that was Pete Crow Armstrong. And when it was mentioned to me, and this is why I sort of maybe downplayed slightly just how likely it was that they were actually going to go this route, because it sounds a little bit facile on the surface. But yeah, I mean, Conrad would not have been available at this pick if he'd been healthy all year, unless his performance had gone off the rails. But it sure looked like this was a guy who was climbing probably easily into the top 10. It's that kind of potential tools profile. And now you have to see if all that comes back on the other side of this injury. But they're making a push. You know, they don't get a lot of chances because they have no extra picks basically ever. They're not going to be able to just stack up picks, push somebody down the board, spend a lot, in later rounds. They need to find ways to get a hold of premium talent in the middle of the round. And this is one of those avenues.
Yep. And I think it makes a lot of sense. I feel like there's a trend in Cubs college picks in recent years. It's a college profile, and in that you're getting your relatively quick movement to the majors, but you're also leaning into a college profile with more upside, be that mitigated by injury risk or more risk in a hit tool or a swing makeover, like many thought Cam Smith needed last year. And obviously he's doing well with Houston now, but that pick has borne out. So Conrad to me kind of fits that pattern of yes, college profile, but one with potentially, if he hits, major kind of positive permutations for your organization.
Yeah. It's an interesting gamble.
That it is. Let's get Spencer on here real quick, and we can break down a couple of these picks before the Brewers come up. There he is, Spencer Michaelis, a Brewer fanatic, joining us now as we approach the Brewers pick at 20. How you doing, buddy? Thanks for hanging out.
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, for sure. All right, Spencer, want to get your 2 cents quick on what organizations adjacent to you, either geographically or divisionally, are doing. Your thoughts on Merrick Houston to the Twins at 16, and then Ethan Conrad to the Cubs at 17. Any hot takes on either of those picks?
Yeah, both had been tied to the Brewers a little bit, so definitely have been paying attention to both of them. I like the Conrad pick. I think there's just a lot of upside there. I think coming off the injury, like you guys were just talking about, I think he would have gone a decent amount earlier had he kept up even close to the production he started the season with. Houston's interesting. Like, he was a guy that I said if the Brewers made that pick, I'd be fine with it. Like, it wasn't going to blow me away, but it wasn't going to be something that I was upset about. I think there's very, very good contact skills there. And he does, despite being a college player, have, I think, some frame to grow into still. He's pretty wiry. I think there might be some power, not big power, but some power down the line, and very, very good defender who's going to stick at short as long as that spot's not already, taken up by somebody like Culpepper or somebody like that. But I think both are solid picks. Neither of them, I think the Conrad pick is probably one that I would lean towards in terms of liking a little bit more, but I definitely like both.
We have a Diamondbacks pick, shortstop Case and Cunningham.
That fits. I think that tracks a lot, right? So real quick on Cunningham, because we are coming up on the Brewers and I want to get Spencer's speculation. So Cunningham was the second best player still available by consensus, ranked 12th, older for the class, 19. The Diamondbacks love leading into the diminutive prep profile. Last year it was Slade Caldwell. This year, Cunningham 5'9", 180, but just one of the best hit tools, I think, in this entire class, and probably the best hit tool on the prep side, maybe alongside JoJo Parker. So that's a fascinating pick by the Diamondbacks. Now coming up, we've got the Baltimore Orioles, who have allegedly been saving their money to pull someone down. Wonder who that could be. And then we've got the Brewers coming up here at 20. Spencer, any favorites for you for that pick at 20 for the Brewers? And I will only interrupt you if the Orioles do something interesting here at 19.
Yeah, I mean, I put out a list earlier on Twitter today, like Gavin Feene is gone, Gavin Keelan's gone, but Josh Hammond, I'm a big fan of Josh Hammond. I think that type of profile, just the athleticism. I think he's a third baseman, but I love the athleticism. I think there's potential for a good glove. He's got a very strong arm, obviously, as a two-way guy kind of coming into the year and now focusing more on, it is going to be Irish. That pick just came through. So I'll interrupt you.
No, you're good. Keep going. Keep rolling.
But then I like Slater DeBrun on the high school side of things as well. I think outfield, not the draft for need, but I do think on the outfield depth portion of things on the minor league side for the Brewers, it is lacking. The infield depth is pretty full. There's a lot of infielders right now. And then I like Gage Wood. I mean, Gage Wood is one of my favorite arms in the entire draft. If they took him there, I would be pretty happy with that.
Yep, that'd be exciting. Okay, I got to flip the question for you while we're waiting on the Brewers. Here's Ryan's thoughts here real quick. Increasingly like it's going to be Bodine. I've seen this rumor, and I've seen a lot of folks very uninterested in Bodine at 20. What are your thoughts on that, Spencer? And or if you're not a fan of that potential pick, other guys who you'll be less interested in them taking or have questions or reservations about?
Yeah, I'm not a huge Bodine guy. The receiving's very good. Obviously, he's got a great hit tool, but there's just not much power. I don't think he throws the ball super well, and I don't think he moves very well behind the plate. So some of those things are things the Brewers develop well. They could probably improve the blocking and stuff, but they don't develop power well. That's not something they do very well. So I'm not the biggest fan of him. I think he kind of played down or up to some lower level competition and wasn't great against some of the better competition, though he did have a decent College World Series. Not a big Jace Laviolette guy. Really hoping that is not the pick here. That one just terrifies me from the Brewers' perspective. Jack Bauer is a name they've been tied to, and he kind of scares me. Now, the Brewers are probably an organization who maybe that's a good fit for him of all the organizations he could end up with, but he doesn't throw any strikes. And I know the stuff's really good, but it's just, to me, a guy I would like to see pitch in college and then maybe take a chance on in a couple of years. And then Aloy is the other one that I'm probably lower on than most people. I just worry about the whiff. I know he made some adjustments. Just the approach got better his senior year, but it still scares me off a little bit. But there's definitely more tools there. Of the 4 I just talked about, I think he'd be the one I could swallow, them taking a little bit easier than the others.
Yeah, makes sense. What do you think of Joe's thoughts here? And we speculated a lot on this just in terms of not necessarily here, maybe later, but I don't know that he's going to be available too much later than this. But Andrew Fisher is that power hitting, relatively fast moving college corner profile in the mold of like a Brock Wilken, Blake Burke type. What are your thoughts on Fisher as a possible fit for the Brewers?
Yeah, I mostly looked at Fisher as like a 32 type of guy, but if you go under slot or something at 20, sure, like it makes some sense. I mean, there's definitely power there, but the velocity seemed to give him issues from what I've seen, and I do always worry a little bit about that, especially for a guy who, coming out of high school, I don't worry about those types of things very often, but a guy who played in a big conference, like he saw plenty of velo. It's not a new thing for him, so guys who struggle with that and saw it a decent amount, that's always a bit of a concern for me.
Yep.
But at 32, I would have no real complaints there. I mean, there's a good bat there for sure.
Okay, while we're waiting on this Brewers pick to come through, which I'm anticipating any second, we'll just roll through a couple of names on the board that are still left, just in terms of strictly looking at value. We've got Wahiva Aloy, 15th by consensus, Gage Wood, 17th, off the back of that dominant World Series performance. Couple of prep profiles at 21 and 22. You've got Xavier Nyans, prep infielder out of Washington. Probably a third baseman at 21. Josh Hammond, who Spencer talked about a little bit at 22. Then you've got everyone's favorite Jace Laviolette at 23. Kind of preseason or early season #1 overall player. Brendan Summerhill at 24, an outfielder out of Arizona. Fisher at 25. And then Cruz Schoolcraft, left-handed pitcher / first baseman out of Oregon at 26. How do you feel about the Braylon Payne pick, Spencer, a year down the road? Because I remember sitting with you this time last year, and we're doing exactly the same thing, talking through this list of names, and then we were like, wait, what? They ended up taking someone who was ranked in, I want to say, the 50s on most boards. How are you feeling about that a year down the line?
Yeah, I mean, he's off to a very good start. I think he got back over 800 on his OPS just yesterday with a walk-off homer. So he's picking things up, and he still won't be 19 for another month or so.
Amazing.
Playing very well in low A, and I mean, it's a great athlete. There's more power than there was expected to be, and he's already made some swing changes that I like, or not even swing changes, but more like setup and his stride and just kind of staying grounded better into his swing. So I like the Payne pick at this point. I think it was definitely a surprise, and a guy that honestly I wasn't even looking at all in that moment, and the pick just came through, it looks like. It is Andrew Fisher.
There you go. Okay, Andrew Fisher. Let's talk Andrew Fisher, and I'm going to give Spencer a couple of seconds to collect his thoughts and give a kind of Brewers measured perspective and reaction. But the Brewers take Fisher. This is someone we had speculated quite a bit as a potential fit, and really is starting to fall into a trend of taking these kind of corner, infield, third baseman, first baseman, college power hitters. Fisher, pardon me, I just lost my space here for a second. Okay, here we go. One of the more complete college hitting profiles, in my opinion. Transfer from Ole Miss. 6'1", 200, kind of a physical frame, a really, really good approach, a ton of bat speed here, 113 max EV and a EV 90 north of 106. That was those numbers from 2024. Really, I think answered some questions about the hit tool in 2025. He finished with a 341, 497, 760 line, 25 home runs, a walk rate north of 20%. And a strikeout rate of 14.4% that he trimmed about 5% off of. Not a ton of holes in the swing. His average exit velocity, barrel rate, walk rate, and slugging percentage were all at least 90th percentile in D1 baseball in 2025. It's a damage on contact type driven profile. And I think one of the more one of the college hitting profiles you can feel more confident will hit as a pro and move relatively quickly. So Spencer, with all that in mind, what are your thoughts on the Andrew Fisher pick for Milwaukee?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Brewers have, especially the last couple of years, been aiming to add more power to the system and add a little bit more in just on the corners. Just generally adding power is something they're looking for. And like you said, Fisher hits the ball in the air and he hits it hard. And that's a very good recipe for hitting home runs and hitting extra base hits. And it's a little surprising to me they go back to especially first base, I think is probably,
Yep.
I mean, I don't see any path to third for him really. So 2 years in a row going Tennessee's first baseman, I guess, going with Burke and now Fisher. But no, I mean, I know he lost, I think, a little bit. The max EV was down a little bit this year, but like you said, he dropped the strikeout rate, dropped the whiff rate, and still hit for plenty of power. And I mean, I think, like I said, the one thing that concerns me a little bit is velo, and especially velo up seemed to be a bit of an issue for him when I was looking into him. But I like the bat. I think it's always a little tough when you go first base only this early for me, just to generally be super excited about the pick. But I'm going to guess it's going to be a decent amount under slot, and it'll allow them to do some other things as well. So that's always a fun part of it too.
That was going to be my next question, and I'll leave you with one, Spencer, because we'd love, if you're around, if you want to come back for the Brewers comp pick in about 12 picks time, we'd love to have you back. So my last question for you before we get you off to take a break here is, agreed that that's probably an underslot pick. Are there any fun prep names or any additional guys you care to highlight who you might be angling for with the Brewers' next pick, which is at 32?
Yeah, I guess my concern now is that they might spend on Bauer at 32, and that's the one I'm a little scared they're going to end up paying for. No, I mean, of the names, I like Ryan Mitchell. If he ended up being there, like I could see that being an interesting pick for them. I know that I think they were tied to Josh Owens a little bit, and I like Owens. He's been a riser of late in the draft, so those two are some names maybe they could look at 32. It also wouldn't shock me if they went a little bit more to the college route again. And then I think a lot of the interesting prep players kind of look like more like second round picks, but I'm sure some teams are going to pay to get them a little earlier or not want to risk waiting for them. So I think those are the other two of the ones I hadn't named yet. I will say, like, prep pitching around that time, I'm just not that interested in. Like, Schoolcraft would be a fun one at 32 if they were able to get him there, but I'm not the biggest believer in that one. I think some people really like him, but there's definitely interesting tools. So those are the names I guess I would be looking at if they do go prep at 32.
Right on. Okay. All right, Jeremy, you're back just in time. Brewers took Fisher. We are going to give Spencer a break here and get him back in 10 picks or so to talk about their comp pick here. Spencer, thanks so much for joining us, dude. We'll look forward to seeing you in 45 minutes or so here.
Yep. See you soon.
All right. Thanks, buddy.
So just a couple things, like the Brewers taking Fisher, that's not surprising, right? That's kind of the archetype that we've seen. If it's under slot, the Orioles pick 30th and 31st. And so, yeah, they flex some muscle with like Irish getting him to 19. That's almost guaranteed, right? They're gonna pay him over slot. But who are the two? They're going to get two guys that probably shouldn't be there at 30 and 31.
So I'm going to guess. I'm just going to make guesses just for fun. How crazy is this? What you could do is you could take, depending on how far you can stretch that money, what about Josh Hammond and Xavier Nyans?
Yeah. Or do we think they end up getting
never mind.
Yeah, we got a pick in here.
Xavier Nyans is going to the Astros at 21, so you can forget about that one.
That's a good pick for the Astros.
I agree.
I do really like that pick.
Right in line with his consensus ranking.
But here's the thing, like Aloy dropping.
Interesting.
And you said what's a concern that one of his hit concerns?
Yeah, so Eloy, like a really aggressive swinger, an expansive chase rate, still a pretty high strikeout rate, right? And so we talk often about this kind of, not like magic line, because it's so simple, but like you don't see a ton of hitters taken in the first round with a strikeout rate north of 20%. Eloy's was hovering around there for all of last season, and that's after an improvement already. I think you see some in zone swing and miss. And so just the questions are,
who did we see the Orioles take in the first round last year?
North Carolina center fielder.
With all the swing and miss.
Whose the name? Yeah, and how is that going so far?
Vance Honeycutt.
Poorly.
It's awful. But there are 2 guys right now that we could talk about having extreme some stats here that are Orioles types and nobody else's.
Oops. Here's what I wanted to put up from Cal. I agree with you, Jeremy. Sorry to
Eloy and Laviolette. They could go 30-31.
That would be so interesting. I'm curious to see where the college arms go. Kale is referring to Gage Wood, Riley Quick, and Patrick Forbes. And Gage Wood is really the next guy rankings wise who's in the teens. And then Quick and Forbes really form the kind of cluster of next guys here. Josiah is saying that Cade Anderson and the Mariners already have an agreement.
What's that number?
Josiah, can you tell us in the chat what the number is for Cade Anderson? If you have it, would absolutely be curious.
I'm quickly scrolling and just not getting there.
No, you're great. I can't look at my phone anymore. I think the Astros
8.8 million according to a source, and this is from Daniel Kramer, the Mariners MLB.com beat reporter. So that's 700,000 below slot value.
Yeah.
Okay. So that, I mean,
the Mariners also have 17 million, so they can also do what they want for the rest of the draft too.
Right. So at 35, whoever they can, they're paying an extra almost million potentially to 35. That's going to be late first round money.
Yeah. I want to come back and dig in on the Houston pick a little bit more when we can catch our breath here and touch on some of the numbers. So before we do that, let's preview ahead to who's up next. So the Astros just picked at 21. We've got Braves 22. My guess is Riley Quick, KC 23, Detroit 24, Padres 25, Phillies 26, and then Guardians finish the first round at 27. Any fits or guys you're intrigued by there, Jeremy? Well, I'm trying to dig up some Merrick Houston numbers because we really only got to talk about it for like 2 minutes before we're onto the Cubs already.
Yeah. So as far as fits go, the Braves with the pitcher makes a ton of sense.
Yeah.
Who are you talking with the Royals earlier? Is it something that's already gone?
I don't remember.
Bodine still being on the board,
yeah,
I think is interesting. I know you had talked about, was it Royals Tigers that you had mentioned
for Cruz Schoolcraft? Yep.
I do think there's some prep bats to that 8.8 million. It's a good day to be Cade Anderson.
Yeah, really. Thanks, Josiah. I appreciate that.
But this is the time every draft that gets kind of interesting because it's like, how come they're falling? How come these guys are going higher? Mm-hmm. Nothing really seems to make sense because it's where these teams start to have some extra picks and maybe some extra money. So I think saying the Braves are going to take a pitcher. You say Quick. Is Gage Wood a potential match?
100%. I don't know why I didn't say Gage Wood. I think the only reason Gage Wood slips at this point is if there are concerns about the shoulder. I have some Merrick Houston numbers for Twins folks who are interested, that if you are maybe not a huge fan of the pick or like have some reservations about it, might make you feel a little better. I'm going to give you his percentiles in D1 baseball this year of all qualified hitters. So expected WOBR, 71st percentile, expected slug, 65, so well above average, average exit velocity, 66th percentile. So I recall that scouting report, right, where I was like, this is fringe, very fringy power. Maybe I did him a little bit of a disservice. chase rate 72nd percentile, overall whiff rate 78th percentile, in zone contact rate 87th percentile, K rate 70th percentile, walk rate 86th percentile. So you really are talking about like a high floored offensive profile here. This is someone who walked 15.8% of the time. In zone contact rate was 92.4%. There's not much swing and miss. There's not a ton of chase. It's a good approach. He's going to control the strike zone. He runs well. And so we talked about this before with Daniel Pierce, right? Of like what tools are going to accrue value. Wow, the Braves, that is a shocker in my opinion. The Braves are taking Tate Suthasine out of basic high school in Nevada. That is a little bit of an off-board pick, and we were all predicting pitcher. But Suthasine is 48th by consensus, goes 22nd overall to the Braves. That is the younger brother of the Cubs, I want to say 4th round pick from last year. Really good Ty. Thank you. There's a lot of Suthasines. Ty's the older brother, the younger brother, a little bit more physical, good all-around tools there for the Braves, but certainly going off board for them at pick 22. Casey are on the clock at 23.
So I actually had the Royals with Southsea at 23, tied to them.
Oh,
so
there you
could
go.
it be a thing? And I don't know when the Braves pick again, when the Royals pick. I have a lot of papers in front of me, but not those papers. The Royals pick at 28. So it's like, was this a thing where the Braves, like some other guys, where they could potentially, push somebody? It'd be a tough thing to do when they don't pick for a while. Just
I agree.
Interesting that I'd written his name down at 23, and he goes 22 when he was way off the board.
This is the stupidest name for a high school ever. I remember having this conversation last year when his brother, I was like, really? That's such a Nevada thing. Basic high school. Unserious.
It's probably a town.
Okay. Well, I hadn't thought of that very logical explanation. I'm gonna assume that someone called it that for a reason, and I think it's a horrible name. I don't like it. Okay, Royals are on the clock here. Yeah, I think coming back to the Twins pick, I think you're going to see, I'm looking through some of his numbers, right? Another thing that I think will appeal about Houston is the offensive in college. The offensive numbers are decently platoon proof. There's not a lot of chase, especially against breaking pitches. And so I do think on my first reaction, I maybe undersold his power potential by a tick.
What do you have for exit velo stuff?
His 90th percentile on breaking balls 100.3, fastballs 100.1, against left-handed pitching 101, right-handed pitching 100.5, overall 100.7. So we're talking. It's not great, but it's not terrible. We're talking about when we say not great, right? We're making people think 30th, 40th percentile. This is 65th percentile in D1 baseball. That's not an elite power hitter, but that's someone who's going to run into 15 home runs a year as a pro. That's not the calling card of the profile, though. Just like with our Pierce conversation, we talked about how is he going to accrue value? Well, he's going to get it through defense, speed, on base, hit tool. Kansas City Royals are selecting Sean Gamble, who I took in the mock draft. Got one right.
You did do that. You did that.
Okay.
And Gamble, by consensus, was 36th. So a little down board. So here, one thing to add about Houston, if you just look at pipeline, he will rank as the 5th best player in the Twin system. Does adding a surefire shortstop potentially change Kalen Culpepper's trajectory? You feel confident, as I throw my pen, you feel confident that he will stay at short, Culpepper.
Georgia home runs last year for Miami.
I guess.
Oh.
And just hit one here. Admiration
That's very loud.
and a bomb from Merrick Houston.
Yeah. I mean, Does it change what the Twins try to do with Culpepper? Because
I don't think so, because the timelines are different, right? I think
a year.
I think you get to worry about that problem a different day, because think about what are you going to do with Houston when you get him. He is going to debut quickly. That's the nice thing about college signees, right? You're going to get him in your system right away. He's going to get 30 games, hopefully, before the end of the season. You're going to sign him. You're going to get him down to Fort Myers. So the post-draft meet and greet where everyone wears their name tags, he's going to play 15 games in Fort Myers. And if he's really good, like Culpepper was, they'll put him in Cedar Rapids for 10 at the end of the season. Culpepper, if he keeps hitting the way he's hitting, is going to start 2026 at AAA. Culpepper's hitting 385 at AA. Then you're going to have Merrick Houston starting next year, best case scenario, at Cedar Rapids. And so I guess what I'm saying is, like, I think the timeline you're hoping for is that Culpepper is knocking on the door of the majors next year. Merrick Houston should have no shot of getting there next year, in my opinion, even though he's a like decently moving college bat. And I think you get to cross the bridge of whose defense looks better when you get there. I don't think there's a favorite in that race personally. I think Culpepper's been like exceptional.
You don't think Houston's better defensively?
If you look at outs above average, Merrick Houston was worth -3 in college baseball this year. And so the scouting reports are that he's a plus shortstop, but the unreliable college defensive metrics are that maybe there's some questions. Okay, we got another pick. Detroit Tigers continuing their tendency of taking hitterish prep bats, are selecting Jordan Yost, shortstop out of Sickles High School in Florida, with the 24th overall pick. We're getting some
63 by consensus.
Let's go. We love an off-board pick. Jeremy, I'm going to ask you to help me remember because I'm struggling. Last year, do you remember the prep shortstop out of Florida who fell to the Dodgers, who we said was going to be a Dodgers, just like super fast and athletic? Because Jordan Yost,
don't know his name.
Jordan Yost is this year's version of that, in my opinion. So
give me a second. Kellen Lindsay,
thank you. Maybe like not as sharp a riser, and certainly someone who wasn't ranked as highly, but that's the kind of vibe. It's like plus speed, projectable frame, all of that. So that's an interesting off-board pick for the Tigers, who are also well positioned here in terms of picks and money. And just to take stock of where we are, we've got 3 more first-round picks, and then I'm gonna take a 2-second break to stretch here. We've got the Padres at 25, surely a prep player. That's going to be my biggest shock of the round if they draft a college player. The Phillies at 26 and the Guardians at 27 to finish round 1.
And if you look at the consensus board, number 15th overall, Wahib Alloy, still available. 17th overall, Gage Wood, still available. Then you get into prep hitter 22, Josh Hammond, Chase Laviolette 23, Brendan Summerhill 24, prep pitcher Cruz Schoolcraft 26, and then a couple of college hitters. So nobody's really taken that Schoolcraft, maybe that prep tumble that we always kind of see.
Yeah.
Gage Wood taking a tumble is not overly surprising given the medicals. But Alloy being the Golden Spikes guy,
that is a little surprising, I think. I'm going to be really surprised. I was going to say really surprised. I'm going to be extremely unsurprised if Cruz Schoolcraft goes to school at Tennessee. Same for Cam Appenzeller. They're both committed there. They're 2 of the best prep lefties in this class, in a class that is sparse in prep pitching, in my opinion, in general. There's some names later around where the Twins and Brewers pick again that I like.
So you said you would be unsurprised if
I will not be surprised if they do not sign and they go to school, because I'm just wondering about how much is getting fed their way in terms of NIL dollars. And obviously it's not going to be as much as like a comp A signing bonus, but if you're getting that for 3 years until you're a junior, and then you can do this again and be like a top 10, top 15 pick, that's something you have to consider.
Right. And I think that's to get 6 figures for a handful for 2 to 3 years, that's not unheard of. And if you're getting 200,000 a year, that's a decent signing bonus that you're passing up.
Yep.
To get that signing bonus again, just like you said. So, we saw that with Dax
Whitney.
Dax Whitney.
Yep.
But
hey,
yeah,
dude, check out this question for you, Jeremy. Hey, dude, 597. Other than the kind words in the chat, we appreciate it. Thank you guys for the work you do. How likely is Falvey grabbing a pitcher at 36? What do you think the chances are that it's Prep next? I'm going to reserve my answer to that until we see how the board shakes out a little bit more, because if Devin Taylor's on the board, that is my favorite for 36. I do think it's likely the Twins take a Prep in their next 2 picks. What do you think?
I would agree. Yeah, I think it's some of the same names we probably talked about on Wednesday night. But we have heard the connection with Bodine, who's still available.
Mm-hmm. This is true.
The Taylor connection, I think, is a real one. The Fauski connection is another name.
Let's go. I'd love that pick.
The Lodice connection is not.
That's an us connection, I think.
But so that's kind of the thing. Like the names that we think make sense, that could certainly be available. And what are we talking? 12 picks.
Mm-hmm.
They're mostly hitters. So I think that's kind of the way that we would lean at this point. But yeah, would we love ourselves an Aaron Watson or a Angel Cervantes?
Yes. Also, yes.
I hope so.
But if history is our teacher with the Twins drafts, they lean to get their bats early, right? And I just don't know how compelled they're going to be by Prep pitching, picking at 36. There are not a ton of exciting options, in my opinion. I'm also rewinding to last year, which is not a good guide to use for this year, but last year, what did they do? Culpepper, DeBarge, Billy Amick, then you got your Prep and Dason Hill at 69th overall, I want to say, which has turned out to be a very nice pick. So I would I'd maybe suggest that 54 is more likely for them to grab either a Prep bat or a Prep arm. But we shall see. Okay, who we got up next? Padres at 25, Phillies 26, Guardians at 27. Then we're officially through round 1. Kansas City Royals pick again at 28, thanks to Bobby Witt finishing top 3 in the AL MVP.
So for those who are here that don't understand why the Royals are getting a pick at 28 because of Bobby Witt's voting placement, might be a good time to explain it.
Yeah, okay. So thanks, Theo. So the prospect promotion incentive is the thing from the most recent collective bargaining agreement, whereby if you are a top 100 prospect as of the beginning of the season, per 2 of 3 agreed upon prospect lists, which is Baseball America, MLB Pipeline, and ESPN. If you're on at least 2 of those and you get a certain amount of accrued service time, you're eligible for that. And then you are also eligible for that prospect promotion incentive pick through your pre-ARB years. So Bobby Witt broke camp with the Royals X number of years ago as the number 2 prospect in baseball everywhere. So he's then eligible. And if he finishes top 3 in the MVP, or for a pitcher, top 3 in the Cy Young, you get the prospect promotion incentive, which is immediately after the end of the first round. You can also get that for winning Rookie of the Year if you accrue enough service time also.
And that was the only one this year, right?
That was the only one this year. Sometimes there are 2. How's this question from Gregory? What if Jace falls? I love a big dude who dings dongs for far more than the 18-year-old pitcher. What do you think about the possibility of Jace if he's there at 36? Now, I don't know how likely that is. Who knows? Like, the Orioles seem like a likely destination with their, oh my God, Schoolcraft to the Padres is the most predictable pick of all time.
I was just about to say exactly how we expected that.
You got that one right, Jamie. Good job.
Hey, that's
2 for what, 25?
I got to look back at the mock now. Hey, you know what? I will take 2 for 25, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I think the record in recent years is 9. Keith Law got 9, like 3 or 4 years ago.
I got to get this up for our Padres site, so I'm gonna leave you two to it.
Sounds good. Okay, so Cruz Schoolcraft. Well, I can't talk.
Let's start that over again. Take 2.
It's over for me. Cruz Schoolcraft, Cruz with a K. 26th by consensus, taken at 25 by the Padres. Let's talk about his scouting report a little bit. 6'8", left-handed pitcher, 215 pounds. From the Pacific Northwest. They seem to just churn out these really exceptional prep pitchers. He reclassed from 26 to 25. He was a two-way player, but he's going to be a pitcher. Fastball up to 97. Maybe a little bit of shape work to do on the fastball. Solid change up there and a really good slider. It's a solid delivery for someone who has Inspector Gadget arms. And like solid strike throwing too. And so, you've got present stuff, 3 pitches, 6'8" dude. You can see how that is a really appealing profile for a team that prioritizes youth, athletic traits, superstar upside, etc. A+ name, agreed, Josiah. Let's quickly go. Yeah. Let's go back to this question. Yeah, go for it.
Well, I think, like you mentioned, there are some teams that fit that type of profile in between now and when the Twins pick again. I would certainly be all about taking him, Jace Laviolette, at 36 if he's available. And that's kind of the Billy Amick's, the Brandon Winnikers. Yeah. Like, you can take that risk. You can take that risk later. It's easier to take that risk later than earlier. But like I've mentioned a number of times, the Twins have a number of prospects. They've filled their cupboard with hitters, solid hitters, and you can take that risk a little bit more, I in my opinion. So, yep. I would love that pick at 36. It could be awful, but I think that's a risk that you can certainly feel comfortable taking at 36. However,
I would too.
If I'm the Mariners at 35, the Tigers at 34, the Red Sox at 33, the Brewers at 32, the Orioles 30 or 31, or the Royals. Like, how about him and Jack in the same lineup? Like,
there you go.
Oofta.
Just giant humans. I would also like to go on record as saying, because we talked a lot about how I'm not a fan of that profile prior to 36. I'm fine with it. Because you're talking about the difference between a $5 million bonus and a $2.75 million bonus. This is scary. The Phillies are taking Gage Wood at 26. Makes sense. One of the best picks by value you could make at this stage of the draft. We'll quickly run through Gage Wood, Jeremy, and then I'm going to leave you solo for a couple of minutes. I need a sweater. Okay. I'm cold. So Gage Wood, 17th by consensus, taken here by the Phillies, 21, 6'2", 210, 19 strikeout, no hitter in the College World Series. Seems good. Really good fastball, like unbelievable, like unique outlier shape on that with like thrown from a low release and good extension. He has a history of shoulder issues. Pardon me. It was only 37.2 innings this season, but it was a 2.06 FIP, a 46% strikeout rate, and a 4.6% walk rate. That is dominant stuff. And if he's healthy, if he had like a track record of throwing 90 innings per season in college, I think he's up there at the top of the class with Arnold and Cade Anderson and the other college dudes. So what are your thoughts on Gage Wood to the Phillies at 26?
Yeah, I think the thing that everyone would agree on with Gage Wood is that there's a high ceiling, but the shoulder injuries would bring that floor down significantly. And so the risk at 26 with the Phillies is relatively small. The other thing that is interesting here, and as we kind of continue to plug along and think forward, Wahiva Aloy at consensus 15, still being available at 27, I think would qualify as a pretty big surprise, to the point that I would think he's got to go to the Orioles. Ike Irish, we talked about how he was consensus 11. how he went 19th. The Orioles, with a $19 million draft pool, could pull that off and get Eloy, and probably if they wanted to get a third member there too. So Eloy is the best by consensus still available at 15. Josh Hammond, a prep hitter, 22. Jace Laviolette from Texas A&M, 23, and Brendan Summerhill from Arizona, 24. Otherwise, at 20, there's only been 3 players drafted outside of the top 27 at this point. We're 26 picks in. Conrad, Schoolcraft was 26, Conrad was 27. So only Gamble, Saltacine, and Yost, all prep hitters, have moved up. So as we follow any draft board, even though the order has not been close to the actual results, when you get to a spot 27 in and the consensus board has agreed with 24 of those, I think that's relatively impressive. Jamie's put a lot of time into that. With the exception of the Shedeur Sanders falling, like 150 picks or whatever after where most people had him on the draft board. I think it's pretty neat to see that there's something like this where you can take the experts and put stuff together, and despite not being close on mock drafts to get it like this. So who do we decide is on the board? The Royals. Nope. The Guardians with the last pick. Some names that have been tied to the Guardians that are still available. I think Slater DeBrun is a name that probably makes sense. The catchers have been tied to the Guardians a little bit, but I had Conrad and Fisher as 2 top of the list. Jamie, with looking at the Guardians here on the clock, who are some Guardian type players that you would be prepared to see the Guardians take here?
Slater DeBrun is definitely one. Charles Davilan, if they want to go a little bit down board. Caden Bodine would be one. I think I'm looking at like really good pesky hit tool type guys. I think those would be the top 3. Be a bit more scared if they took a pitcher because they seem to be really good at that. Or honestly, Brendan Summerhill might be one. Good approach, good hit tool. Some questions about the power. He'll fit right in Cleveland, I think.
So when you were getting your sweatshirt, I just made mention that 26 picks in and 24 of the top 27 players by consensus are gone.
Wow.
So despite
the board's good?
The board's great. Eloy has dropped. I gotta figure Eloy's going to Baltimore at this point.
Yeah, I think so too. Makes sense as well.
The next guy would be Josh Hammond. We don't typically see prep guys.
Royals at 28.
Bypass. Okay, I was gonna say we don't typically see prep hitters not sign if they're taken in the first round. Pitchers are different. I was just trying to look here where Hammond is committed. He's committed to
Wake
Forest.
Yeah.
And they typically do an okay job of getting guys on campus. So is it possible that we could be talking about Josh Hammond not signing?
I don't think so. I really don't think so. The Guardians are taking Jace Laviolette. No way. That is not what I expected. Yo.
But you know what? That's what they can do, right? You load up on one thing and then you take a giant swing. He's gonna hit bombs in target field.
No.
Wow.
That is awesome. I love that pick, just as like we're talking about like who's like the pint size good contact slappy hitter they can get, and they take Jace Laviolette, who is just an absolutely awesome power hitter. Okay, we're still at 24. We're at 23 of 27. Now we're at 23. We're at 23 of 27. Thank you for tracking my board. I appreciate it. I'm not paying attention to it at all. Let's talk about the Jace scouting report real quick if we can. So he was preseason favorite to go number 1. In 2024, he put up an 1175 OPS and 29 home runs in 68 games. That's ridiculous. Some concerns this year about like the swing looking a little stiff, about him not moving as well. but this is like an elite power hitter. It's a max EV of 116. It's a 109 mile per hour EV90 with a 92nd percentile chase rate. It only chases 17% of the time. What's the problem? Massive in zone whiff, north of like 21, 22%. That's potentially a dangerous combination. There's also some approach stuff to do because he will often get into like leverage counts, right? So he's kind of passive at the beginning of a count. He gets down 0-2 and then, oh no, you're in an 0-2 hole. And if someone throws you a strike and you have swing and miss issues, then you're in trouble. 2025 was poor. A 21.8% walk rate is exciting, but everything else took a step backwards. He finished with a 120 WRC plus, which is not bad, but everything was less. Average, I think he hit like 274, and we just don't see college hitters that don't hit 300 getting picked in the first round much. So he's fallen into, I wrote my final line was he's fallen into late first round consideration by consensus as a result, and he's the final pick of the first round. So, but your reactions to Jace being picked by the Guardians, Jace to the Guardians is so interesting. What do we think about this? I want to see. Oh, dude, I got 3 now. Josh Hammond to the Kansas City Royals at 28. I'm on a roll today.
Actually, I don't think I got to pick Hammond to the. I had to pick 28 for our mock.
I just said Hammond a minute ago.
I know,
guess.
but for our mock, we
who'd you pick for?
I will say, interject real quickly. Jamie had the odd numbers in the mock draft. Jeremy had even. So don't try to take credit for his work.
No, I didn't. You told me.
I was talking to him, not you.
He's talking to me.
I didn't get Hammond right because you told I had to take Hammond off my board because you were buying him down somewhere.
Okay, excuse me. Oh, that's right. Arizona Diamondbacks are selecting Louisville right-handed pitcher Patrick Forbes at 29. Let me tell you something real quick. The year on the calendar changes, and every year I like the Diamondbacks draft the most. Almost every year. Case and Cunningham, Patrick Forbes, really interesting combo for the Diamondbacks with their first 2 picks. Okay, so now the Royals they're spending their money. They're loading up, right? They took Sean Gamble first. They took Josh Hammond second. We've got Jace Laviolette off the board to the Guardians. And in a very weird way, we have the top 23 players by consensus gone after 28 picks. No, 22? 22 of 23.
Yeah. Yep.
Aloy is surely going to Baltimore any second, though.
Has
right?
to.
Either 30 or 31?
Yeah. It has to be. I mean, that's the type of profile that they are 100% after. And I would guess that this was all determined way earlier. I'm just curious how much money they think they're going to have left after signing Irish and Aloy.
That's a pair of really awesome bats, though, and I think Aloy fits that Orioles tendency for better or worse. Just as a preview, if anyone here is of the Brewers' inclination, we are going to get Spencer Michaelis back on in a few picks time to talk about the Brewers' pick at 32. So previewing that.
The Orioles have 37 too, right? No. That's what they just traded for.
Correct. Yep.
So if we you talk for a while, I'm going to do some math.
Okay. Let's talk about who's up. Let's preview some picks that are coming up. We just had the Diamondbacks take Patrick Forbes at 29. We've got the Orioles coming up at 30 and 31. Then the Brewers at 32. We'll get Spencer back for that pick. Then we're moving into Comp A. Those are given out to teams that receive revenue sharing on a rotating basis between Comp A and Comp B. I'm running through the order there real quick. 33 Red Sox, 34 Tigers, 35 Mariners, 36 Twins, 37 Orioles. Again, that is what they acquired from the Rays this week to take their bonus pool to north of 19 million. 38 the Mets get to pick for the first time. 39 the Yankees get to pick for the first time. 40 the Dodgers get to pick for the first time. 41 is the Dodgers again acquired in a trade from the Reds for Gavin Lux. 42 the Rays. And then 43 the Miami Marlins. That brings us to the beginning of the second round. So Orioles are on the clock back-to-back here, which is an unusual, unique situation. You would have to think that with one of these picks, they're taking Wahiva Aloy. He's ranked 15th by consensus. Jeremy, you're going to have to interrupt me when you want to talk because I'm not looking at the StreamYard here. And then other quick candidates I think would be interesting potentially. I got to imagine at some point Baltimore is looking at a prep. Maybe Slater, DeBrun, Jaden Falsky, Ryan Mitchell, Aaron Watson, if they want a pitcher. Those are all names that potentially make sense there. So back to your math, Jeremy.
Yeah. So, I mean, if we just look at the consensus board, Aloy was 15th.
Correct.
And Irish was 11th. So if they were even to agree to like bonuses at those spots, I mean, we're talking 6 million for Irish, which would be 1.6 over slot for what they had. And if Aloy gets, he was by consensus number 15, that's a little over 5, which would be 2 million over slot here. So, I mean, they would be going like.
There you go. We got confirmation of both.
What do we got?
The Orioles is selecting Caden Bodine with pick 30 and Wahiva Aloy with pick 31.
And those were, I mean, Bodine was by consensus 29th. So probably around slot, but we're still talking, they're probably at least 3 million over right now. And they got 2.6 in this next trade. So we might see them kind of blowing their cash early and have to go seniors later. I mean, there's plenty of time with 19 million. But I do really like this draft to get those 3 guys in the top 31 with another pick here.
I mean, how can you not love a draft where you have 4 picks in the top 40 and $19 million to spend? Let's go to Spencer here. Spencer, Brewers are on the clock at 32. I'm losing track of my picks here. Some of the highest ranked names available here. We've got Brendan Summerhill, Devin Taylor, Slater DeBrun, Jaden Falsky, Riley Quick. What are your interesting. We've already got the pick. Spencer, why don't you break it, man?
Yeah, Brady Abel. They won another Corona High School guy, so we've got our 3rd one now, I believe, of the night so far.
Wow,
this is another probable corner guy. I think he's probably a third baseman. But there's another. It's big power. He's 17, so another younger guy for the class. But I think. This was one they were tied to recently. I kept seeing his name kind of pop up as somebody they liked, somebody who's been kind of making his way up boards a little bit as the draft has been getting closer. And this is really big power. He didn't have huge whiff issues, so that's always interesting. I mean, that's something you like to see, that combination. If you don't have too big a swing and miss and some power, and obviously, again, 17 years old. So that's an interesting one. I kind of like that pick.
Yeah, I like that pick too. Ebel 6'3". We have him at 6'3", 195 pounds. So that's a good frame there. LSU commit. I like the swing with the Ebel. It's simple, left-handed, shows some adjustability. He's actually the son of the Dodgers' longtime third base coach. You always like the age. That's going to appeal to a model-friendly team like the Brewers. I think, Spencer, exactly what you said about the defense. It's kind of like an average glove. We're going to figure that out. Not necessarily great speed, but like solid. Like he'll stick somewhere on the dirt. And that certainly balances out the potential underslot Andrew Fisher third base, first base profile they took with the 20th pick.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is kind of Eric Batanti like, except there's more hit here than I think Batanti had, and not quite the same level of raw power that Batanti had at that time, but another young guy who definitely is moving off of short with the speed and the athleticism, but maybe a little bit better chance to stick at third than Batanti had even.
Yeah, 100%. And I think something we always talk about, Spencer, here is like looking at your top 100 picks, like kind of a financial portfolio, and you want to try and achieve something balanced, right? And this, I mean, this is a really nice start, I think, from the Brewers, in my opinion, just in terms of like you have kind of a diverse pair of players here in terms of age profiles, in terms of like slightly different tools, some similarities there in the type of athleticism and power potential that we're seeing the Brewers attracted to and tap into. What do you make of that as their first 2 picks? And then what do you maybe hoping for or looking ahead to here as we get to their next pick in the second round, which is 59, I want to say.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, and they've got 68 as well, not too long after that. So still a decent amount to work with here. Just looking at, I mean, like I said, I think Fisher's probably underslot, probably not super underslot at 20, but I think he's underslot. Ebel, I mean, that's maybe around slot, even though he's a high school guy. I think that's a little earlier than people expected him to go. So I think they're going to have some stuff to play with still as they get into these next few picks. But yeah, like you said, I think there's some dive. I mean, it's somewhat similar, except the age, obviously. I mean, there's some hit and some power for both of them. I think Ebel's more likely to be able to stick at third. But even then, I think you're, again, just getting into some power. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a prep arm at some point the rest of the night. And also if they do go maybe a little bit more towards like that contact hit profile, maybe some speed. They always like to add speed to the organization. So I'm guessing they might go that direction a little bit more with the 3 picks they have left tonight.
Right on. Spencer, as long as you're up for keeping on coming back, we'll drag you back on in the second round if you're up for it, man. Thanks so much for hanging out with us.
I'll be here.
All right.
Absolutely.
Cool. Well, we'll catch you in about half a round's time. Thanks again, Spencer, for his thoughts and his Brewers perspective. We have another pick to dig into here. The Boston Red Sox are going in on arms, Jeremy. After taking Kyson Witherspoon, they are taking Tennessee right-handed pitcher Marcus Phillips, originally out of South Dakota, I believe, at 33 overall.
47th by consensus.
Okay.
It's interesting because, I mean, the Red Sox were tied to, some prep hitters early. I had Davalan listed here as a potential fit. And so to go where I figured it would be probably more hitters to 2 pitchers. Yeah, that comes as a little bit of surprise.
Okay, let's talk about Phillips because this is an interesting. I love this pick here because if Phillips hits and you can figure out how to keep him starting, you potentially get insane value at this spot, in my opinion. So 6'4", 250 pounds, right-handed throwing, 21 years old, worked primarily as a reliever in his first 2 seasons at Tennessee. It's a nasty fastball. It's like a run and ride fastball up to 100, sitting at 97 from a little bit of a lower release. Power slider with good break that he throws like 88 to 92. So I think there's some like relief risk here. There's some strike throwing stuff to work on. But it was a 4.08 FIP, 27% strikeout rate, and a 9.5% walk rate. It's for sure elite arm talent.
Yeah.
So does it make up for that Quinn Priester trade?
Hey, Quinn Priest is working out great for the Brewers now. I don't think you'll find a Brewers fan who'll be complaining about that one anymore. Like we.
I mean, the first month it was not looking well, but he's turned himself around. So just wanted to get the input since the Red Sox did acquire that pick from that trade.
All right, Jeremy, we're going down board, buddy, for 34th pick. Someone I liked for the Twins, the Detroit Tigers select prep catcher Michael Oliveto out of New York. He is 94th by consensus. But when we're talking about guys in this range, I think it's really important to point out some of the kind of diversity of the rankings. So we had a cluster of the most recently updated boards. Kylie McDaniel, for example, had him as high as 50th. Then you've got Pipeline that ranked him at 219, which seems ridiculously low. In fact, they are by far the outlier on Oliveto. Let's talk about his scouting report real quick.
So did you explain why sometimes what we say for consensus and what shows up is not the same?
Yes. Thanks for bringing that up. So today, Fangraphs threw a major wrench in the works, right? And I published the final board. And I've always included Fangraphs board because I really appreciate Eric Longenhagen's work. And what what it looked like they did on their site is they rolled out a plan for draft week, and it looked like they got behind. So they didn't publish their draft rankings until after we had to publish the final version of the board. I since updated and added theirs because I valued the work a ton. And so if we are reading names and rankings that are slightly different to what you see on the draft board at Twins Daily or Brewer Fanatic or whatever, that's the reason why. But Oliveto is a cold weather catcher, 18 years old, 6'3", 190. Had a really good combine BP with home runs at 112. Prep catching, not your favorite demographic, fair to say, Jeremy?
Very fair. I just would stay away from it. Unless you're Joe Mauer, just stay away from it.
Okay. So
but let's stop for a second. Detroit with the 24th overall pick went 63rd by consensus, and now with the 34th overall pick went 94th by consensus.
Who was their first pick? I've already
Yost.
forgotten. Okay, yeah. I think with both of those though, they're guys who it was widely expected would get comp pay type bonuses if they were going to sign. And so okay. I don't like, yes, by like rankings, those are low. I don't think those are shocking picks at all. Yost maybe a little bit more so than Oliveto. Oliveto I'd heard in the comp round a lot leading up to today. Okay.
So we're Mariners and Twins, huh?
Mariners and Twins. Mariners have a ton of money to spend. They took Cade Anderson under slot. I'm expecting a prep here at some point. Best on the board, which doesn't necessarily really matter at this point. Slater DeBrun, 30th overall. Jaden Falsky, 31st overall. He's a prep catcher too, but like a really good hit power combo. Then you're going down to a little bit of a drop. Then you're into kind of tier 3 of prep shortstops. This is shaping up, Jeremy, potentially for Devin Taylor to be on the board at 36 for the Twins, which feels like a decently strong possibility to me. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and the other name that was tied a lot to the Twins recently was Summerhill,
he's still there.
Still on the board, yeah. Okay, you want to talk about people that have slid. And I said this to you via text a couple of days ago, or maybe it was on the live stream. I said Summerhill has slid a little bit, not crazy. But that slide he's taken down boards has really been borne out here on draft night. I mean, I think he was the most, along with Merrick Houston, the most commonly mocked name to the Twins at 16 as of this morning, right? We texted this morning about how many mock drafts Summerhill have been to the Twins.
So talk a little bit about him. Like, what's the deal? When you're a college hitter, unless you're awful or injured, your work of art is way more significant than a high school guy.
We got to pause before I answer that question because we got a pick from the Mariners at 35. They're taking North Carolina catcher Luke Stevenson.
Good.
So backing up there, that was not necessarily a pick. I know Twins Twitter trademark desperately wants a college catcher, but they're not getting one. Getting one.
Who do you think is going to be more likely at this point, Taylor or Summerhill for the Twins at 36?
I would be equally happy with either.
Who do they have a preference over? Most of what we've been doing in these mock drafts, I know Jeremy took Taylor at 16. So
it's going to make you look real smart, Jeremy. I think Devin Taylor would be the preference in my opinion. And the reason for that is you can feel much more confident about the bat with Devin Taylor than you can with Summerhill. Summerhill has battled through some injury stuff this year. He missed time with a broken bone in his hand and a hamstring strain. The power has not really developed, and it kind of his outputs as a hitter don't match up to what you see like physically. I'm finding my notes on Summerhill here. 6'3", 205, but he only hit 4 home runs this year. In spite of that, in 2024, it was a 950 OPS with kind of like 75th percentile batted ball outcomes. It's good bat to ball skills. He walks an absolute ton. He hit 343, 459, 556 this year, 4 home runs, 17% walk rate, 11% K rate, and a 137 WRC plus. I do think there's like an outside chance he sticks in center field. Summerhill. Devin Taylor is not a good defender necessarily. And so this is what you're picking between. You're picking between, do you want someone who has a shot to stick in center field, who you maybe have less certainty in some of the supplementary, some of the offensive tools, or do you want a surefire bat who doesn't offer you a ton in terms of speed, run, defense? I think the Twins' preference would be for the latter.
100%.
But yeah.
But there are other names to consider here as well. Significant amount of names, right?
Oh my God. Riley Quick to the Minnesota Twins at 36. Let's go, college pitching. Wow.
That was going to be one of the names that I was going to suggest. I'm like, your best college pitcher left.
Wow.
Potentially. Riley Quick by consensus 32. So the best pitcher on the board. Alabama.
Ooh, this is exciting.
When they took pre-lip, what was the word? Like they have a great relationship with the Alabama coaching staff. Now I don't know how much turnover there's been in the last couple of years.
I don't think any.
So that makes an awful lot of sense. Tell us all we need to know about Riley Quick.
Riley Quick. Quick reaction. I think this pick is super interesting. If you're kind of wondering, is like, oh, the Twins seems to do a good job with mid and late round arms. What about if they had a little bit more interesting clay to start with? I think Riley Quick's your guy. 21 years old, 6'6", 250. So you're talking about like a big league frame. If we want to talk about health and injury history, the TJ is out the way. He recovered from his TJ prior to this season and pitched pretty much a full season with no interruptions here. It is a sinker ball profile here at the moment. Sits in the mid-90s. He can reach back for 98 miles per hour on the fastball. He generated a ground ball rate north of 60% in 2024. His two-seamer has about 20 inches of run on average, and it's a relatively low release height for his size. He has a sweeper, which is already above average pitch, and his changeup, just like his sinker, gets a ton of horizontal break. His delivery is good for such a physical pitcher, a tall guy. I think it's easy to see him carrying a pretty significant workload. So here's the warts, if you want to call them that. He hasn't missed the amount of bats you would like to see. And that's relative, right? In 2025, he had a 3.49 FIP, a 26% strikeout rate. Now, that's perfectly fine.
I got a little video of him if you want to see it here quick.
Yeah. The elite college arms in the class are striking out like 30, 35, 38% of hitters. And it's an 8.9% walk rate. There were some stretches. Here, let's watch.
Gets him swinging as well.
You're going to tell me he's 250?
That's what he's listed at.
Down and in for strike three.
I wouldn't trust the weights too much, though. The heights are the weights.
I mean, he looks relatively slender for 6'6".
Gets him swinging as
That was nasty.
0-2 pitch.
That was
for strike three.
problem.
So here's my last couple of sentences on Quick. Thanks, Theo, for that. That's great.
You're welcome.
62 innings pitched this year. I said if the right organization gets him, you can see him being a tweak or two away from being a monster. And I guess here's what I meant by that. With Quick, you're taking traits that you like, but you're also thinking about what do we do well as an organization? What do the Twins do well in terms of pitching development? Well, they add velo, and they also add pitches. They would say, I think, a strength of theirs is tweaking a pitch mix. Think about Zebby Matthews. He didn't come in with the arsenal he has now. They established that over 2 seasons of hard work in the minors to get to the point that he's at where he's now throwing 98, and he has his the current pitch mix that he's rolling with. So Riley Quick, I guarantee they have a plan of like, here's what we're going to do with the fastball. Here's a breaking pitch. They think they can tweak 6'6", 250. Yeah, right. 100%. Like the 15-year pro that 6'6", 250 is like Lance Lynn. He's the athletic college version. But I think they'll probably have a really clear plan what they want to do with him. Twins like good changeups too. He has a really good one. I think that is a super exciting pick for the Twins at 36 if you've always wondered what would it be like if they took kind of like a higher ceiling college arm sooner in the draft.
Now they have that.
Now they have it.
So just because of the University of Alabama, pipeline that they've gotten with Prelip, you mentioned the Tommy John's already out of the way. When did he get that Tommy John, and is that like the most like palpable thing that he's had injury wise?
He threw 3 innings in 2024.
Yeah, it was 2024, and he was working back from that, and then into the kind of working into it in the 2025 season. And so, I don't want to. This is probably a stupid thing to do to guess at. I'm guessing we don't see him at all this year. Most like every prep arm the Twins take, you never see him the season they're drafted in. The college guys is kind of hit or miss. I'm guessing they're just like, see you in 2026, Riley Quick, and I'd be perfectly okay with that. I pulled up this comment from Tom. What's up, Tom? Love the foundation of this Twins class. Interested to see where they go next. And Jeremy, I'm gonna kind of pitch this to you. And yes, it is 2 more picks tonight. They have 54 and 88. We just talked with Spencer about kind of that diverse portfolio, if you will. They've now taken a really solid college shortstop profile. They're going to feel confident is going to stick at that position with a really good hit tool, a good approach, kind of high floor foundational player. And then they've taken a really high octane, interesting arm in Riley Quick. How do you feel like the balance? How do you feel about the kind of balance of this class so far? And what are you kind of thinking about as we march on towards pick 54?
I mean, I would hope that they have the capacity in their pool to be able to go prep next.
I think so, right?
Well, Quick was. I can't imagine Quick is coming under slot, right? I mean, this is
not,
and so
sure.
And Houston. I mean, they're both kind of by consensus where they went, and that doesn't typically lead to a lot of savings. I mean, they've been able to find 4th round or 3rd round type value in that round. But the guys that I think we've talked about, like Jaden Fauske, Watson, Cervantes, like, have they priced themselves out of that?
I think so, maybe.
And that's where I kind of wonder. So what would I like to see here? I would like to see, I mean, I'm always about a prep pitcher in the top 100 picks. Get one of those. I mean, if they win all 4 demos and with the 4 picks tonight,
that's your dream.
I'm not complaining about that. But yeah, I don't mind this pick at all. With taking Quick at 35 or 36.
So hold on for a second. 37. Am I seeing that right? Who did the Orioles take at 37? Can someone put it in the chat because we missed it altogether?
Later DeBrun.
Okay. Sure, that makes sense.
So
we're a couple picks we need to catch up on too. So the Mets got Mitch Voit at 38, and then the Yankees just got Dax Kilby at 39.
Jamie loves Mitch Voit.
Okay, so I'm going to toot my own horn for a second. Sorry to be annoying. I wrote a piece for Just Baseball this week about like 4 or 5 guys I think should go ahead of where they're ranked, and Voit was kind of top of that list. Or one of the guys on that list. It's just like his production and his under the hood numbers are just way better than a guy who's ranked like 75th. And I don't know what the deal is, whether it was like he played at Michigan or was in the Big Ten. I like all these Riley Quick jokes though. Riley Quickest is my favorite. Let's go with the superlative. Doesn't sound like he'll be Riley Quick to the majors. Yeah, we got a lot of leeway here for good jokes. I'm here for it.
We got big W dad jokes here from Matty Trueblood.
I like the Voit pick. I don't know if I saw him going in like the 30s. But just to touch on him a little bit, because I think that's it. The Mets clearly saw something they really liked in him. He's 20, unusual for a college player. He had a 1140 OPS, 14 home runs, 157 WRC plus, walked 15% of the time, struck out 13% of the time. His lowest OPS against a single pitch type was 937 against four seamers. Only 11% end zone whiff. Hits the ball hard. That's not really a hole in this profile for me. And so it was weird that he was ranked 75th overall. So I think that's an interesting pick by the Mets, a little maybe higher than even I had him, and I liked him a ton. And then Kilby to the Yankees. That's a very typical Yankees. We're going to lean into athleticism type of pick. Aram thought the Devin Taylor would go to the Twins at 36. So that's interesting, Josiah. Like when we brought it up a little bit ago, like every mock draft in the end starts to look exactly the same. Every single mock draft had Devin Taylor going to the Twins at 36 today. All of them. And so I feel like usually the one thing you can rely on is that's not necessarily how it's going to be. I really, really like the pairing of Merrick Houston and Riley Quick as a tandem. I think that's really, really a fun 1-2 by the Twins, and interested to see where their dollars can take them in round 2 and round 3 here. Okay, coming up picks wise.
We have the Dodgers for back-to-back next.
Dodgers to back-to-back. Cool. 40 and 41. The Rays at 42. The Marlins at 43. Then we're getting into the second round. I feel like we're easing off the pace a little bit, which is kind of nice. Dodgers, whose spot in the draft dropped 10 spots due to being so far over the luxury tax threshold. And the same for the Mets and the same for the Yankees. That's why they're all picking in a row further down the board. Options for the Dodgers. I like Ryan Mitchell as a shortstop option, maybe. It'd be a bit scary if they took Jack Bauer. Aaron Watson is a really good prep pitcher I like in this range. Otherwise, I'm Quentin Young, nephew of Delman Young.
Wait, Delman Young's nephew's in this? What?
Delman Young's nephew is in this.
I'm getting old.
Dimitri's nephew too. It's not Dimitri's kid.
Well, yeah. I don't know.
It's both Dimitri and Delman's nephew. So
they have another sibling.
Correct.
Okay.
And he is a prodigious power hitter. He's like ridiculous power.
Better than his uncles.
I don't really know a lot about Dimitri Young as a hitter.
Dimitri was a good power hitter. He was probably one of the best hitters the Tigers had when they were like really, really bad in the early 2000s.
I mean, Quentin was rocking like 111s, 112s with a wood bat at the combine. So it's, I would say, decently plus.
So I did some math here on the Orioles 4 picks.
Ooh.
Did a pick happen?
2 picks happen. The Dodgers picks are both out. They're selecting Zach Root at 40 and Charles Davilan at 41, who are teammates from Arkansas. Zach Root, left-handed pitcher with a very kind of well-developed pitch mix already. Like he already has like 4 above average pitches. It's a really weird delivery. He was 37th by consensus. And then Davilan was 44th by consensus. He goes 41 overall. Undersized guy, 5'8", 170. Sadly for him, he's going to be remembered for a really horrendous error that he made in the College World Series against LSU. But that's one of the better hit tools in college baseball. And so this is an interesting pairing for the Dodgers that represents just like nice value for me in terms of where we are on the board. Sorry to cut across you guys.
So just quick back to the Orioles. They manipulated the draft pool to take Ike Irish at 19th. He was 11th by consensus. Bodine was 29th and went 30th. Aloy was 15th, went 31st. Slayer DeBrun was 30th and went 37th. If they get the bonus that was tied to their consensus rank, that would add up to over $11 million. And those spots added together, that would be like 16 million, between 14 and 50 million. And those totals add up to like 12 million. They're about $4 million over right now.
Okay.
And I just did some rough math where I'm like, oh, DeBrun's thing would match up, and Bodine's would match up with Aloy's, but that would leave them with about $7 million to pay Irish and Aloy, which is over 11, potentially. So they're going to probably have to pop some seniors here, just to get that. But a pretty fun draft when you get 2 top 15 guys and then 2 other top 30 guys.
100%. And I'm going to say it again. Don't let that distract you from the fact that the Orioles have been a horribly run organization recently, in my opinion. I really hate the Orioles.
You're not wrong.
I hate them.
See, and I'll tell you why I can't hate the Orioles. Because they're in a division with the easily hateable Yankees and the easily hateable Red Sox.
Yeah, but the problem is that's exactly why I hate them more. Is because you should be set up as the sympathetic character in this division, because you so badly botched your pitching staff and refused to trade away any assets that you had when they're at max value. Now you're bad again. And now you're going to start getting credit for having an exciting draft class from nice guys like Jeremy, when you should be getting ripped for having a terrible pitching staff by mean guys like Theo.
Yeah, oh, yeah. I was just about to say this should not come as a surprise with a front office filled with the cast-offs of the 2017 Houston Astros front office.
That's not your favorite Oregon history, Theo? That's what you're telling us?
No, it's the front office, especially during that time. I still love Altuve. I can't hate that man no matter what. But yeah, most of those guys in that front office getting the job in the Orioles with the previous ownership group, as it should be mentioned, is telling of where they're at.
Hey, with the Rays up, do they take Cooper Fleming now?
Ooh, love that, potentially.
I mean, that's the name that I've seen tied to.
Sure, why not? This is a pick that they acquired in a trade with the Athletics, I want to say. I could be wrong.
Yep.
Pretty sure. Okay, so we got 42, the Rays, and then 43 is the Marlins. Them are into the second round, and we are kind of back in order. So the White Sox pick first in the second round. Friendly reminder that they were ineligible for a top 9 pick this year due to having a lottery pick the previous year. We have a really fun conversation in the chat going about the Young family tree, and this is great. This is what we're here for. I don't know who Dale Wynn Young is. This is like getting to before.
No, he was one of those guys, because I was collecting cards right at the time when he was getting called up, and I thought he was related to both of them just because of his name. But he was with the Dodgers. I want to say he was drafted by the Dodgers in like 2003 or 2004. Didn't pan out with
Del Wynn?
Del Wynn, yes.
Drafted by
and then got traded to the Pirates. Okay. He came up with the Dodgers, though.
He was drafted 3 times, finally by the Dodgers in the 4th round in 2002.
Okay, see?
But no, not a relative.
I mean, he wasn't that good, but, you know, the name just made you think he was.
Yeah, I get it. You got a bunch of guys that get drafted at the same time or around the same time, and they have the same last name. He was also 5'10", 209. It doesn't feel like the young brothers are a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
Jeremy, I got to ask. We got to talk about non-baseball. Did you eat when you said barbecue? I thought you meant like ribs. By the way, that's why I was disappointed with your.
When I hear barbecue, nonsense. I think like pulled pork barbecue.
Sure, that works too. Did you eat, Jeremy? Did you eat that plate, or is it just sitting frigidly cold next to you? Crushed it. I haven't eaten yet. Is the reason I'm asking, and I'm trying to figure out what is the position that makes sense to take a break and let you guys yammer for a few picks. Maybe the beginning of the second round.
Now.
You're gonna have to make your own food, Jamie.
Actually, I gotta hop off. So we are getting Zoom call with the Twins' first round pick, Merrick Houston, which I'm about to join, and I'll come back with the details on that.
Please bring quotes.
I'll do my best.
So not right now, if you're wondering.
That Theo didn't pick up on that strong hint.
No.
Okay.
I'm starving.
That's okay. It is what it is.
Just Just keep drinking your water over there.
Like at record level. I'm at like record levels of hydration. In my freezing cold basement. That is freezing cold because we live in a split level house. This is the
Yeah,
problem.
mine's also cold. I'm wearing shorts. My legs are not warm right now.
Oh
I
man.
know.
Okay, dude. So Summerhill is really like a legit slide at this point, right? So if we look at the board before we get another pick, Summerhill 24th by consensus, Devin Taylor 28th. Those are the top two on the board. Jaden Falsky, the top prep available at 31. He is committed to 99% sure it's LSU. So that's going to be a strong commit. Cam Canarella, who has a profile I'm not a huge fan of, but at this point in the draft, it makes a bunch more sense. He's 34th. Then you're getting into Anthony Ianson, Dean Curley, Ryan Mitchell, Alex Slodies, Aaron Watson, Jack Bauer, and some other guys. So really interested to see how the next couple of picks shake out before we get into the second round. The Rays actually have 2 of the next 5 picks. The Marlins do. The Rays at 42, Marlins 43, White Sox 44, Rockies 45, and the Marlins again at 46.
Where's the actual broadcast on the draft? Do you have that on still?
LA. Actually, they just did the Davalan pick. So I think they're like releasing picks and then I like that. This is great. Yeah. But you know what I need to do is like make it actually, you know what? I was going to say what I would need to do is make it not too ridiculous so that folks wouldn't get tipped off. But I think amateur baseball names are generally so ridiculous that wouldn't really matter.
Yeah, I mean, Hingle McCringleberry still
right. Exactly. That's definitely the vibes. Like, for example, we could go further down the board and do I'm not going to do it, Jeremy. Don't worry.
I thought you were. I thought that was 100% where you were going.
I'm trying to find some interesting ones, and now I can't.
Like Briggs McKenzie.
Paxton Kling, McLean Moody.
Briggs McKenzie sounds like a Key and Peele name for sure.
Yeah, that's a good one. Caden Kent, son of Jeff, also in this draft.
Wait, say that one more time.
Caden Kent. Jeff Kent.
Okay. When you said Hayden Kent, son of Jeff Kent, also in this draft, I'm like, Jeff Kent's not in this draft, bro.
Okay, the Summerhill slide stops at 42 with the Tampa Bay Rays, which also means I've missed a pick.
No, you didn't.
Wait, is the Rays up or are the Marlins up?
The Rays are up at 42.
Oh, the Rays are up at 42. Dude, I'm losing it. I don't know if I'm going to make it all the way through this. Summerhill goes at 42 to the Rays. What do you think about this? I mean, surely you have to feel pretty good about this in terms of just straight value, right?
Yeah, and I could see. I mean, he's probably going to sign for about slot, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah.
They took Pierce 14th overall. So I think if you were the Rays coming into this and you got those two and you were able to trade out of 37 to get a guy to help now, I think that's a pretty successful draft. But you sent me a while ago that Summerhill was the 80th on a board.
Yep.
And so this is not like a new thing where all of a sudden he was kind of polarizing. But the one thing that's hard, like you ask about his power, but then you tell me that he broke his hamate bone. Like that saps.
I don't know if he broke his hamate bone. He broke something. Maybe someone can tell us in the chat. I think it was a finger. I could be wrong, dude.
Still,
it was something.
That saps power. What else saps power? Hamstrings.
Sure.
So if you tell me a guy has a hand and a hamstring and that he's not hitting for power, I would say, well, maybe we give him a pass on that one.
I feel you, but at the same time, he never demonstrated that. He never demonstrated that type of power, and so I guess that would hit differently for me if he had some kind of track record of showing it and then didn't in his junior season. But he hit like 7 home runs in his sophomore season too, albeit with a bit more extra base impact. So, yeah, that's my struggle with Summerhill. But at 42 here, I mean, this is a high floor profile. You're talking profile, pardon me. You're talking about a guy who walks like 17% of the time, really good in zone contact. And so I feel like the Rays do a good job of developing bats. They might be able to layer on some more power there. So interested to see where they go. So we've got who's up? The Marlins at 43, and then we're into round 2.
Are we? I mean, we're within a dozen picks of the Twins.
Correct.
There are still a number of names that we've talked about to the Twins. Devin Taylor, number 1 on consensus.
He's never going to be on the board. But keep going. Go off.
Devin Taylor, Jaden Fauske.
Sure.
So Riley Quick went. I gotta add that. I've talked about Anthony Ianson as a fit. I don't know that they would back up a college pitcher with a college pitcher on the first night.
I agree.
Dean Curley is a name that we mentioned a couple months ago as maybe not a great fit, but someone that
you're buying low on Dean Curley though, and we can talk about that more closer. That pick potentially closer to the time if he's still on the board.
In that same group, Lodice, Watson, Bauer.
Yeah.
Cervantes.
Curley's also a draft eligible soft, and so from Tennessee, and so I think if he's getting drafted at this point, it's probably for overslot, because he really fell off towards the end of the season. Canarella goes to the Marlins at 43. It looks like. Do you know we have to get to 105? We still have 62.
Yeah. Well, these picks, once we get to round 3, I would guess it's going to be.
If you say so.
Minutes.
The board's holding up quite well despite the mess.
Yeah.
We have one player in the top consensus top 30 still available, and we're on pick 42. Not bad.
Are we through 104 tonight, or are we through Angels at 105?
I don't know if they're doing that comp pick. I thought it was through 3, just 3 rounds.
But as a comp pick for an unsigned third rounder.
Oh, so yes, probably.
So we can see the Angels do something stupid again.
Absolutely wild start to that draft. Unbelievable.
He's got to come in. I'm surprised we haven't seen a number for him. He's got to come in way under.
Bremner? Yeah, but you'd have to think so, right?
So his slot's 10 and a quarter, essentially. And by consensus was 13.
11. Yeah.
What wasn't going in the top 10.
13th is what, 6 something? 6.5?
13 is 5.5.
Oh, dang. So what do you get him for, like 7 and save $3 million?
He's got to be getting less than that. He's got to be maybe 6.5.
That's wild. Then
so that 3.7, saving what's equivalent to the 24th pick.
That's crazy.
So at their next pick, which is just shy of 2.1. I mean, if they combine that savings, you could be, what would I say, 27, 24, 2.1, 5.8. I mean, that's pick 12 money. So is there someone that there's nobody even there? Like, if you're gonna take that, you gotta float somebody down there or multiple guys.
I just don't know how much high caliber, like super high caliber. When's their next pick?
Not until
they got to be coming up soon.
47. So right now.
Oh, duh. No, we're at 44, dude. You're losing it. We're at the White.
Oh yeah, because Marlins are 43 and 46. So, I mean, could that be your one of your prep guys that's fallen, a Jack Bauer type?
Maybe. I don't know if I would categorize him as having fallen yet, though. Would you? 43 by consensus.
No, but I mean, I'm saying guys that you're going to have to pay a lot of money to, and I think these prep guys, if they don't go soon, they're not signing. They're not signing.
Agreed.
For $1.5 million, right?
Agreed. I think someone asked us a great question about this sometime recently, semi-recently on the pod, and basically the answer that we came up with is if you're a prep and you haven't been selected by the end of Comp B, which is through pick like 75, you're really unlikely to sign, unless these new NCAA roster rules come into play, which kind of limit roster size. And so one kind of piece of speculation there has been, might that impact the draft in that we see more preps signing in the like $750,000 to $1 million range for marginal guys who are potentially getting squeezed off of college rosters.
Sure, but that's not these guys.
It's definitely not these guys in this range. I'm just saying
the guys that are going to go, that are going to
100%. I'm just saying we're not going to see a ton of prep guys sign after Comp B unless there's a kind of tertiary tier of prep guys who we really haven't been talking about on the board who are going to sign as a result of.
Yep. No, I get that. I do think though that the other thing is it's a weird year for prep pitching.
Yep, I agree.
Like what have we had, 2 at this point? Hernandez and Schoolcraft.
Is that it? Let's see.
I'm pretty sure that's it.
I think you're right.
Like that's absurd. That's unheard of. So these guys that are coming on the board might be asking for more. Like it might just be the perfect storm of guys going to. Sorry, I'm reading comments.
No, you're great. Max, frequent, awesome question asker on Blue Sky. Quick is less than a year out from Tommy John and having some problems with command. Isn't that typical? I would say absolutely yes. 100%. I think the encouraging thing from like an on-ramp perspective for Quick is that he had most of a season this year to work some of the kinks out, right? So if you're the Twins, you get him signed, you say, see you in spring 2026. He does all the stuff that they do with their guys, velocity boot camp and working through stuff in his arsenal. And I think you're hoping / expecting that the command sharpens up gradually the further and further he gets removed from Tommy John. In fact, if you want to spin it to a positive direction, right? And I know I said like the production didn't quite match the like kind of traits or the arsenal. I think you could also kind of put it the other way and say you should actually be really encouraged that Riley Quick performed so well coming back from Tommy John surgery in the most competitive conference in the country and put up solid K rate, solid walk rate, solid overall fit production, all that type of stuff. So I think that's a good shout, Max, for sure. So we have our little break before round 2 here. If you're the White Sox, Jeremy, and you're on the board here, what are you doing?
Well, let me look here at what the White Sox have done. They've gone Billy Carlson at 10.
That's it.
And the White Sox are awful. So, I mean, they're taking a pitcher would be. I mean, Taylor's the best player available.
I agree. I do agree.
And so I feel like at this point in time, that seems like a really good answer all the time.
Yeah.
Taylor, Fauske, Ianson, Curley. Yeah, I mean, I think this is a great range to take prep pitching. So
agreed.
Do that. I mean, if they took, could you imagine Jack Bauer in that system? Another lefty
in the White Sox system?
Yeah.
This is our fodder. Right. This is our in between rounds fodder here.
Hagen Smith, Noah Schultz, Jack Bauer.
I don't know. Yeah, I kind of agree with Spencer on Bauer. I get a little bit nervous about the strikes with him. Although, I mean, he's literally an historic arm. 103 mile per hour from the left-hand side. That's actually crazy.
Only one other human does that. Right, Theo?
Right.
Theo's favorite pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
Any other surprises you guys want to call out in the comments? Oh, here's the White Sox. I love this pick for them. I'm not going to lie. Jaden Falsky, Nazareth Academy catcher, taking him at 44. I believe he was. Where do we have him, Jeremy? 34. 31.
31.
Okay, let's talk about Falsky for a second because we haven't maybe necessarily talked about him a ton. I said likely to be the first prep catcher off the board. Illinois-based LSU commit, so he's local to the White Sox. Hits from the left-hand side, hit over power profile, but I think he checks a lot of boxes offensively. Good bat-to-ball skills, pull side power, good bat speed, maybe more power on the way. He's played quite a bit of outfield in addition to catcher. However, I think if he doesn't stick behind the plate, which like who knows with the prep catcher, I would be completely fine if he was an outfielder because he has a chance for like 55 hit, 55 power, likely a top 50 pick. Might be a tough sign. It doesn't seem like that's a problem for them. So Falsky to the White Sox with the first pick of the second round. What do you think of that, Jeremy?
Yeah, comments say he was announced as an outfielder, but I do like that for the White Sox. They've obviously got work to do. But tough not to like the draft if you're a White Sox fan.
100%.
Right?
Looks like we already got another pick in at number 45, JB Middleton to the Rockies.
Ooh, fascinating.
Yeah, well, nobody wants there to pitch, so you're gonna have to be drafted a pitcher. And
what number?
He was 52 by consensus, one of the best. I want to say the second highest college pitcher by consensus available.
Yeah, let's talk.
And then Middleton.
Yeah, let's talk about Middleton. So 21 years old, 6 foot 180. I don't know, like maybe slightly undersized if you want to call him that. His stuff really took a jump this year. Fastball that says 93 to 94, but he can get it up to 97. Good ride on that pitch. Kind of gyro type slider at the moment that he throws in the high 80s. It's a good like power breaking ball. And then a changeup, which is a lefty neutralizer changeup. Maybe like not as intensely good competition because he was at Southern Miss, if I'm not mistaken. But really good production. Struck out just under 30% of hitters, walked only 6%, 290 FIP, and 105.1 innings. I said like ceiling dictated by how much a team feels like they can tweak the arsenal and continue to add to the stuff. And it's the Rockies, so I don't know the answer to that. But I like Middleton as one of the kind of second or third tier of college arms, depending on how you want to chop that up. That's a fun pick, and the Rockies got to keep bringing in arms and trying to figure it out. Okay. So we got Marlins up at 46, Angels 47, Athletics 48, Nationals 49. Let's talk about this quick while we're waiting on another pick. If the Twins pick Landon Harmon or Angel Cervantes at 54, I will not do a backflip because I can't, but I'd be absolutely ecstatic with that pick. Harmon is absolutely one of the better prep arms in this class. In my opinion, fastball's been up to 100. One of the best examples of that pitch, I think, in the entire draft class. When we had Carlos Collazo on doing a preview show, he called out, we already have I have the Marlins pick on the TV. What the hell? My TV has flipped to being.
Chat, man.
Stop talking about Harmon. I love that pick, Tom. He's a great pick. Compton to the Marlins is interesting. He had probably like the loudest combine performance. It was like EVs of 115 and 98 mile per hour throws from the outfield. So tools are great. I think there's some hit tool concerns. Now we're ticking along.
Are we flying?
So Compton is the pick at 46. Chase Shores is the pick at 47. Another guy who made my should be ranked higher list. Shores worked out the bullpen for LSU. Fastball up to 101. Nasty change. It's just like nasty stuff with a ton of relief risk. But he's also
Yeah,
like
he'll be a reliever for the Angels this year.
6'7", 6'8" type guys. Thanks for keeping these picks coming in the comments, guys. You guys are keeping us up to date now, so it's absolutely appreciated.
We are on a roll.
We are moving more quickly, which is encouraging. I'm trying to find my Shores.
While we got him in it, good call with Merrick Houston. Like him, he said since he grew up like an hour north of Fort Myers, he played high school baseball state championship game his freshman year at Lee County Sports Complex in Hammond Stadium. So he's got a little bit of familiarity. Didn't really know if he was going to be scouted, but by the Twins, he wasn't kind of expecting it, but that's a lot of guys in these drafts. He said the player he models his game the most after is Dansby Swanson. Also mentioned Alex Bregman as a favorite. He first saw Swanson play when he was at Vanderbilt, so he saw his defensive game there, and he's like, oh, I see what I can do with myself there, which was really neat to hear. So he's very high on his defense. I know some scouting reports aren't, but he feels confident that he can stick out at shortstop for the future with the Twins organization. So we'll see what happens in the next few days and how he signs and then where things go from there. But good kid.
There you go, guys. You got live reporting from Theo directly from the Zoom room with Merrick Houston. Can't get that anywhere else. Jeremy,
and then what happened in the chat?
Devin Taylor taken by the Athletics.
I was hoping he would drop.
I just don't think it's surprising. Like, even if you're unexcited by the supplementary tools, we're talking about. I have a lot of his data because I was doing some stuff on him with the possibility the Twins might pick him. But let's talk about his numbers real quick. 107 EV90, only 15% end zone whiff, doesn't chase a ton. Slug 706, 18 home runs, walked 19% of the time, 11% strikeout rate, 169 WRC plus, adjusted OPS of 1200. I mean, that's just like a really good hit, really good power bat. And even if the defense is bad, who cares? Washington Nationals is selecting
Ethan Petrie
at 49. He was a guy that was on a lot of Twins mocks as one of their kind of secondary picks. What do you make of this one, Jeremy?
I mean, I don't know enough about him to tell you too much, but
I'm trying to find where I have him on my board.
He's at 64.
There we go.
But the Nationals, like, they saved money. So that's a follow-up that I thought I would see.
Did Jeremy freeze?
Someone froze.
Yeah, Jeremy's freezing up a bit.
All right, Petrie. Let's talk about Petrie. Jeremy, get yourself together, man.
Hey, we're reaching the 4-hour mark. Yeah, no, you did.
So my concern here is not that Ethan Petrie's not a good baseball player. It's that they took Willits 1 to spend money on somebody else later, and that's not Ethan Petrie.
That is interesting for sure. That is yeah, I don't have a good answer for that. Petrie, one of the more famous prospects in this class, 6'4", 235, 21 years old. 126 WRC plus with 10 home runs, 13.7% walk rate. No, Angel Cervantes goes to the Pirates, a pick 50.
That's a bummer.
There you go. Cervantes was one of our favorite prep arms in the class. 49th by consensus, 17-year-old on draft day, 6'2", 190, righty. Quick whippy arm, throws a ton of strikes. Fastball sits in the mid-90s, really sick changeup. That's an arm that we liked a ton, especially for an organization who might prioritize strike throwing. So you've got the Pirates who have done what now? Seth Hernandez and Angel Cervantes with their first 2 picks is a really fun haul if you're a Pirates fan. Although I'm still asking the question of when are they ever going to have a bat that will hit? I don't know.
There are some fun arms available potentially now for the Twins, even though Cervantes goes at 50. Ianson's still fun. Watson, Bauer,
Harmon,
Fisher. There's definitely dudes. Cooper Fleming.
Yeah.
Would be fun. That would be a fun one, I think.
Okay, we got the Reds up at 51, Texas 52, Tampa Bay 53, Minnesota 54. We'll get True Blood back on here at 54 if he's up for it, because the Cubs will be coming up there shortly afterwards. St. Louis 55, Cubs 56, and then we'll have a Brewers pick coming up here too. So we are moving a little bit faster through the second round. I like that Cervantes pick. The Cincinnati Reds are selecting right-handed pitcher Aaron Walton with pick 51. Okay, we're going down. No, that's a typo, dude. Aaron Walton is an outfielder from Arizona. I assume he means Watson.
Yeah.
Assume that's what we're getting here. Aaron Watson, who's 42nd by consensus, being taken by the Reds at 51 here. This is a really great prep profile, in my opinion. I'm seeing a little bit of a run on prep pitching here, which I think makes sense. 18 years old, 6'5", 205. Fastball's taking a major step forward this year. I think he's been up to 97 out of Trinity Christian in Florida. Feels about the
Steele Hall and Aaron Watson.
Yeah, let's go. I like Cincinnati's draft always too. Yeah. They always do a nice job.
53. So we got 2 left before the Twins.
Yeah. Texas no. Yes.
Yep,
Texas 52, Tampa Bay 53, Twins at 54. Let's just talk about who's left on this board here. The highest ranked player by consensus is Ianson at 38. I got to imagine he doesn't last much longer. Dean Curley, 39, who we suspect might return to school. Ryan Mitchell, a good prep shortstop at 40. Alex Lodice, 41. He was a finalist for the Golden Spikes. He's actually a good shortstop, and I think his defense is a little underrated. Jack Bauer, 43, 103 mile per hour, left-handed fastball. Matthew Fisher, an older prep right-hander out of Indiana. Mason Neville, I think, was a D1 home run leader with Oregon, but there's some hit tool questions there at 46. And then you're jumping down to Quentin Young, nephew of Delman and Dimitri, at 51st by consensus. Rangers, Rays, Twins. We'll do a Rangers pick, and then we'll get Matt back on here. And
so, yeah, Rangers took Fiend in the first round.
Rangers taking their time, says Hyatt in the chat. Hyatt, thanks for keeping us up to speed here, man.
Oh, and I'm losing focus. Why wouldn't
There
I
you
lose
go.
focus?
It's representing your state of mind.
Yes.
There we go. We're back. I've never wore a headset for so long.
Is it making your ears hurt?
Yeah, you don't have that gamer lifestyle then, Jeremy. That's for sure.
That's 100% accurate. Yeah, I'm like adjusting on my ears every once in a while.
Mm-hmm. It happens.
I like the Watson pick for Cincinnati. I like Arizona. I like Texas Rangers are taking AJ Russell. Oh man. So AJ Russell, we just don't have a lot of time to talk about him, do we? Tennessee pitcher was injured a bunch and struggled to stay healthy. 6'6", 200. Just a great frame, like sick fastball from a really low release and a wide angle. It's like a run. It's like a little bit of a unicorn fastball. Tight slider. Got a sweeper. Has already had internal brace surgery. So I think the question here is, can AJ Russell stay healthy? If yes, it's some of the better arm talent in the class. So a little bit of a risk that I think you'd feel comfortable taking at 52. Let's get Matt on here. Hi, Matt. Welcome back. What do you think about Riley Quick to the Minnesota Twins, or quicker, or quickest?
I mean, I think it's a really good pick, but obviously that is just complete surface level analysis. I like the profile. I think you can obsess over injury history, and when it's really recent, you do have to take it into account because you just haven't seen the player come back to the level they were at before they got hurt. But everybody gets hurt now. So that should be priced into, even guys who have completely clean health records. You have to price in that they're going to get cut soon, probably, or at least quite possibly. So, they did this with Connor Prelip, and obviously that's taken a long time to pay off. This isn't that dramatic a play, so I like it.
Yep, right on. So, okay, who do we have here? We've got the Rays up at 53, the Twins 54, St. Louis Cardinals 55, and the Cubs 56. So we'll get Matt's reaction to the Twins pick and the Cubs pick. And then we'll get Spencer back on here to talk Brewers at 59. Dude, we're moving here. Let's see. Who's our highest rated player left, Jeremy? Who we got left on the board? Ianson still?
Ianson, yep.
Okay.
Which is another name.
A Cubs name, maybe?
I'd heard with the Cubs, and whether I had heard them like taking a huge cut, trying to make a really below slot deal with him. Maybe that was when his stock was a little higher, I think. But we'll see. He might have fallen into their laps here.
No, Jeremy, here you go. Cooper Fleming, 53 to the Rays. Twins are on the clock.
And I had made Fleming was someone I had written down 37 to the Rays. Obviously, they moved out of that pick, so you gotta if that was really something that they were interested in getting him at 37, and they move out of that pick, get their player, and still get their guy at 53. That's a good deal. But yeah, I would have liked Fleming for the Twins.
Left-handed hitting shortstop out of California, committed to Vanderbilt, 6'3", 195. Good athlete, hit over power profile, kind of a typical prep shortstop, solid defense. Might move off the position. We like that kind of profile. A prep hitter who has a chance to stick. Like that pick for the Rays.
So now we go, huh?
What do you think, Ianson? I agree that it would be shocking. However, Ianson is good value, but I would also be a bit surprised if the Twins didn't take another bat, because otherwise, where are their bats coming from in this class?
Well, and Lodice is someone that we talked a ton about.
I would love that pick here.
How'd you feel about a Corbin Dickerson draft right here?
You know how I feel about Corbin Dickerson. He is on my big five guys who I think are underranked because people hate his swing, but I think you can do swing work. And I'm not saying that the Twins are expert at that, but the criticism with Dickerson is it's like a long entry point into a swing, and you can see it from an open side look. If you look at it, like he takes forever to get his handset in place. And I just think like if you're a pro organization, no, the Twins are taking Quentin Young. That is such a fun pick. Holy moly.
That's awesome.
Holy
wow.
bucket.
How about this?
There you go. Oh my god.
Someone get Delman on the phone.
Okay, so there's your
that's your Whitaker type pick. There's your big swing pick.
That's unbelievably fun. Quentin Young, 51st by consensus, 18 years old, 6'5", 215, right-handed hitting out of Oaks Christian High School in California. Up arrow on the last version of the board. This is an absolute ton of raw power. So, Greg, if you're still watching, here's your big dude who dings dongs. Violent right-handed swing, super aggressive approach at the plate. Has an absolute bazooka arm. I think you're looking at like a third base right field profile here, probably. The question is going to be, what does the hit tool look like long term, right? So pitch pitch recognition, pardon me. I think there's some work to do there. He's committed to LSU. They obviously feel confident that they're getting him. So, guys, what's your reaction to Quentin Young? Jeremy, what do you think of that one?
Love it. I was looking for. I think the big question with Delman is there was some makeup concerns, right? And so the Twins recently they've leaned real heavy into plus makeup. And so that was one thing that I was trying to research here. Like, what are people saying about him? And, with Delman, I think it was just some immaturity. And, Dimitri Young, I think was a very highly respected professional. So I like it. It's a big swing, and someone that's been around the game. I mean, obviously it's not his dad, but two uncles played professional baseball. Like he knows his way around a ballpark. So I'm excited for it. And if it doesn't pan out, you can do that with the 54th pick in the draft.
Okay, we got a Cubs pick too, and then Matt, I'm going to get your reaction to both. The Cubs are taking North Carolina outfielder who I thought was destined for the Cleveland Guardians, Kane Kepley, of 56 overall. We'll give a couple of details on Kepley here, and then we'll get straight over to Matt. So Kepley was a transfer this year, kind of diminutive guy, 5'8", 180, a ton of speed plus defense in center field. That's going to give him value. I think it was 87 stolen bases in 3 seasons in college at a 92% clip. It is a good approach, 14% walk rate, 7% strikeout rate. It's like 30 grade power. So you're getting nothing there, but it's like a speed, contactability, and defense type of table setting profile. So Matt, if we can go to you, your thoughts on Kane Kepley to the Cubs and Quentin Young to the Twins. Very different picks.
Yeah, couldn't be much more so. Young is fun. You guys are right about that. And I think obviously we know what this body's going to age like, right? We have a sample size of 2, but it's a pretty good sample size. 6'5", 215 already. It's not going to stay a nice slender 6'5", right? Dude's going to have to hit. So I think a decade ago, this guy probably goes 30 picks earlier. And the industry's just gotten a little smarter, a little more willing to just let guys like this go to college if they want. But the Twins clearly did their homework here and feel like you said, that, whether there's a makeup difference or whether, Delman was just a guy who got huge money at a really young age. And that just is rough for some guys. And I do think you replay his career with just some of the circumstances changed around, and he might have been an even more successful player. And we saw what a great hitter he can be. And I think, great to roll those dice. So Kepley's uninspiring to me, but I get it. It's high floor, very low ceiling. My concern is it's a really low ceiling unless you max out the bat to ball, because the power not showing up. I mean, that slap and run outfield type, the fourth outfielder is not really a useful profile anymore. It's
doesn't
like
it seem like they do this often? They take these types of players. They took the kid from the Gophers. Was it the Gophers a couple years ago?
Bateman. Yep.
The Florida kid, Rivera. I mean, high floor, low ceiling kind of seems to be their MO. Oh
yeah, no, they love doing this, and I mean, they already traded Josh Rivera for Nate Pearson, which hasn't worked out. They love what they've gotten out of Bateman, but it's not going to be like a impact big league profile. It's one of those things where it almost feels like they're trying to install really good scenery for the prospects they really care about. Put guys in the minors that are going to have a possible big league upside, but have great makeup, can demonstrate some skills that they want their higher talent level prospects to soak up along the way. I mean, that would be a silly way to spend a pick this high. And I don't think that's how they're actually thinking about it, but that's what it ends up coming to for me a lot. They populate their system with a lot of those guys.
Let's grab Spencer on here too, because the Brewers are on the clock. The Orioles just took Joseph Jurwa, who is a player. What's up, Spence? Jurwa was a guy I know the Twins were interested in, another 6'8" lefty. who had some arsenal work to do, some velo to add, but has a really good changeup and it's just like a foundation, is a really good strike thrower. Not necessarily a great mover, I think it's fair to say, but definitely something you could kind of unpack and tweak into a back end starting pitcher. So that's interesting for the Orioles. That is not kind of their MO, in my opinion. So Brewers are on the clock here at 50. What pick are we at? 59? 58?
59, yeah. Well, because Nicky Becker got drafted at 57.
That's going to be an expensive play for the Mariners. I believe Nicky Becker is committed to Virginia. His brother plays there, a Northeast prep shortstop profile. What do you think, Spencer? Are we getting a Jack Bauer deal here? No, we're not.
Is it through?
It's J.D. Thompson, left-handed
Oh.
pitcher out of Vanderbilt for the Brewers at 59. What's your quick hitter here, Spence?
Yeah, that definitely felt like a Brewers profile when I was looking into him. Just a pretty low release height. He gets around 17, 18 inches of induced vertical break. Like that's the type of stuff they love in a fastball. Slider's decent. It's kind of cutter-ish, and I wonder if they're going to try and kind of speed it up a little bit and make it more of a cutter, or keep it and go with a cutter in between it and the fastball maybe. But he's got a upper 70s curveball, so I just feel like they might want to separate the slider and curve a little bit more. But the changeup, I think, is probably his best secondary right now from what I was looking at. He drops 10, 11 miles per hour off the fastball with it. Pretty decent depth to it, some run. And he's just like a really big pitchability guy from what I was seeing. So I think Brewers probably feel like they can play with the fastball, make it a really solid primary pitch, and work the changeup off of it, and probably figure out at least one breaking ball between the two of them and make him an interesting pitching prospect from the left side too, which they don't have a ton of lefty pitching prospects at the moment.
Okay, so I'm going to come back, Spencer. What a great breakdown, man. I don't need to say anything else. So if you're now kind of zooming out and looking at this Brewers class through the first three picks, what's your kind of thoughts and analysis of their overall portfolio, if you want to call it that?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, the more I look at it, like I feel like Evil's probably a little underslot, and you're probably underslot in Fisher, and I don't think Thompson's going to be much. I would imagine he's slot or maybe a little below. I mean, he's going around where he's expected to as a college guy. I would imagine they have like some money to play with and maybe make a bigger stab at 68. But at the same time, I've kind of been expecting them to be safe at 68 because that's the spot where if they don't happen to sign that player, they would lose it completely after not getting Livonis last year. So, yeah, I'm guessing that they have some money to work with here, like a decent amount if I had to guess, but I don't know. It's interesting. I like what they've done so far. I mean, I wasn't, like I said, Fisher wasn't top of my list, but I do like what they've done to this point. I think they've added some stuff to the system that they didn't really have in some ways. So I always like when they can kind of build out the depth of the system in different ways than what they already have.
Yep. Matt, want to weigh in on what the Brewers have done so far? What are your thoughts on how what they put together through three picks?
I love the Thompson pick, and I think it's very much the Brewers do this a lot where they take a guy who other teams might be looking at as sort of a low ceiling fast mover. The Brewers are going to move him through their system slower than another team might. Just a little. Just, the promotions will come a couple of months slower, even if everything stays healthy and on track. But if and when he works out, he's going to have added an extra tick that another team wouldn't have found, or he's going to have, added that, like you said, Spencer, sort of cleaned up the breaking ball looks. It's their process with pitchers just like this is phenomenal. So it's a great way to round out the class. And I agree they're pushing money down the board. They might be pushing it even past 68. They might just be, thinking about that 11 to 20 range and making some hay there. We'll see.
Okay, Spencer, let's just keep you right here, man, because the Brewers are picking again in just a few. We're going to catch up on some here. If anyone chat knows what direction the Braves went here. Did we miss a Braves pick at 60? I did.
Yeah. Okay, so it's Alex Lod. What is
Low
his
dice.
Low dice, thank you. And then the Royals with Michael Lombardi. Milwaukee Witherspoon was 62 for the Tigers, and then Cade Obermuller.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm learning names, so that
No,
is
that's
where we're
great.
at.
Okay, good deal. Y'all chat, keep these picks coming in. I'm getting way behind on the board here. Lombardi is a fascinating one for the Royals. He's another, I think, no, he's definitely another guy on my should be drafted higher list that I put out at Just Baseball. Just like, I think he was a two-way player who recently focused more heavily on pitching, and any organization, which I think I deem the Royals one now, who does a good job of pitching development, are going to make absolute hay with this guy. Just like a really metrically appealing fastball. Lombardi struck out a gazillion people for Tulane this year. That's a fascinating pick for the Royals. Tigers with Malachi Witherspoon. That's Kyson's twin brother. It's equally electric stuff, maybe a little bit less refined. Phillies take Cade Obermuller. It's like a low slot Big Ten Iowa guy whose velo popped a bit. Spencer, any thoughts on any of these pitchers doing anything for you from what we've just taken a look at?
Obermuller was interesting to me. Partially, his dad was a Brewer and got some family history there, but I wasn't a big fan of him last draft when he was in the draft. I liked some of the stuff he did this. I mean, the command ticked up a lot, which I was little worry about, was it just a fluky 1 year thing? But I thought he just kind of sharpened up some of the shapes of his pitches, and it is a funky delivery. I mean, it's kind of like off-brand Jamie Arnold in some of the ways that some of the stuff he does with the delivery. So he was a guy I was looking at for the Brewers to potentially take with one of these two picks. So he went in the range of it, but they went with Thompson over him, which I totally get. But yeah, Lombardi was another guy that seemed pretty interesting as a potential Brewers type of guy. But all of them are interesting arms. I mean, Witherspoon has very good stuff. It's very interesting stuff, but it seems like it's very inconsistent in terms of movement and control and everything. So I haven't paid a ton of attention to the Tigers pitching development lately, but obviously they figured out Scooball at one point. So they might be a decent fit for him. I think I was looking at him for an org like the Brewers or Rays or somebody who kind of has done a good job with that type of profile, but they're all interesting arms. It's a pretty good run of college arms, honestly.
Yeah,
this late.
This is
see the
super
last
fun.
pick?
Nope.
Dean Curley to the Guardians.
Stop. Wow.
They're at 64.
64. Okay. Trying to catch up here. So Curley is interesting, and we can touch on him. I'm going to have to tidy this board later. We can touch on Curley real quick. I mean, I wrote a deep dive on Curley at the beginning of the season saying that he kind of has the stuff potentially to be like a top 10, top 15 type pick. And it looked that way. And he just really fell off in the second half of the season. He's a draft eligible sophomore, right-handed hitting, 6'3", 215, 21 years old. Good. It's good damage on contact. 107, 90 percentile EV. He just really fell off at the plate and defensively towards the end of last season. So the Guardians must be confident they have the money to get it done. But that's an interesting. I mean, that's a legit slide for Curley to be, taken in the 60s here.
And then Cam Leiter to the Dodgers.
Oh God.
Tell me why.
I mean, so Cam Leiter missed the entire season. The entire season from injury. I'm just pulling up his profile here. So 97th by consensus, nephew of Alan Mark. It's just like a size stuff type profile that you can envision the Dodgers doing well with if he stays healthy. 6'5", 205. When he was at Florida State in 2024, 35% strikeout rate. This strike throwing problems, but it's a huge fastball, like 99, 100, power slider. There's a curveball there too. And so I think it's a relief risk arm potentially with both the strike throwing and the injury history, but he's also the kind of guy you can kind of see the Dodgers doing a really nice job with and remaining a starter.
Aaron Walton now gets drafted. Guardians.
Okay.
66. But and then Dean Moss, 67 to the Rays.
That's a great pick. I don't get why Moss was kind of a bit faded. What number was that on Moss, Jeremy? You said 67.
67. And he's by consensus 75.
Yeah, there we go.
So
yeah.
Ianson still top available. Then Jack Bauer. So Ianson 38, Bauer 43, Matthew Fisher, right-handed prep from Indiana 45, Mason Neville, outfielder from 46. Those are the only ones in the top 52 available.
Spencer, who are you eyeing up here? What about Bauer at this slot? Or are we kissing that nightmare goodbye for you?
Man. I'm kind of thinking he's just not signing at this point, if I were to guess. But
it looks like they have someone, JD Thompson.
Oh no, that's our last pick.
They're so behind. Sorry, guys.
Show yourself out, Theo.
Yep.
No, I mean, at this point it'd be hard to argue it if you think you can sign him and take a shot on him. But Neville's interesting. I'm just so curious what they're gonna do here because I don't know. Like, do they go high school? Do they go prep with this?
That would be something.
That would be
Frank Carone.
Oh, I love Frank Tyrone. I love that pick for the Brewers, dude. Oh man.
Wow.
Okay. Tell me what you know about him. That's down the board.
That's another Jersey.
No,
they love Jersey.
I'm
preps.
obsessed with this pick.
105. So.
I do like this. I do like this pick. I mean, he's like up to mid 90s, but it's really solid shapes just across the board. Spins everything really well. 3,000 RPM breakers. And then I honestly like the changeup seemed like it was coming along this year. Another lefty arm, like I mentioned, they don't have a ton of those in the system. And I believe he's 17 as well. I'm trying to find that. He is 17.
Yeah.
Okay. And he's a coastal commit, I believe. So like
he is. They'll sign him.
Probably not a super tough sign. So yeah, I like that pick. I like the last two picks a lot. I think they've done a really good job with these pitchers here.
I think if you, again, and I feel similarly for the Twins class too, where I wasn't loving Merrick Houston by himself. And then if you stack him up with Riley Quick and the other guy and Quentin Young, that's suddenly much more interesting. I feel the exact same way about the Brewers class where standalone Andrew Fisher, okay, ho-hum. But Chiron is fascinating. Like you said, 17, 6'2", 200, cold weather arm, really big velo pop. He was sitting 91, 93 and is now sitting 94 up to the high 90s. Just like Spencer said, spin traits, which we associate with the Brewers, should be signable. That is a really fun arm to add to Thompson. And then there are other two picks. I love what the Brewers have done so far.
Yeah, that's a fun one. He's got big extension too, it looks like. So a lot of stuff that they're gonna like. Probably a pretty low release height. I think they'll like this one.
Pick 69, Orioles. JT Quinn, pitcher from Georgia, and then Guardians at 70. Pitcher Will Hines from Ontario, high school guy.
Hines is down board. Hines is not on the publicly facing board, but he is on my board. He's 165th by consensus. I don't have a full write-up on him. I think that's the first guy we've taken where we don't have a full write-up. Thanks, Guardians, for ruining everything.
JT Quinn is by consensus 139. You don't have a full write-up on him either.
Oh, great. Okay. Well, now we know the point at which things are starting to go south for the board.
Well,
that's why we don't make it longer.
But listen, though, the Orioles, we're going to need to save money, right? So JT Quinn's probably going to be a saving of some sort. Hines is a little bit harder to know, but if you think Curley's going to come over slot, typically Canadians are coming out of high school because they can do like there's like a 13th year, right? It's a little bit different.
Wait, what are Canadians doing exactly?
They have they have another year after high school before. That's why like Eddie Julian was a red shirt or was a sophomore draft eligible, because you don't necessarily go to your 4-year school after you finish your senior year of high school.
I'm not Canadian. I don't know these things, Jeremy.
Yeah. There's like it's like like a 1-year boarding school typically.
Okay.
So I would guess he would be a relatively easy sign. Prep guys like Belazovic, or however you say his name. So yeah, I would guess that he would come in under slot too, Will Hines.
We have an investigation to do into Canada's general education practices. Let's give
Theo's
Spencer.
on it. Theo's going to write about this.
How the Canadian public education system impacts the MLB draft.
There you go.
Yes. Here we go.
All right. Well, we're going to give Spencer another break here. Really appreciate you hopping on and talking Brewers. Love those 2 picks. And if you're up for it, Spencer, we'll get you back on one more time here at 94 and hope it's a guy that no one's ever heard of, because that'd be fun.
Absolutely. I will be back.
All right. See you soon, buddy. So I'm now like, my board is a mess. I haven't updated picks. I don't know who's available. Are you crossing names out? Because I'm not.
100%.
Just here to entertain people now. Justin Lampkin, left-handed pitcher, going to the Royals.
Got Tanner Franklin.
I've been
another pitcher going to the Cardinals.
I need to know more about. You guys
so
can talk about the picks. I need to know more about this Canada stuff.
Okay, my investigative work for Destination Show when we come back from our post-draft break.
What pick are we on right now? 72, Tanner Franklin? Is that where we're just?
Amy wants to know right now.
No, I don't want to know right now.
Tanner Franklin went 72. Lampkin went 71. Franklin is 119 by consensus.
Yeah, he also throws like 102, so that's fun.
And Lampkin, if I could spell correctly, is 131 by consensus. I just realized I have to write up the Twins at 88 and the Cubs at 90, so I'm trying to prep myself for that.
Fun. Oops, didn't mean to bang my mic. Okay, so we got 73. It looks like the Pirates are taking Murph Gray. He's a really interesting prospect out of Fresno State. Very much a tools were really interesting, but the production kind of matched it down the stretch here this year. Some swing and miss stuff, but a really good approach. Good impact to the plate. Rockies are up here at 74, and then we're moving into supplement. No, we're not. Then we're moving into the Angels have a supplementary pick. No, they don't. Moving into round 3.
No, it's the Red Sox. Red Sox have the compensation for Nick Pivetta.
Thank you.
75.
Apparently, I can't use the drop-down menu.
Nope.
Struggle is real.
Apparently, Canada changed their schooling stuff, and the grade 13 ended in 2003. Just so we're clear.
Okay, so I don't have to do. So Jordan Balazovic and I had the same exact number of grades we went to high school in. Got it.
Maybe.
So we've got the Rockies on the clock at 74. Then Boston at 75.
Murph Gray, huh?
I like Murph Gray.
That's a good name, Murph.
I like that pick.
We got somebody for the Rockies in. Max Bellew.
Max Bellew.
Yeah.
He was a guy who was connected with the Twins a bit earlier in the cycle. Left-handed hitting outfielder out of Texas. Pardon me, 6'2", 210. Let's see. I did a deep dive on him earlier in the season. It's a lot of chase and swing out of the zone. Some decent bat-to-ball skills, but some swing and miss in zone 2. He he missed most of the season from injury. I think it's kind of a corner profile long term. But if his development goes well, you could see him being a above average power, slightly below average hit tool guy who lives in a corner spot, which feels like pretty decent value at this stage of the draft. I think he was 52 by consensus, somewhere around there for Baloo. So now moving into round 3. No, one more comp pick. Got it. Boston Red Sox take Henry Godbout, second baseman out of Virginia. This is a hit over power tool. Here, slot value here is just right around $1 million. He had a really disappointing. Well, most of the Virginia team had a disappointing 2025 season, and his production was down. It popped back up towards the end of the season, but he was a guy who kind of faded down the board. He was originally like a top 40-ish guy on the board at the beginning of the cycle and faded a little bit late. Now we're on to round 3.
Yeah, so I mean, at this rate, we're done within the hour.
Let's go. Food is on the horizon.
Are we saying we're not going to 11 p.m. like originally anticipated?
Oh, it was way quicker.
All right.
Did your family return home yet, Jamie?
They're here. Yeah. Yep. I send my family away every draft day, for people who are wondering, to a new creative location every year so that they don't tax bandwidth. And my 2 wonderful and young children are not making a noise while we're streaming for 6 hours. So,
or you're not making too much noise for them when
there you go.
Delman and Dimitri Young's nephew is being drafted by the Twins.
I love that pick. That's so fun.
It'll be good. No, that's a great storyline to be following in the minors for the next few seasons for sure.
I'm ready for.
Is there conference calls or anything with these other 2 picks that have happened?
We're getting Riley Quick tomorrow. He's not available tonight, and then we'll have a post night 1 draft call with Sean Johnson. No word on Young yet.
Need the audio. Need the Sean Johnson audio.
How is Riley Quick not available? Like,
I don't know. I'm not the one asking. Maybe he's out celebrating.
Kyle Lodice to the White Sox at 76.
That is Alex's cousin, also a transfer, played at Georgia Tech this year. I think the profile here is a capable, versatile, utility infielder with decent pop. He had a great season for Georgia Tech and hit a bunch of homers. I think it's a lot of like pull side. We kind of maximize those pull side batted ball events. Colorado Rockies 77, taking Ethan Hedges, switched over to the draft tracker, so I feel on top of it now.
My draft tracker hasn't given me 77 yet.
Oh, clearly your wife and kids are taking up your bandwidth. Well, mine are not.
You're gonna be ahead of me. I just got it.
Let's go. I'm gonna know the Twins.
180 by consensus on Hedges.
Wow.
He's on the board.
Must be because they went over slot on Ethan Holiday.
The magic marker is we get to a round pick 85, 90, and then we get our first name that's not on the board at all. That's usually what happens.
Well, let's hope that number 88 and 90 are on the board.
Dude, Hyatt's the MVP in the chat, giving us every pick so we don't miss anything. We got Miami coming up at 78, Angels at 79, Nationals at 80. I'm interested to see that Nationals pick. Where are those Willett savings going, Jeremy? Will we find out? Will we find out at 80?
I don't think so. I mean, maybe a little. I mean, it is a little curious that Anthony Ianson is still available as a college pitcher. The Bauer thing is the Bauer.
I think that's
Bauer,
over.
Fisher, Appenzeller, Harmon, Coy James. But yeah, Ianson and Mason Neville and Henry Ford are your top 3 college guys available, and they're the only 3 available in the top 79.
Wow.
The rest are all prep.
Max Williams goes 78. to the Miami Marlins, Florida State outfielder, kind of power over hit profile. He was like super productive in college. I don't super love the swing a ton, but at this range, at this point, I'm not really picking too many holes in any of these picks, honestly. So value wise, Max Williams, I want to say was somewhere in the top 100. I'm pretty sure. There or thereabouts. 85, it looks like. So right around a spot that makes good sense. I like the Williams pick. That's solid value at this spot.
Did I say 85 by consensus? Did we say that?
You did. We did.
At this
Johnny,
point,
ooh, here's the Angels' money.
Another one.
Here's where the Angels are spending. This is their Tyler Brebner savings. Johnny Slawinski, Lyndon B.
70th by
Johnson.
consensus.
Yeah, Johnny Slawinski, prep lefty out of Texas. I want to say he's committed to Texas A&M. I wrote him up earlier in the year on a piece on the prep lefties for Just Baseball. He was getting a lot of love. It's just a really solid profile, good velo. He has kind of a drop and drive type of delivery, which is a little bit unusual. But I'm going to guess that pick is going to be pretty decently over slot for the Angels at 79. I'm guessing that is a fairly expensive asking price he has. Like that one. Don't love that he's going to the Angels, though.
Will he be in the majors by the end of the year, too?
No chance. 90 to 93 mile per hour fastball up to 94. Good strike thrower, low 80s changeup with good fade. Slurvy breaking pitch that needs some refinement, but it's a quick arm, solid delivery, all that good stuff. There's your Nats. Landon Harmon.
Ooh.
80th overall.
55 by consensus.
55 by consensus, high octane prep pitcher. It's like absolute gas fastball up to 100. I want to say he's out of Mississippi, East Union High School.
Yep.
That's got to be an expensive one for the Nats there. I liked him he's one of my more preferred prep pitchers. But I think for teams who are gonna kind of, we always talk about this, Jeremy, right? Like lean into the strength of the draft class. The strength of this draft class is not prep pitching. So I'm not incredibly surprised that the Twins have not taken one. Just given where the board is unfolded in front of them. Blue Jays up at 81. Landon Harmon, that's a fun pick.
I am curious, just,
that's going to be expensive.
Well, yeah, and they'll have plenty of money to get that done.
That's your Willett savings, though.
100%, right? Like if they save $3 million on Willets, I would guess that's probably
mostly gone.
That's probably what the price tag is, right?
Yep. Jerry, I'm gonna hop off here for 30 seconds, quick, before the Twins come up. I'll be right back.
All right, Theo, me and you.
All right, let's see what we can do here. So what, we got 6, 7 picks before we get back to the Twins?
Pirates, Reds, Rangers, Giants, Rays, Red
Well,
Sox.
Jays just took Jake Cook, lefty pitcher from Southern Mississippi.
Who is not on my printed list.
MLB, I've just been looking at MLB.com's. They had him 106 on theirs.
Yep, 108 by consensus. Southern Miss, exceptional athlete. Outfield, bat to ball skill, slap hitter. 6.3 K rate in 2025. But little extra base impact.
Okay.
So, just like that, you have it.
Mm-hmm.
Let Jake cook.
So
how many
kids
Gregs
are going to be saying that?
Now, Theo?
Huh?
How many Gregs are in the chat room? Because there's a Greg, and there's also
I think the one who is spelt out, Gregory T. Masterson, is not the real Greg. That is what my sources are telling me. someone is trying to imposter Greg.
Do you believe
But we
the
have another
imposter
pick.
knows Greg?
I don't know. Do they or do they not? Or are they just wanting to be Greg? Which I question a lot of your decisions. Yeah.
Easton Carmichael, a catcher, to 95 by consensus, goes 82. He was
He's my
out of
Twins pick
Oklahoma.
for 88. That's a bummer. I like him a ton, Carmichael. Good hitter. Not necessarily a great catcher yet, but
so there are four guys left in the top 50. Ianson, Bauer, Fisher, and Neville. I think it's probably safe to say that Bauer and Fisher. Seriously,
what?
Yeah.
I've lost my.
He's out
Mason
of focus.
Morris. What do you know about Mason Morris, Jamie?
Hold on. I got to pull up my notes.
96th by consensus.
Yeah, Mason Morris, Ole Miss pitcher, 21 years old, right-hander, 6'4", 225, worked primarily as a reliever. 2 fastballs, 95, 96, all the way up to 99, a low 90s cutter also. Not the four-seamer is not great, but he has really good velocity on his secondary pitches. In 54.2 innings in the SEC, he managed a 3.04 FIP, walked 9.2% of hitters, which is down significantly, struck out 34.1. And my final line was he's put himself into the top 100 conversation after his strong 2025. So that's my Morris notes. I like him a bunch. Relief risk though, for sure.
So Reds have had a good draft.
Yeah, they have. I like how the Reds draft every year.
Rangers take Josh Owens, a two-way player, a two-way high school guy out of Providence Academy.
So he was one who was rumored to be even connected to the Padres potentially at 25 with their first round pick. He was a late riser. That is going to be an expensive one. That's going to be a pricey one for the Rangers. I'm trying to pull up the rest of their class to see what they took, but we're also approaching a Twins pick here. So
they took Fiend first. They took AJ Russell.
Okay.
And they took Josh Owens.
Interesting.
I think that's it.
Well, then maybe Owens isn't as high a price as I thought he was, because they must be convinced he's going to sign. But he was a buzzy kind of top 50 name coming in here.
How about this one? Trevor Cohen.
Might be our first player not on the board.
To the Giants.
Not on the board. First one. There you go. Told you. Right around pick 90. Don't have anything on him, so we don't need to talk about him. We'll move right along to the Rays at 86, the Red Sox at 87, and the Twins at 88 here. I'm really interested. I kind of agree with that comment from Tom. Like, this is a really fascinating portion of the draft. There's still some interesting hitters for me here. Daniel Dickinson, infielder out of LSU, is a really good hitter. Corbin Dickerson still on the board. We'll be interested to see where the Twins go. Also noting that JoJo Parker's brother is still on the board, Jacob Parker, the power hitting version. So interested to see where he winds up too. I am feeling pretty good about the Twins draft. I guess like how I would put it, and Jeremy, you can disagree with me if you so choose. I didn't love the Houston pick in and of itself, but as part of the package of what they've done overall, I like it quite a bit. You've got a high-floored college profile. You've got a high-octane college arm, and you've got kind of a lottery ticket power-hitting high schooler who's kind of your, I guess, Brandon Winokur or Eric Batanti type equivalent player. So I think that's a fun first 3 picks pending what happens here at 88.
We got
Hayden Gray,
another one with the Rays.
Rays 86.
Peyton Gray. There you go, Jeremy. Your favorite name in the draft.
Yep, it's missing a vowel. Any vowel.
Eddie Val. Peyton Gray was one of the stars of the combine. He is a switch hitting catcher out of Iowa, put up exit velocities north of 111 from both sides of the plate at the combine. It was just like super duper impressive. And I agree with this from Tom. I think he said flawed. 100%. We are getting into this portion of the draft where there's a couple of big
Red Sox.
There you go.
87.
They're going arms. That's fine. I think, yes, that is exactly the right way to put it. There are guys who are more flawed. There are guys you can dream on, and the Twins are on the clock, and I am excited to see where they go. There's still some interesting.
So it's available. Bauer 43, Matthew
No way.
Fisher 45, Mason Neville 46, Cameron Appenzeller 53, Coy James 61, Henry Ford is your second available college guy at 62. Briggs McKenzie, prep pitcher at 65. Braden Jaxa, prep catcher. Jaxa at 76. Alec Blair. Lots of preps on this list, so that would make sense. We'll see.
I don't know if they have a lot of money for a prep who's got a high asking price, though.
I would guess they do not. I would guess this is going to be a college pick.
Agreed. I like that Ianson pick for the Red Sox. They've gone in really heavy on arms so far, which I think makes a ton of sense. They stole a bunch of the Twins'
ideal picks, is what you're saying?
I mean, they stole a bunch of the. I was going to say they stole a bunch of the Twins' pitching brain trust for their development a couple of seasons ago, and so.
That's true.
Yep.
Yeah, I was hopeful that
You wanted Ianson at 88.
James Ellwanger, Dallas Baptist.
For the Twins?
Yep.
Oh, man. This is so fun,
87
dude.
by consensus.
Holy bajolies. Okay. Ellwanger, Dallas Baptist. This is a really fun pick. 21 years old, 6'5", 205. So what Tom said about flaws, like players with warts, is going to come in here. He was a notable prep before 2023. He slipped to the 19th round due to some signability stuff. 6'5", 205, right? So it's a big lean frame with a ton more strength to add. The fastball gets up to the high 90s with ride and run. There's a good curveball, a slider and a changeup that haven't proven to be as effective. So here's the wart in the profile. Strike throwing has been the challenge. Too many walks this year, 13.5%. Even despite that, it was a 3.07 FIP and a 33% strikeout rate. My final line in my write-up, you'll need a drafting organization who knows what they're doing with pitchers, but the arm talent is considerable. How are we feeling about the Ellwanger pick at 88?
So you're telling me it's a college pitcher with a low floor, but also a high ceiling?
Yes. I think it's high octane stuff. It's relief risk. It's someone they're going to have in triple digits next season, probably, or close to. And it's the two variables here that we're going to be looking at are, can the Twins get Ellwanger to throw enough strikes? Number one. And number two, can they continue to do a good job refining his arsenal and the arsenals of all of their pitches and adding secondaries that make sense to make an effective kind of overall pitch mix? But I think, like, if we now zoom out, we've got a high floor college bat in Merrick Houston, right? We've got one of the second tier of college pitchers who you would make a bet is going to do very well when he gets up and running in Riley Quick. You've got Quentin Young, which is, pardon me, kind of a prep power hitting lottery ticket. And then you've got Ellwanger, who's more of a college lottery ticket, but kind of worst case scenario. I mean, worst case scenario is a flame out, but worst case scenario is he's a back end bullpen arm. Best case scenario is he's got high octane stuff as a middle of the rotation type dude. And so if you think about it through that lens of all four of their guys, how do you feel about this class for day one?
Yeah, I'm not gonna complain about it. I think the hard part is it's hard to look at a class. I mean, if we would have done it after the first pick, we would have had problems with it, right? The quick pick was exactly what, not exactly what we expected, but certainly one that I think nobody's going to have qualms with, because even when we talk about a year that the Twins don't need more depth at pitching, they need more depth at pitching. And so he's going to be another one that slots in kind of behind this wave of pitchers that they have. High upside prep guy, love it. And now another kind of high lottery ticket type pitcher. And I think this, what Tom's saying here is kind of what I talked about with Laviolette. Like, when you have so much of something and you don't have the opposite, which are guys with command issues, take a chance, right? And if you work that out, you've found something that could be huge.
Yep. Sorry, my phone is blowing up.
In a good way?
In a good way.
Okay, so the Cubs drafted Dominic Reed, a pitcher from Abilene Christian, 209 on MLB.com. And I'm guessing there's not going to be a lot of.
I don't have a write up on him for sure.
He's not even listed on your.
A sad day for me. Why don't you pull Spencer on here quick, Jeremy, and talk through some forthcoming Brewers pick, and I'm about to pay attention to my phone for 2.5 minutes here.
Okay. All right. Hey, Spence. Welcome back.
Hello. Glad to be back.
So after the Twins took Elwanger, we've had some Jack Gurovich, first baseman from San Diego, get drafted, draft eligible sophomore. Dominic Reed by the Cubs. Griffin Hughes, pitcher from Miami. And Brian Curley, pitcher from Georgia. All of them ranking outside MLB's top 100. I have not looked at the consensus board. Orioles on the clock here. The Orioles have made a number of picks today with their $19 million signing bonus.
They took RJ Austin.
RJ Austin, where is he on your? He's not on my deal yet.
He was originally like a top 40 guy. Look, you're going blurry again. He's a Vandy guy, like super athlete, great defender in the outfield, versatile, but he just didn't hit this year, and so we fell a ton. So the Brewers actually up at 94.
See if I can get my focus back.
You got no shot.
Boom. Figuring this out.
I liked Curley. I thought they might take Brian Curley.
That's
Jacob Morrison.
Oh, I love this pick again, dude. The Brewers just are absolutely crushing this draft. Oh man.
Yeah, he's the
Okay.
He's the 6'8" guy, right? I'm trying to find what I've got. Oh yeah. He's the 6'8" guy. Yeah, he's interesting. I'd imagine. I remember seeing him pitch a little bit during the College World Series run. He moves well for his size, if I'm remembering right, but it's going to be a really high release height, which is a lot different than what the Brewers actually usually do. They've got a guy like Ashby. Ashby kind of fits that mold. But this is a really good breaking ball. Here. Okay. Now I found him. Yeah. Very, very good breaking ball, and big curveball, I should say. And he throws a cutter. Brewers love their cutters. Added a changeup, it looks like, but wasn't great this year from what I'm seeing. But I think, that's a big body to work with. There's some stuff to work with here, and it's definitely a pretty interesting fastball, just given the way the release height, and then the way he's getting carry on it, and I would imagine a pretty decent extension given the height and everything else. So that'll be an interesting one. Don't know as much about him off the top of my head, but definitely an interesting pick.
Yeah, just walking through. Sorry, guys. Thanks for letting me catch up here. Just walking through Morrison's numbers from this year. I mean, he just improved so much, and that's a he's got a season off here in 2024, so I need to confirm what the injury situation was. Doesn't look like he pitched in 24, but just looking at his level of improvement from freshman season to junior season, he was an absolute workhorse. Coastal Carolina going to be big mad with the Brewers after this draft, stealing all their guys. Took Chiron. Morrison pitched 107 innings this year. Let's see, 289 FIP, 20 just south of 25% strikeout rate. Throws a lot of strikes. Doesn't really walk anyone. 5.4% of batters. So I feel like, a couple of people put in the comments, this is the portion of the draft where you see guys with more noticeable flaws. And that feels true about the picks that we've seen here, but certainly Morrison is a guy, Spencer, and hopefully you agree that like you see some ingredients here where you say like, oh, a tweak here, a tweak there, and you have someone who you could see pitching big league innings one day.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at that size, I'm guessing they think they can get a little bit more out of, or maybe, he's been up to 96. They see him sit closer to 94 to 96 instead of 92 to 94. But I wonder if they do try to, my guess is they think they can make the changeup better. I think that's going to be a big part of it because everything else kind of moves to the glove side, it looks like, and just having something that goes the other way. I also wonder, they like to take these high slot guys and give them a two seam. So they might try and make him, a 3 fastball type of guy since he's already got the cutter. And it's an interesting one. I mean, he threw a lot of strikes, it looks like, and big body. So that's always part of the concern with somebody that size is just getting them in the zone and being able to repeat their mechanics and do everything like that. So the fact that he was pretty consistently in the zone and has interesting ingredients from some of these pitches, it seems like a decent fit for what the Brewers do.
Okay. Spencer, you've been so generous with your time. I'm going to ask you one more question here before we let you go for real this time. Your thoughts on so a quick Brewers recap. For day one, they took Andrew Fisher at 20th overall, Brady Ebel, infielder, shortstop out of Corona High School in California at 32. 59, they took Vanderbilt lefty J.D. Thompson. 68, they took New Jersey prep lefty Frank Chiron. And then at 94, Jacob Morrison. Thoughts on the class, favorite pick, least favorite pick? How you feeling as we're coming to the end of day one here?
Yeah, I like the shape of the class as it's, heading into day two at this point. I don't think it's a different direction than I was kind of halfway expecting them to go, but at the same time, you can't really expect the Brewers to do anything in the draft. They usually have a little bit of a different plan every year. And to some degree, they still did their normal thing, which is going under slot on that first pick and going with a college guy. And now recently it's been some of those power bats in that spot, especially. But I mean, generally I like how it's shaping up. I think they're going to have some money to play with tomorrow, which I mean, even Chiron, I can't imagine is going to be much more than slot. Even though it was a prep guy at the end of the second or in the competitive balance of the second, I don't really know if anybody ended up over slot, and I'm guessing a chunk of these guys are going to be under. So they'll probably do their thing in rounds 11 to 20 like they always do, like Matt kind of mentioned last time. And it'll be very interesting to see where they go tomorrow, because I think they could still make some waves in terms of some names that maybe they don't people wouldn't expect to sign, or people are kind of down on and they view as a bit higher on the prep side of things. But yeah, I think it was a pretty interesting first day, and they got some interesting arms, which is always fun for me as a pitching guy.
Yeah, we love it. Well, dude, could not be more appreciative of you giving up your time and hopping on and off a gazillion times through day one. This is a fun annual tradition, and we super appreciate your expertise and perspective. So Spencer, thanks so much for all your time today, man. We appreciate it.
Yeah,
thanks,
really appreciate you guys having me. Have a good night.
Thanks.
So as I'm just scrolling through things, even though Keelan's probably not a shortstop, and
Definitely
even
not.
though Gavin Fiend's probably not a shortstop, the first legitimate not shortstop, maybe not a shortstop for sure,
So the
pick
Padres just
short.
took a guy who's not even from the United States. They took a outfielder from Spain,
Let's go, Padres.
Is that-
Ryan Weidman.
Oh, Weidman. No, he is. He
Western
played at Western Kentucky. Yeah, he's the top 100 guy by consensus. That's like a classic Padres pick too. Of like,
Yeah, they're living up to their oddball picks tonight, so we'll take it.
I love Weidman. He's so interesting. Like he's like one of the best athletes in the class for sure. I love that his birthplace is listed as Spain. 6'5", 200, freak athlete. And I think his swing rate was like, I want to say his chase rate was like over 40% in college baseball last year, which is like truly outlier stuff. Joseph's got us because we asked this question about Morrison, which I didn't want to speculate without being 100% sure. He missed 2024 due to TJ. Thanks for that. And that adds up looking at his season stats. He has complete pitching line for 23 and 25 and nothing in 2024. Sorry, Jeremy, to cut across you. You were saying?
Yeah, JJ Cooper tweeted out that the Ethan Conrad pick at 17 was the first non-shortstop or pitcher taken.
Wow.
Which is crazy, even though a lot of those shortstops probably won't be.
Mm-hmm.
Like the fact that they were like no outfielders.
That's crazy.
No catchers. And then obviously 17, 18 was a shortstop, 19 again was the first catcher. So, and Irish was drafted as a catcher. Not that matters, but yeah, just crazy. And so now here we are with either 4 or 5 picks left.
Let's do a little recap. Let's go. I'm gonna eat tonight. Just recapping some picks here. Astros take Ethan Fry, catcher out of LSU at 95. 96, Cody Miller, East Tennessee State to the Braves. That's another guy who's definitely not on my board. Cameron Millar, I think a top 100 guy to the Kansas City Royals. Or not top 100, but definitely top 130. At 97, Ben Jacobs, Arizona State lefty to the Tigers at 98. Ryan Weidman, as Theo mentioned, to the Padres. Cody Bowker out of Vanderbilt, 100 to the Phillies. And then Nolan Schubert, who is like a ridiculous power hitter with massive hit tool questions, to the Guardians at 101 out of Oklahoma State. So we got like 3-4 picks. Jeremy, let's do a quick recap and then we can kind of preview where we're going from here. We just recapped the Brewers class. If we can touch on the Twins for a moment here. Just pulling up the team. So yeah, Merrick Houston at 16, Riley Quick at 36, Quentin Young at 54, James Ellwanger at 88. Any parting thoughts on the class before we get ready to shut it down for day one?
No, I mean, and I think, if you look historically at what the Twins have done, it's typically not a lot of pitchers right away, but it's a lot of pitchers later.
Yep.
Whether or not they stick, it's a lot of shortstops. And so the fact that Houston is very likely to stick, I think, would be a fair assessment. Young listed as a shortstop, but probably going to be a third base right fielder. High, I think, aside from Houston, where the ceiling's maybe not as high, the other 3 guys all are bigger swings than I think we're typical that are typical to see, right?
Yep.
And so
agreed.
I think that when you can find some sort of balance, after 4 picks, I'm encouraged by the way that this class has gone, because I think Riley Quick could be at least a mid-rotation guy. Ellwanger, there's a little bit more questions, but you can have more patience with him.
100%.
And Quentin Young, I mean, that's going to be fun for a lot of reasons to follow.
So fun.
But dude is just he doesn't look like the Youngs, and maybe that will change as he gets older. But I think the mention was if things existed now that existed back then, maybe things aren't the same.
Yep.
And the same as that, maybe if things existed then that exist now, Delman Young and Dimitri Young have different body types, right? And so Quentin Young could be a big swing and miss. In fact, the likelihood is probably that he will be. But because there's been success in the family, I do think that this isn't going to be new to him. He's going to have people that he can talk to and really get good coaching and good advice and hopefully good life skills. So that'll be a fun one. But I think he's very similar to Brandon Winokur. We like that pick.
Yep.
We knew that there was holes, and there's certainly holes with Quentin Young too. But if you can sign him and get him down to 4 years, the sky's the limit. And I think that's a pretty good feeling to have about really 3 of the guys in the draft and have a one guy with a floor that's high enough to say, yeah, he's probably going to be a big league shortstop.
100%. Pretty much agree with all that. So let's just quickly, before we wrap up here, Jeremy, just want to make a plug for, there's a team of a lot of people putting content out at a bunch of different websites, writing up all of these picks. I want to give them a quick shout out and also direct people to those places. So you can find analysis and all the Twins picks at Twins Daily, Brewer stuff at Brewer Fanatic, Cubs stuff at Northside Baseball, Jay stuff at Jay Center, Red Sox stuff at Talk Sox, and Padres stuff at Padres Mission. We will have end of day 1 recaps at all of those sites. Tomorrow, we're not live streaming through the entire of day 2 because that's rounds 4 through 20. What we'll most likely do is do kind of a recap show at some point here, hopefully tomorrow, but if not tomorrow, in the next day or so, talking through notable picks, and there'll be a ton more written content at all of those places too. But we super appreciate everyone hanging out with us for 5+ hours through 104, 105 picks. Check out the websites so you can get all of the in-depth analysis on top of this, and we'll be back with an update on day 2 and notable picks for each team after all those picks have happened yesterday. Until then, it's finally time for food.
Hold on. I want
hungry.
to hold
You can't
on
hold.
for 2 more minutes. So the other thing that is super cool about all of these sites is that the people that write about it, for the most part, are very regular dudes.
Yep.
Right. And so if this was something that you enjoyed doing, enjoyed watching, and you wonder if it's ever something that you could do, more formally, not that much more formally. I mean, I wear my hat backwards with the Tupac shirt, but to the point where it's like, I have an opinion.
Yep.
You could write to, right? At any of these sites. If you're here, if you're watching us because you're a Padres fan or a Blue Jays fan or whatever, like the forums, the message boards, the comments, like all of those things are what make these sites really good. And the people that are behind them are just people that like baseball.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And so certainly go there and read them. But if you have any itch to write, do it. Like there's a lot of people, but there can always be more people.
100%. That was
Right, now
very
you can
beautiful, Jeremy. All right. Thank you guys. Appreciate the time. We'll catch up with you with a day 2 recap coming your way shortly. Until then, thanks for hanging with us. We appreciate you guys. It's been super fun.